You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. In about 14 minutes, the sponsor of this program, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, will have something important to say to homeowners. So, Mrs. Housewife, if your husband is not listening to this program, better send one of the children to fetch him. Tell him he's going to hear about America's finest plan for home ownership, a plan that can save you money. Tonight's FBI file, the Homicide Hideout.
It has been said that there is honor even among thieves. But no greater fallacy than that was ever uttered. For the thief, the criminal, could not possibly possess a true sense of honor and be what he is. This is demonstrated in tonight's case from the files of your FBI. Criminals, in dealing with each other, are still guided by the governing principles of their lives: deceit, treachery, ruthlessness, and all other immoral qualities which combine to make the criminal dishonor incarnate. The weather-beaten old farm, half hidden in a clump of trees, is dark and gives no sign of life within. But a shaft of moonlight slanting across the porch and through an open window falls across an old feather bed and the faces of two women. One is hard and middle-aged, the other young and grotesquely scarred. Presently, the stillness is broken by the sound of an automobile coming up the trail from the main road. The girl is first awakened.
Mom, wake up.
Huh?
Wake up, Mama, somebody's coming.
What?
I said wake up, there's a car coming up from the main road. Listen. You hear it?
I got ears, Lena.
Yeah, but who could it be?
I don't know, and I don't care if it means business.
He's pulling in here. You want me to go look out the window?
We'll both go. Where's my slippers?
Right down there.
Oh.
It's a man by himself.
Who is he?
I don't know. Look, he's hurt. You see how he's holding himself?
Yeah. This means business, all right. Stay right here, Lena. I'll go. Now, where's my wrapper?
On the chair over there.
Oh.
Come on, open up, will you?
Take it easy, mister. Well?
Your name Benton? Mom Benton?
That's right.
Good.
Now, just a minute.
Let me in, will you? I was sent here.
Who sent you?
Chick Lansing.
You got proof?
Look, save the questions. Let me in. I'm bleeding.
Okay, come ahead.
I gotta sit down.
Who are you?
Look, can you dig up a doctor?
I said, who are you?
Red Harper.
What'd you get mixed up in?
I can wait. I gotta have a doctor quick.
Quicker you answer questions, the quicker you get the doc.
Okay. 3 of us pulled a bank job today. We had to split up, and I made for here because I remembered Chick Lansing telling about you. Now, will you go get a...
What kind of a trail did you leave?
I drove north and circled to the south. I threw the cops off okay.
How much money did you get?
What difference does that make?
How much did you get?
10 grand, my share.
Then I'll take 5,000.
Are you kidding?
That's my price.
I'm not giving you any 5 grand.
Okay, mister, then you can bleed to death.
You dirty...
Get out of here, mister.
Hold on a minute, Lena. Put down that gun. He's about done for anyway.
Look, give me a doc, will you?
I said it'll cost you $5,000.
Okay. Okay, you can have it. On one condition. I walk out of here alive.
Hmm. Give me a hand with him, Lena. We'll put him on the couch. And then what? I'll run into town and get Doc Smith. If he ain't too full of whiskey.
Call him a doctor after what he done to my face.
I'm not forgetting that, Lena. We can't get no legal doctor to do this job.
Well, what makes you think Doc Smith will do it?
Well, after him losing his license, he'll do anything to get money to buy whiskey. All right, put him down. Try to stop his bleeding.
All right, Mom.
I'll be back with Doc Smith as soon as I can.
In the Cincinnati field office of the FBI, some 100 miles away, Agent in Charge Willard sits at his desk waiting for a particular phone call. At noon, 3 bandits had held up the National Trust Company and escaped with nearly $30,000. 2 special agents were assigned to the case, but as yet Willard has received no word from them. It is now shortly after 9 o'clock.
Willard speaking.
This is Lynette, Mr. Willard.
Well, it's about time, Lynette. What happened to you and Russell?
We picked up a hot trail right after we got to the bank and didn't have time to report.
What kind of a hot trail?
We just now caught 2 of the bandits.
What?
We nailed them in a little hotel room.
Good work. What about the other one?
He's still on the loose.
How?
He's got the stick-up car.
Oh.
What do you want us to do?
Have the bandits talked any?
Not yet.
Discuss the fact with the U.S. attorney and arrange to file charges.
Okay?
Get a description of that car and the 3rd man. I'll wait here for you.
Right.
Doc, come on, wake up. Wake up, you old sot. Wake up, I say.
Hey.
We ain't got
What
much
for,
time.
huh?
We ain't got time, I tell you.
Time? Time. What is time?
Never mind now.
I'll tell you what the time is.
Never mind that now.
Time is the great disillusioner. That's what time is.
Look at me, Doc.
Huh?
Look at me, I say.
What do I look at you? Oh. So it's you, huh?
You gotta come with me, Doc. There's a man needs you awful bad.
A man needs me?
He's in a bad way, Doc.
But aren't we all, my dear? Aren't we all, huh? Pour me a little drink.
No, not anymore now. We gotta get started or we'll be too late.
And why have you come to me, madam?
Oh, don't think I would have if I could have gone to anybody else.
That's professional disrespect.
I ain't forgetting what you done to my Lena's face, treating them burns.
Your daughter, madam, would only have grown to look more like you. So I think that she got the best of it. Go away, woman. I want to go to sleep.
Doc!
Hey, look here, woman. Now, you can't...
I'm only trying to get it through your rum-soaked brain that there's a man dying.
Well, that's his good fortune.
You gotta have money, don't you?
Only when my liquor runs out.
Is that all the liquor you got?
Unfortunately, yes.
Good.
Wait a minute. Wait, give me that bottle. Hey, why you vicious old...
Shut up and get up from
Hey,
there.
look, you can't...
Look.
Hey.
Look, I got liquor out at my place, and if you keep that man from dying, I'll give you $100 besides to buy more.
You... $100?
Yes. So get your tools and let's go.
May I come in, Mr. Willard?
Yes, come ahead, Leonard. Where's Russell?
I left him giving all the details on the bank robbery to the U.S. attorney.
Did the 2 prisoners furnish any information?
They sure did.
Did they identify the man still at large?
His name is Red Harper. Here's his description.
Harper, eh?
And here's the description of the car he got away in.
Good.
We'll put out a wanted notice right away.
We may not need it.
Why not?
Harper may be at a certain fugitive hideout about 100 miles from here.
How do you know?
One of the two bandits we caught said Harper was pretty badly wounded and may have made for the hideout to get fixed up.
You know exactly where the place is?
It's a farm run by a woman and her daughter, and I think I can find it from what the bandit told me.
Good. I'll get the alarm out anyway, and then we'll get started.
Hey. Hey, you.
You want me?
Yeah. I thought your old lady went to get a doc.
She did.
Why did she get here with him?
They'll be along any minute now.
Is he a good doc?
You see my face, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, he done it.
He made you look like that?
Yeah. Yeah, he done it when he was drunk. That's how he lost his license. Drunk all the time.
I don't want no guy like him working on me.
Well, you can tell him that because here's Mom bringing him now.
Right in here, Doc. We got him laying on the couch.
Very well.
Well, I see you come around, young man.
Yeah.
Go boil some water, Lena.
All right, Mom.
I'll go get...
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Your daughter told me all about this drunken bum.
What's that?
What's the idea of bringing him to work on me?
Are you insinuating, sir, that I am incapable of
I
performing...
want another doc, understand?
Look.
Huh?
You asked me to handle this. I didn't send for you. It's this doc, mister, or none.
Okay.
You promised me a drink, madam.
Oh, yeah. Here's the jug.
Thank you.
I'll go help Lena. I'll be right back.
Doc,
Yes?
I want to talk to you a minute. Without them. We got time, ain't we?
Well, what's troubling you?
Close that door.
Just a minute, just a minute.
Quit drinking that stuff and close that door.
Very well.
Okay. Look, Doc, listen to me. You're the only chance I got.
Chance? What a fickle whence chance is. By her we're born, by her we live.
Never mind that stuff. Listen to me.
Huh?
I got a proposition.
You cannot proposition with chance.
I'm talking about you, Doc. I don't know how much she was going to give you for this job, but if you don't drink no more of that stuff, you can make a bundle.
Well, what's that you say?
Here's my proposition.
Yeah?
She was going to stick me $5,000.
Yeah.
Probably give you only $50 or $100.
Yeah.
But if you'll get hold of yourself and fix me up okay, we'll cut her out of it. And I'll give you $2,000.
Good.
See?
Fine, let's drink to $2,000.
Put down that jug.
It's truly a wonderful anesthetic, this.
Doc, lay off that booze, will you?
There's just one more, sir. You see, it renders man insensible to the pains of his conscience.
Doc, will you lay off?
It renders man insensible.
Doc. Mom. Hey, Mom, come here, will you?
What is it?
Passed out. Now you gotta get another doc.
Lena. Huh? Hand me one of them rubber gloves the doc used, and, oh, yeah, that knife he operates with.
Okay. Here, Mom.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna get even with that drunken old sot for what he done to Lena's face.
Look, you ain't got time for that now.
Time ain't gonna mean anything to you anymore.
What do you mean?
I was listening. I heard the proposition you made the doc about cutting me out.
What?
I know you got your money hidden in your order, too.
Oh, wait a minute.
If I kill you with this operating knife, it'll look like the doc done it, because he was drunk.
No,
Don't
wait.
try to get up.
I am getting up. You gotta listen to me. You gotta let me tell you what...
And now, before the FBI file on the Homicide Hideout resumes, as it will in just a moment, here's that important message for homeowners and home buyers. This week, I asked an Equitable Life Assurance Society field man what was the one ambition shared by more Americans than any other. Well, he thought a moment and answered, "A man wants to say, 'This is my home. I own it.'" Yes, that's the typical American ambition. That's what most of us work and save for, a home of our own. And that's why there's nothing in the Equitable Society that gives us deeper satisfaction than our assured home ownership plan. A plan which offers you 5 important advantages. 1, the mortgage is canceled, paid off in full if owner dies. And besides, every dollar previously paid on principal is returned in full to the widow along with the canceled mortgage. 2, a special cash fund is built up, ready to be used if financial emergencies threaten the home. 3, this cash fund increases as the mortgage shrinks. It can be used to shorten the term of the mortgage. Pay off a 20-year mortgage, for example, in as little as 14 years. 4, mortgage interest not at 6%, not at 5%, but at only 4%. 5, liberal allowance to cover title search, lawyer's fees, and other closing costs. No broker's commission, no bonus charges. Well, frankly, there is no other plan like this anywhere. The Equitable Society calls it America's finest plan for home ownership. It protects you against the 2 major hazards of home mortgages, death and hard times. So if you're planning to buy or build a house, or if you now own a home, get complete information on the Assured Home Ownership Plan from your Equitable Society representative. That's the Equitable Society. EQUITABLE. The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Homicide Hideout.
We repeat, no greater fallacy was ever uttered than, "There is honor even among thieves." For, as already demonstrated in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, in dealing with each other, criminals are still guided by the governing principles of their lives: deceit, treachery, ruthlessness, and all other immoral qualities which combine to make the criminal dishonor incarnate. Shortly after the killing, Agent in Charge Willard of the Cincinnati office of the FBI and Special Agent Lynette reached the farm where they had reason to believe the wounded bank bandit Red Harper was hiding out. Inside, they found the man known as Doc Smith sitting on the floor in a daze. He was wearing a pair of rubber gloves. His right hand held a bloody scalpel. A few feet away lay the body of the bandit, Harper. Smith is just concluding a hazy account of events.
Well, I remember the woman bringing me here to operate on that man.
Yes?
But after taking 2 or 3 drinks from a jar of liquor...
The jar that's broken on the floor here?
Yes, and after that, I don't remember anything else.
When the woman drove into the village for you, were you intoxicated then?
I'm intoxicated most of the time, Mr. Lanner.
And you're a doctor.
I was a doctor.
Is liquor the reason you're not a licensed doctor anymore?
Yes.
You say you don't even remember preparing to operate on that man?
No, I don't. But judging from these rubber gloves I'm wearing, it seems evident that I did prepare to.
It also seems evident that you killed him.
I haven't examined the body since I came to.
His throat was slashed.
Well, then I guess I'm guilty.
Yes, it's possible that you're not.
What?
The woman and her daughter are gone. They left in this bandit's car and apparently with his share of the loot from the bank robbery.
Yeah, but even
You're wearing the rubber gloves, all right, and holding the bloody scalpel, but... You passed out from the effects of liquor, right?
Yes.
Well, you would hardly have gotten up, put on rubber gloves, cut the man's throat, and lay back down again beside that broken jar, then. What do you think, Lynette?
I think you're right.
They could have killed him, put the gloves on you, Doctor, put the scalpel in your hand, and left you to take the blame for the murder.
Well, I'm sure they hated me enough to do that.
Why?
Well, you see, the girl's face was hideously scarred from burns which I treated when I was drinking.
I see. Burnett,
Mm-hmm.
put out a wider alarm in that car and include the woman and the girl this time.
Okay.
And for the time being, Doctor, you'll remain in our custody.
Mom,
Huh?
what do we tell Uncle Walter when we get to Detroit?
Well, it ain't strange for relations to go visiting each other.
Yeah, but he won't know how come we got a car like this.
He ain't gonna know about no car. I'll fix that.
Well, what about all the money we got?
It's ours. We ain't gonna tell him nothing about it.
Mom, what about the police?
Now, don't start worrying about that again.
I know, but
If the police track the bank robber to our shack before the doc comes to, they'll see for themselves that he done the murder.
Yeah, but what if the doc comes too before the police get there?
Well, he's bound to think he done it and run off.
Then the police will be looking for us.
They ain't a-gonna find us.
I hope you're right.
Of course I am.
Mom,
Well,
we got lots of money now. And I was thinking maybe
thinking what?
one of those good doctors in Detroit could do something about my face.
Sure. We'll find a good doc who'll make you just as pretty as I am.
Good morning, Lynette.
Morning. Any results on the alarm we put out last night, Mr. Willard?
No, not yet.
Did you arrange to keep Smith in the holdover all right?
Yes, he's available on a moment's notice if we need him.
Good. Now all we need is a break on that alarm.
I'll take it. Willard speaking. Good, put him on.
Got something?
I hope so. Detroit office calling. Hello? Yeah? Yeah. Fine. Start checking hotels, small ones in particular. Lynette and I will take the next plane. Right.
What is it?
Detroit police found the missing car abandoned there early this morning.
Any trace of the woman and girl?
No, but it's a break to know what city they're in. I'll get Smith and we'll take the next plane for Detroit. Come on.
The police and our agents have checked every hotel in Detroit, Willard, but no luck.
Well, of course, there are 1,000 other places in the city they could be, Hope.
They might even be staying with friends or relatives.
Have you any information that might give us a lead in that direction?
No, but we can get to work on it.
It'll take too long to check that angle, Annette. There's a quicker way to smoke them out.
What's that?
The newspapers here are known for their assistance with law enforcement agencies.
Yes, they'll give us all the cooperation possible.
Good. Then we'll release a story with a Cincinnati dateline that will put the woman and the girl at ease about the murder and take them off guard.
How do you mean?
The story will tell of the cold-blooded scalpel murder of the notorious bank bandit Red Harper. And we'll say that the ex-Dr. Smith has been arrested in connection with the slaying, which is the truth.
Yes.
But how's that going to lead us to the woman and the girl?
I've got another idea for doing that. And if everything goes all right, we ought...
What is it, Lena?
That's what I saw in the evening paper.
Well?
It turned out just like you said. Doc Smith's been arrested for the murder of that bank robber. Look. Oh, isn't that wonderful?
Just like I told you all along. We ain't got nothing to worry about.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, you didn't let on to your Uncle Walter about what you read, did you?
No, of course not. Oh, Mom.
Well?
Well, you said when we got here to Detroit, maybe we'd get a fine doctor to see if he could do something about my face.
That's right.
Well, here's a chance, maybe, but it might cost a lot of money because he's so famous, even if he will do it.
What are you talking about, Lena?
There's an article in this paper about a Dr. Gerard, a famous plastic surgeon.
A what?
Well, he does wonders fixing people like me.
Well, is he right here in Detroit?
Yeah, he's staying at the Central Hotel.
Then we'll go see him right now.
But, Mom, the papers say he's not taking any cases.
Never mind that.
What?
Put your hat on, Lena. We're going to see that doctor and make him do something for you.
$17.28. This is his room, Mom.
Well, knock on the door, Lena.
But What if he won't take my case?
Oh, he will when I'm through talking to him.
Yeah, but
if
you
you
can't...
won't knock on that door, I will. Famous or not, don't scare me.
Yes?
I suppose you're the famous... Well, for the love of...
Dr. Smith.
Yes. And these gentlemen are special agents of the FBI.
What is this, anyway?
Mrs. Benton, we want the bank's money you took from the bandit Harper, and the state of Ohio will be wanting you for his murder.
I never murdered that bank robber. Doc Smith done it.
The fingerprints on the surgical knife are yours.
What fingerprints are you talking about?
You used your fingers to place the knife in Dr. Smith's hand. Take the girl, Annette. Let's be going.
Ma Benton was returned to the state of Ohio and tried for the murder of the bank robber Harper. She was sentenced to life imprisonment. When one criminal meets death at the hands of another criminal, as in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, we are inclined, humanly enough, to say good riddance and let it go at that. But the law does not let it go at that. To the law, murder is murder, no matter who commits it or who the victim. And your local law enforcement officers and your FBI have one duty and one duty only: to enforce the law.
Now, just a few more quick facts about the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan. If you're planning to buy or build a house, this plan can save you money. Or if you wish to finance your present home, here also this plan can save you money. So let me suggest that you look into the Assured Home Ownership Plan without further delay. The Equitable Society's representative nearest you will gladly explain the plan clearly and interestingly. He has literature that gives full details. Ask your Equitable representative today about this Assured Home Ownership Plan, America's finest plan for home ownership. Look in the phone book for the name, the Equitable Life Assurance Society, EQUITABLE, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Slaughterhouse Swindlers.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Slaughterhouse Swindlers, on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. is your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Friends, if you happen to know anyone who is thinking of buying or building a home, or is considering refinancing his present home, please phone him and tell him to listen to this program. For in a few minutes, our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society, will give facts and figures about America's finest plan for home ownership. Every family will want to hear about this great Equitable Society plan which saves money and gives special protection to homeowners. Tonight's FBI file, The Slaughterhouse Swindlers.
Professional criminals are avowed enemies of society, and as such merit the full penalty prescribed by the laws which they violate. But so-called good citizens who conspire with criminals to violate the law for personal gain are the Benedict Arnolds of society, betrayers for profit of the respect and welfare of those whom they would call fellow citizens. And as such, they merit the contemptuous kind of moral condemnation that is reserved for all traitors. On a modest little dairy farm a few miles out of Des Moines, Mrs. Reba Jones, recently widowed, has just completed the morning's chores and is walking up to the house when two men drive up in a truck designed for hauling livestock.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Are you Mrs. Reba Jones?
Yes, sir.
Well, my name's Latimer, and this is Mr. Randall.
Oh.
We're inspectors for the Department of Agriculture.
Oh, how do you do?
Hello.
What can I do for you?
Well, I hate to tell you this, Mrs. Jones, but we're here on a kind of unpleasant mission.
What's wrong?
Well, the dairy company you sell your milk to has just reported to us a very unfavorable bacteria count on some of the milk from here.
Oh, but they never said anything to me about it.
Well, it's their duty to report to us first, Mrs. Jones, and our duty to check on your cows.
Oh.
You see, a lot of the dairy company's products are sold across the state line. And that makes it Uncle Sam's business to see that the quality meets federal standards of purity.
Oh, of course.
Mrs. Jones, how many cows in your herd?
Well, there's only 12 heads.
Mm-hmm.
You going to test them now?
That's right.
And if you find some of them's diseased...
Well, we'll have to condemn them.
Oh.
Yes, we'll have to take them with us, Mrs. Jones. But we're authorized to pay you a condemnation fee.
But I just can't afford to lose any. Even with the whole herd, I just barely make a living from them.
You wouldn't want to sell milk that you knew to be diseased, would you?
No.
Of course not.
Well, the herd is down the pasture now. I'll go and get him into the barn for you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Jones. Well, she fell for it okay. We should clip her for the whole herd. Come on.
All right, boys. Giving you $200 a head for them cows.
I thought you ran a slaughterhouse, Jenkins, not a clip
Now,
joint.
let me handle this, Al.
$200. That's my price.
You better take another look at the weight figures, Jenkins.
Price stands. Take it or leave it.
Oh, look, we take all the risk getting these cows.
Latimer, as far as I'm concerned, they're your own cows. I operate a legitimate licensed slaughterhouse.
Who's kidding who? You're up to your ears in the black market, same as we are.
Now, look here.
You said yourself 3 of the last head we brought you were diseased.
And there were 2.
But you bought them from us, didn't you?
Maybe you'd better take your cows to some other slaughterhouse.
Oh, no, wait a minute, both of you. You've got us over a barrel, Mr. Jenkins, and you know it. So, just give us the dough.
Now you're talking sense. Here's your money. Count it if you like.
Oh, I'm sure it's all there.
You don't steal your money that way.
What do you mean?
What do you think? Come on now.
Right.
We'll be seeing you, Mr. Jenkins.
Good day.
Go ahead.
Okay. What did you settle so easy for?
Because we couldn't take the cows anyplace else.
They were worth more than he gave us.
What he gave us was only a down payment.
What do you mean?
I think I know a way to tap that old geezer for plenty.
It was a little earlier that same day when Special Agent Meade of the Des Moines Field Office of the FBI entered the office of Agent in Charge Clark.
Did you send for me, Mr. Clark?
Oh, yes, Meade. Looks like we've got an impersonation swindle case to go to work on.
Oh?
A couple of days ago, 2 men posing as inspectors of the Department of Agriculture condemned some cows on a farm near the city.
Yes?
They claimed these cows were diseased, so they were authorized to pay $50 a head for them, and did, then loaded the cows into a truck and drove away.
The black market, no doubt.
More than likely. But the act of impersonating a federal officer is our immediate angle.
How'd we hear about it?
Well, the widow who owned the cows got suspicious later on, called the public health officer here in Des Moines. He just called me a minute ago.
I guess he'd already checked with the Department of Agriculture.
Yes, and I double-checked.
What's the first move?
You better drive out there right away and interview the victim.
Maybe others by now.
That's why we want to work fast.
What's her name?
Mrs. Ruth Mason. Here. This is the location of her farm.
Okay.
And Meade, get a good description of the men and any other lead you can, and hurry back.
Right.
All right, Al. Pull up in here by the stock pens.
Right. There's old Jenkins coming out of the office now.
Okay, stop the truck.
We better get our dough for these cows before we spring the other deal on them.
Shut up, here he comes. Now let me do the talking.
Okay.
Yeah, you fellas seem to be working pretty fast.
Yeah, we don't believe in letting the grass grow under cows, Jenkins.
5 dead, huh? Pretty good-looking stuff, too. For change. Where'd you get them?
Ain't you forgetting what you said? As far as you're concerned, all the cows we bring belong to us.
All right, all right.
Can you handle these?
I can use all you get like that.
That's fine. Al, you run these over to the scales. Mr. Jenkins and I have got business to talk over.
Okay.
Can we go into your office?
Sure. Come ahead. Go ahead in.
Right.
Well, what's on your mind, Latimer?
You said you could handle all the cows we could get as good as those in the truck.
That's right.
Could you handle, say 150 head?
Where are you going to get that many?
Could you handle them?
Certainly.
Well, then I can get them all right. There's just one hitch.
What's that?
Money.
I don't get you.
Now, look, we lay out cash for them animals. We ain't getting no 150 head unless we put the dough on the line.
Oh.
So, where do we get the cash?
How much would they cost?
Me or you?
Hmm?
Well, I'm supposed to make a profit, you know.
And how much would they cost you?
About 100 a head.
It's $15,000.
Yeah, that's right.
Who are you buying them from?
Now, you ain't trapping me into a giveaway like that. Are you interested in putting up the dough?
Maybe.
Oh, look, don't hedge. Are you or ain't you?
How do I know this isn't a swindle?
You can come along if you want when I swing the deal.
When would that be?
Well, right now, if you like.
They don't keep that kind of money around the office.
When could you get it?
Later in the day.
Well, then we'll knock 'em off tonight.
How much do you aim to charge me for the cows?
Usual rate. 200 a head.
That's letting you fellas operate on my money and make 100% profit. It's too much.
Now, look, Mr. Jenkins. Take it or leave it.
Be here at my office tonight.
Can I come in, Mr. Clark?
Oh, yes, come ahead, Meade. Did you talk to the woman out at the farm?
Yes.
Get any good leads?
She gave a pretty good description of the two men.
Anybody we know?
I don't think so. Their names are Latimer and Randall. At least those are the names they used.
Yes.
But this might give us an even better lead.
What's that?
The woman was smart enough to make them give her a receipt for her
Oh,
cows.
good for her.
Latimer signed it.
And no doubt left his fingerprints on it.
Right.
Well, first thing, we'll alert all local police and licensed slaughterhouses in the city and state. Give them the description of those two men.
Yes, sir.
And Meade, while I'm getting that started, will you run that receipt through the lab for fingerprints?
Right.
I'd like to catch those fellas before they clean up and get out of the state.
All right. Cut the lights out.
Okay.
Good. There's a light on in Jenkins' office. Guess he's keeping our date, all right.
But will he have the dough with him?
Well, sure. Why not?
He didn't guarantee it this afternoon.
Yeah, this sounds like too good a touch to him. He'll have it. Now, come on. Now, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Look in and see if anybody's with him.
No. He's by himself.
Okay. Knock on the door.
Come in. Come in.
Go ahead, Al.
All right.
Well, how are you tonight, Mr. Jenkins?
Let's get down to business.
Yeah, that suits me fine. You got the dough ready?
I have.
Well, where is it?
In my pocket.
The deal starts when it's in my pocket, Mr. Jenkins.
Oh, no. I'm not giving up any money until I see those cows.
You ain't seeing no cows.
What does he mean?
We're kind of changing the deal.
Hmm?
Well, that $15,000 goes to us direct.
What for?
Well, sort of like a bonus.
What are you talking about?
Ah, quit wasting time with them, Chuck.
Now, see here. What's this all about?
You're paying us that 15 G's to keep quiet, Jenkins.
What?
You wouldn't like us to expose your operation here, would you?
This is a licensed slaughterhouse, Latimer, and my books are clean.
To a stranger, maybe, but not to the law.
Look here. I've had enough of this.
Oh, yeah?
You're just trying to blackmail me.
And what if we are?
It won't work.
No?
No. Because I'm clean. You two are not. You couldn't report me to the law without getting slapped in jail yourselves, and you know it.
Chuck, that angle ain't gonna work.
It certainly isn't.
Well, then I guess we'd better try another.
The only thing that you can do is to get out of here, and get out of here right now.
Oh, that ain't the only thing.
Get out, I said.
Now, look, we came here for that 15 grand. We're going to get it. Go to work, Al.
With pleasure.
Now, wait a minute. You can't.
Now, if you'll grab his wallet, Al, we'll turn out the lights and close up office for the night.
And now, before the FBI file on the Slaughterhouse Swindlers resumes, as it will in just a moment, here's that important message for homeowners and home buyers. This week at the Equitable Life Assurance Society, we were talking about how a man feels when he lives in a home of his own. And someone said there's nothing like it. When you light that first fire in your fireplace, it's not like any fire that ever warmed you before. And the first flower you grow yourself in your own garden has a sweeter scent than any flower you ever smelled before. Yes, a man who lives in a home of his own has satisfactions that the rent payer never knows. And that's why we of the Equitable Society take such pride in our Assured Home Ownership Plan, which offers home buyers security along with these 5 important advantages. 1, the mortgage is canceled, paid off in full if owner dies. Besides, every dollar previously paid on principal is returned in full to the widow along with a canceled mortgage. 2, a special cash fund is built up, ready to be used if financial emergencies threaten the home. 3, this cash fund increases as the mortgage shrinks. It can be used to shorten the term of the mortgage, pay off a 20-year mortgage, for example, in as little as 14 years, saving 6 years' interest. 4, Mortgage interest not at 6%, not at 5%, but at only 4%. 5. Liberal allowance to cover title search, lawyer's fees, and other closing costs. No broker's commission, no bonus charges. Well, frankly, there is no other plan like this anywhere. The Equitable Society calls it America's finest plan for home ownership. It protects you against the two major hazards of home mortgages, death and hard times. So if you're planning to buy or build a house, or if you now own a home, get complete information on the Assured Home Ownership Plan from your Equitable Society representative. That's the Equitable Society. EQUITABLE. The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Slaughterhouse Swindlers.
The professing good citizen who consorts or conspires with professional criminals to violate the law for personal gain is not only flirting with justice at the hands of the law, he is also courting personal disaster at the hands of those with whom he conspires. Because to criminals, the renegade citizen is not one of them. Rather, he is a pawn to be played by them when the time comes. And always, he is played for a sucker. It is nearly 2 hours now after the slaughterhouse operator, Jenkins, was beaten into unconsciousness by the cattle swindlers and robbed of $15,000. Agent in charge Clark of the Des Moines office of the FBI is at his desk talking with Special Agent Meade when...
Clark speaking.
Police headquarters, Mr. Clark. This is Sergeant Eaton.
Oh, hello, Sergeant.
We've got something that may tie in with those two men you're looking for.
Oh? Well, just a minute. Meade.
Yeah?
Get on the other phone and catch us two, will you?
Right.
All right, Sergeant, go ahead.
It's about a man named Jenkins who operates a slaughterhouse at the edge of town.
Yes?
The night watchman making his rounds found him beaten unconscious on the floor of his office a little over an hour ago.
Hmm?
The watchman remembered hearing a truck drive into the yard earlier.
I see.
Just before he discovered Jenkins on the floor, he had heard the truck drive away.
But he hadn't seen who was in it.
No, with Jenkins on duty himself, he hadn't paid much attention.
Where's the victim now, Sergeant?
We got him to the city hospital. He just came to a little while ago.
Oh? What did he have to say?
Well, that's just it. He wouldn't talk.
Well, we'll get on it right away and check with you later, Sergeant. Goodbye. Thanks a lot.
Bye.
I guess we better get over to the hospital right away.
No, later.
What?
First, we're going to have a look around out at the slaughterhouse.
Why?
We just might find some evidence with which we can encourage Mr. Jenkins to talk. Come on.
I told the nurse not to let anybody else in my room.
We're special agents of the FBI, Mr. Jenkins.
Oh, that's so. And I have nothing to say to you either. This is my affair.
We have reason to believe it's our affair, too.
What do you mean?
We've just come from your slaughterhouse.
What were you doing there?
Investigating the crime.
Crime? What crime?
Crime that's put you in this hospital.
Now, look here.
Well?
I have nothing to say.
All right, then, we have. We happened to run across a special memo of some cattle transactions which were not entered in your regular ledger, Mr. Jenkins.
Now, what of it? You're trying to tell me how to keep my books?
Maybe the government will get around to that later.
What do you mean?
Right now, we're interested in finding two men named Latimer and Randall.
Well?
Some of those special cattle deals, according to the memo, were made with them.
What of it?
Latimer and Randall are wanted for cattle swindling by posing as agents of the Department of Agriculture.
They were just cattle deals to me.
And you bought the cattle they obtained by criminal methods.
As far as I was concerned, the cattle were their own.
Mr. Jenkins, I'd like to point out that we're in a position to justifiably charge you with conspiracy for receiving and selling property obtained by criminal methods.
But how can
if
you...
you're brought to court, you'd have to explain your books and special memos and all your slaughterhouse operations to some experts who might find something wrong with them. Well?
What do you wish to know?
Where are Latimer and Randall?
I don't know.
Who beat you up tonight?
They did.
Why?
All I'm saying is they beat me up, stole $15,000 for me, and escaped in their truck.
Can you describe their truck?
It's a cattle truck, and the license number is written down in a notebook in my coat pocket.
Maid.
Yes?
Get the notebook, will you, please?
Right.
Mr. Jenkins, the beating you got tonight is what you might expect and deserve for playing ball with criminals.
Please.
When we catch Latimer and Randall, we'll get the whole story behind your dealings with them. And if it's what I think it is, you'll have quite a bit of explaining to do.
Hey, wait, slow up, Al. Coming to a fork in the highway.
It's okay, we take the left turn to Kansas City.
How do you know?
I marked out the whole route on that map there.
Okay, then keep going.
Hey, Chuck.
Yeah?
Maybe we ought to get rid of this truck. Maybe it's getting hot by now.
Yeah, I've been thinking of that already.
So, what do we do?
The next town we hit, we kiss it goodbye and borrow somebody else's car.
Here's the truck, Mr. Clark. We found it abandoned on a side street here earlier this morning.
I see.
And just a while ago, a man reported his car stolen during the night.
Well, that sounds like 2 and 2 to me, officer.
Well, that's what we figured.
Maid.
Yes?
Well, I'm taking down the information on the stolen car. Will you have a look in the truck?
Right.
What's the description of the stolen car, officer?
Black Chevrolet sedan, 41 model.
Sedan, 41 model. Huh?
Iowa license, 426.
426.
73.
Mr. Clark?
73. Yes?
Look at this map I found on the seat.
What about it?
Pencil mark tracing the whole route from Des Moines to Kansas City.
Oh?
You think maybe they might be
I
headed?
think we're going to get out an alarm on this stolen car right away and then head for Kansas City.
Okay, Al, we didn't come to Kansas City for a rest. Now, let's get busy.
On what?
I got a slaughterhouse all lined up to do business with us.
We ain't got a truck.
Well, we're going to use one of theirs.
Okay, where do we go first?
Well, we're following our same plan. I got number 1 spotted. Come on, let's ride.
Clark.
Oh, yes, mate.
Latimer and Randall are in Kansas City. They're not in a hotel.
No?
I spent all morning with our agents and the police here checking. No trace of them.
No sign of the stolen car either?
Not yet.
Maybe this other thing will turn them up.
What's that?
Well, the county farm agent here in Kansas City has been helping me all morning make a lot of telephone calls.
I don't get it.
Well, Meade, I studied all those jobs that Latimer and Randall pulled around Des Moines.
Yeah?
And I think I've hit on the pattern of their operation.
Really?
And if I'm right... Well, if I'm right, maybe the phone is ringing right now with the proof.
Well, Mrs. Gilmer, we're sorry to have to report that we find 5 of your cows diseased.
Good heavens, Mr. Latimer. That's going to be quite a blow to me.
Well, the 5 head won't be a total loss to you, however.
What do you mean?
Well, as I told you when I made the appointment for this test, we're authorized to pay you a condemnation fee.
Well, at least that's something.
Come on, Randall. We'll start loading the cows in the truck.
Okay.
Those cars are staying right here, Latimer.
Who says? What's the idea and who are you?
We're special agents of the FBI. Do you want to hear any more?
Put up your hands, G-men.
Sure, Randall. Sure, we'll put up our hands. Maybe you won't object if I use mine like this. Here, Meade. Take his gun.
Right.
Thanks for cooperating with us, Mrs. Gilmer. And thanks to you, Latimer, for your policy of cheating widows only. It made it a lot easier for us to catch you. Come on.
in a federal court on a charge of impersonating agents of the U.S. government. Latimer and Randall were found guilty and sentenced to the penitentiary. The findings at their trial also enabled FBI agents later to bring the slaughterhouse operator Jenkins to justice and bring about his conviction on a charge of conspiracy. Latimer and Randall, as professional criminals, were enemies of society, but Jenkins a professing good citizen. Because he conspired with criminals and betrayed the welfare of those whom he would call fellow citizens, Jenkins was that something far morally worse than an enemy of society. He was a Benedict Arnold of society. And it is his kind which does more damage to the moral structure of society than all of its openly avowed enemies combined.
Now, before we tell you about next week's story from the files of your FBI, may I remind you that the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan is a money-saving plan every step of the way. Naturally, we can't give you every detail here, but your Equitable Life Assurance Society representative can. He has literature that you can study, and once you get the facts, you'll be quick to agree that here's America's finest home ownership plan. Phone him tomorrow. Call the number of the Equitable Life Assurance Society, EQUITABLE, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Sinister Lighthouse.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. And now this is Carl Frank, speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time, when the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Sinister Lighthouse. On This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Mrs. America, if your husband isn't with you by the radio tonight, please get him. Tell him that 14 minutes from now, the Equitable Society, the sponsor of this program, has some important news for homeowners as well as for people who are thinking of buying or building a home. Tell him that he's going to hear about a money-saving plan that will give him and you special protection. It's known as America's finest plan for home ownership.
Tonight's FBI file, The Sinister Lighthouse.
As we speak to you tonight, an unprecedented tidal wave of crime is sweeping our country from coast to coast, through village and hamlet and town and city, destroying lives and property, and smashing savagely at the very pilings on which rests the whole structure of American society. It is the biggest crime wave in the history of our country. As to its magnitude, we need say no more than this, that major crimes alone, one of which we report tonight, are being committed at the rate of almost 5,000 every 24 hours. That morning, when her wounded veteran husband was discharged from a Long Island hospital wearing his first set of civvies in nearly 4 years, Ann Roswell was waiting outside for him in their small convertible. A few hours later, they were driving slowly over a rough dirt trail.
Ann,
Yes?
can I open my eyes now?
Dick, don't you dare.
But I'm supposed to see where I'm driving.
I'm handling that. And besides, we're almost there.
Where?
Never mind.
Hey, I smelled salt water, don't I?
Do you?
We're in Maryland, right?
Are we?
Sure. And Maryland and salt water means we're somewhere along the shore of Chesapeake Bay.
Dick, keep your eyes shut.
Okay. I'll keep guessing. Let's see. You rented us a cottage.
No.
A tent?
No.
A foxhole?
Oh, silly. All right, we're here, but don't look yet. There. Darling,
Hmm?
you remember that letter you wrote me from some island about where you'd like to spend our second honeymoon?
Yeah.
You said that you'd like to find an old abandoned lighthouse and... Well, look.
Baby, you did it.
I found it about a month ago and finally dug up the people who own it.
Oh, gee, this is wonderful.
They never come here, so they said we could use it.
Oh, baby.
There's not much furniture.
Who cares? Come on, let's go look inside, quick.
All right. Oh, be careful, darling.
Never mind my leg, come on. Give me your hand, baby.
Okay. That's the front door right there.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's take over. How old is this place, do you know?
Very, very old.
Maybe we'll even find some buried treasure around.
I'm sure we will. Here we are.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
We've got to do this according to regulations. I'm carrying you through the doorway.
Oh, but Dick, darling, you can't. Your
I'm
leg.
carrying you, baby. Come on.
Oh,
this is the way we do it.
Careful now.
Okay. Now, a big kiss before I put
Dick.
you down. Huh?
Look. Look over there on the couch.
Wait a minute. You stand right here.
He looks like he's dead. Dick, is he...
No, he's not dead. But he's sure knocked out.
What happened to him?
The hypo needle on this table probably had something to do with it.
What's he blindfolded for?
I don't know, but looks like we've stumbled into something, baby.
What'll we do, Dick?
We're going to get the police as fast as we can. Come on, let's...
Stay where you are, both of you.
Who are you? Answer me.
If there's any questions to be answered, the boss will take care of that when he gets here. In the meantime...
Oh, Dick!
That's for crashing the party without an invite. Now sit down.
Earlier that day, in the Baltimore field office of the FBI, Agent in Charge Grant received an urgent telephone call, after which he quickly summoned Special Agent Coleman to his desk.
Got something hot off the wire, Mr. Grant?
Yes. Do you know who John Berkeley is?
You mean the plastics manufacturer here?
That's the one. He just telephoned. His son, young Howard Berkeley, has been kidnapped.
Well, when was this?
Sometime after 6 o'clock last night. Young Berkeley had gone up to the family cottage on the bay yesterday by himself to work on his boat.
Yes?
At 6 o'clock, he telephoned his home to say he was staying at the cottage all night. And that was the last they heard from him.
Well, how do they know he was kidnapped?
The father just got an anonymous telephone call a while ago to that effect.
Oh.
The caller, a man, said Berkeley would receive his instructions later.
And in the meantime?
Here's the location of the cottage Berkeley gave me. You should be able to find it all right.
Uh-huh.
You better take a run up there right now and see if you can pick up any leads.
Oh. Okay.
I'll arrange to have approaches covered right away so we'll get the ransom note without having to contact Berkeley in the open to get it.
Right.
Get back here as soon as you can. Things may start moving fast.
Anne.
Yes, Dick?
Give me your hand. I want to stand up a minute.
But that man said...
My leg's getting stiff.
Oh, here.
Wait a minute. What are you doing?
Just stretching.
Sit down.
He's just got out of an army hospital. He was wounded.
So what?
He has to exercise his leg.
Not on my time, so sit down.
If you didn't have that gun...
Look, I've got it.
Okay.
How long are you keeping us here?
I told you. That's up to the boss. Wait a minute. That's him coming now.
Does that mean we can go?
Well, you can ask him that question. He must have saw your car.
Ox?
Yeah?
Whose car is that?
Well, we had some unexpected company, but everything's under control.
Oh. Who are they?
They claim they got permission to use the lighthouse for a second honeymoon.
Well, how romantic. Who are you?
I'm Dick Roswell, and this is my wife.
Where do you come from?
We live in the New York suburb, Scarsdale.
Oh, the Westchester set, huh?
What'll we do with them?
Mr. Roswell?
Yes?
I think you ought to know what's going on here.
I already have an idea.
Did you tell him, Ox?
Of course not.
Well, that character on the couch there is what you'd call in Westchester a house guest. He's staying here until we collect a chunk of dough from his old man.
Kidnapping.
Lady, you're being very crude. This is strictly a business deal.
Look, what are you telling them all this stuff for?
Because they're going to help us, Ox.
Huh?
On account of this is a business deal, Mrs. Roswell is going to write a business letter for us.
Well, what's the idea?
A dame's handwriting will set up a good false lead.
Oh, yeah, I get it. And besides, her fingerprints won't mean anything, huh?
That's right, Ox. Mrs. Roswell, you'll find a box of paper and a pencil on the table there.
You mean you want me to write this?
It's okay, baby. Here's the paper.
Did I ask you to butt in?
I'm just handing her a sheet of paper, that's all. Here, Anne.
Ready, lady?
Yes, sir.
Then take this note. To Mr. John R. Berkeley, 2705 Linwood Drive, Baltimore.
Here's the Berkeley's morning mail, Mr. Grant. Just came.
Good.
And if I'm not mistaken, here's the letter we've been waiting for.
Handle it carefully, Coleman. We don't want to spoil any fingerprints.
Right. Here you are.
I cleared the post office at 2 a.m. this morning.
Yes.
Well, let's have a look.
What does it say?
Berkeley is supposed to leave $20,000 in 5s, 10s, and 20s in a sack in the boat up at the cottage.
When?
By midnight tonight.
Say, what's that say about the Baltimore Herald?
Berkeley is to run a notice in the afternoon's Herald saying instructions are being complied with.
The usual threat, of course, to the victim.
Yes.
Well, there's not much time to get that notice in the paper.
It'll be in there. And the money will be in the boat tonight, too. I'm calling Berkeley now to arrange it.
While I'm doing that, get a messenger and shoot him over to the Bureau with that note.
To check it for fingerprints.
Yes, and the handwriting, too. Which is a woman's, or I miss my guess.
Looks like it.
Well, we ought to hear from the Bureau in 2 or 3 hours. Maybe we'll get the lead that will drown those water rats.
Say, boss,
What is it, Ox?
you need any help?
No, I'm just about finished.
What's he doing?
Tying Berkeley up. We deliver him tonight.
Can't he whistle any other song?
He happens to like that song. He also happens to like the singer who uses it.
It also happens to be driving us crazy.
Well, everything's in real good shape.
Boss.
Well?
What time is it?
Why?
Well, it'll take us nearly an hour to row across to that boathouse.
That's right.
Well, how much time we got?
Enough.
You haven't said what we're going to do with him and her.
That's right.
Well?
Ox, give me the hypo needle.
Berkeley don't need no more, boss. I just stuck him a few minutes ago, remember?
Ox.
Yeah?
The needle.
Okay. There you are. And here's the stuff.
Mrs. Roswell,
Yes, sir?
raise your right sleeve.
Wait a minute.
Well?
You're not going to give her any hypo.
Raise your sleeve, Mrs. Roswell.
Oh, no. No, don't.
You heard what I said.
Raise your sleeve.
No! No!
Get away from her! Get away from me, you...
Hold it, chum!
Thanks, Ox. Now, load Berkeley in the boat, will you, while I put Mrs. Roswell to sleep.
And now, before the FBI file on the Sinister Lighthouse resumes, as it will in just a moment, here's that important message for homeowners and home buyers. This week, at the Equitable Life Assurance Society, I met a self-sacrificing father. Because of an expensive operation that saved his little daughter's life, this father found that he was unable to meet the monthly payments on his home. But he'd forgotten that the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan provides a cash fund for just such financial emergencies. Well, you should have seen the relief on his face when he learned that he could keep his home and that the cash fund in his Assured Home Ownership Plan would take care of his monthly payments for a full year. This cash fund is just one of 5 major advantages of the Assured Home Ownership Plan. The other 4 are, 1, the mortgage is canceled, paid off in full if owner dies. And besides, every dollar previously paid on principal is returned in full to the widow along with the canceled mortgage. 2, the special cash fund increases as the mortgage shrinks. It can be used to shorten the term of the mortgage, pay off a 20-year mortgage, for example, in as little as 14 years, saving 6 years' interest. 3, mortgage interest not at 6%, not at 5%, but at only 4%. 4, liberal allowance to cover title search, lawyer's fees, and other closing costs. No broker's commission or bonus charges. Frankly, there is no other plan like this anywhere. The Equitable Society calls it America's finest plan for home ownership. It protects you against the 2 major hazards of home mortgages, death and hard times. So if you're planning to buy or build a house, or if you now own a home, get complete information on the Assured Home Ownership Plan from your Equitable Society representative. That's the Equitable Society. EQUITABLE. The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And
And now back to the FBI file, The Sinister Lighthouse.
In crimes of abduction, such as reported tonight from the files of your FBI, kidnappers have all the advantages at first. But not for long does this unfavorable balance remain intact. For time and events in the course of executing their prepared plot are constantly at work against them. And quite often, it is some unexpected event which leads to their undoing. Certainly in this case, the appearance of the war veteran and his bride at the Lighthouse Hideout was an unexpected event. It is now about 11 o'clock. On the floor of the lighthouse lie the unconscious forms of the war veteran and his bride. A few yards away, the kidnappers are putting out from shore in a rowboat. At their feet, the drugged body of their victim. And in the Baltimore office of the FBI, a few miles away.
Well, an hour from now, Mr. Grant, the kidnappers will have collected that $20,000, and here we are just sitting.
I know. This is the toughest part of a kidnapping case, Coleman.
I'd give anything if we could be at that boathouse when they get there.
So would I. But we can't gamble with the victim's life.
Well, we should be hearing from Washington.
I know they've had the ransom note for several hours now.
There must have been some fingerprints on it.
Maybe none they've got a record of.
Washington.
I hope so. Grant speaking. Right. It's Washington, all right.
I got my fingers crossed.
Hello? Yes? Uh-huh. Woman's handwriting, huh? We figured that much. Any record of it? I see. What about fingerprints? What? But that doesn't make sense. Uh-huh. All right, I got the name. Lives where? Okay, we'll go to work on it right now. Thanks.
What doesn't make sense?
The note was written by a woman. There are 5 good fingerprints of a man on it.
Well, that's not so hard to take.
But this part is. The duplicates of those prints were found in the non-criminal file.
Huh?
They are the prints of a discharged veteran with a clean record.
Well.
And what's more, he was just released yesterday morning from a Long Island Army hospital.
Hey, wait a minute.
That's what I say. But fingerprints don't lie.
I know.
He and his wife live with his family in Scarsdale, New York. Let's get the New York office on the phone, and fast.
Say, boss.
Well?
I think we got away with them 20 G's too easy.
Just keep on rowing, Ox, and be thankful for this fog.
Anyway, I'm glad we got that kid off our hands now.
I think you've got a point there, Ox.
Yeah, I was beginning to get... Hey.
Well?
Wait a minute. Look, that kid won't be able to tell nobody nothing about us because he never got a look at us.
That's right.
But the other 2 got a real good look at us.
So?
Well, maybe we ought to go back to that lighthouse and knock 'em off for keeps.
Look, so far we've done this job clean, and that's the way it stays.
But they can identify us.
For that, they need our names, where we're from, and our fingerprints, none of which they have.
Yeah, but if...
Keep on rowing to where we hit the car. We're getting back to New York fast.
Take it easy, fella.
Huh?
You'll be all right.
Who are you?
We're special agents of the FBI.
FBI?
That's right.
Oh. Anne. My wife. Where is she?
She's right here.
But they
Apparently, she was drugged.
She's coming around all right now, Mr. Grant.
Good.
It'll take a couple of minutes for her mind to clear. If I ever get my hands on those
Just tell us what you know about them quickly.
Sure, but how did you get here? I mean...
Fortunately, your fingerprints were on the ransom note.
Good, then it worked.
What do you mean?
I did that on purpose. I knew my prints would be on record on account of being in the Army, and maybe you could trace us here that way.
That's just what happened.
Ann and I came here for our second honeymoon.
We know all that. We've talked to your folks. And you stumbled into a kidnapping.
Yeah.
And they forced your wife to write the note.
That's right.
They've collected the ransom by now. Now it's up to us to catch them. With your help.
What do you want to know?
How many were there?
2.
Can you give us a good description?
Well, let me see.
Well, did they have any distinguishing characteristics or marks or habits that might help us?
Well, the only habit I remember was the boss kept whistling the same tune over and over and over.
What tune?
I never heard it before.
Any particular reason for him whistling it?
The other one let something slip about some girl that sings it all the time.
Who was she?
He didn't say.
Did you get any idea where they're from?
They seem to know New York pretty well.
See if you can remember how the tune went.
Well, I'm not much good at that.
Dick.
Ann, darling.
Dick.
Everything's all right, baby.
Maybe she can remember how that tune went.
Yeah. Ann, listen, baby.
Dick, I'm so sick.
You're gonna be okay, darling. Listen, you gotta help these men. They're from the FBI.
What?
That tune he was whistling all the time.
Tune?
Yeah, the one that kidnapper whistled. How did it go?
I don't remember.
Sure you do. You never forget a tune. Come on, snap out of it, baby. If you remember that song, it might help the FBI catch them.
The FBI? What do you want to see me about?
Since you're a prominent nightclub operator here in New York, Mr. Cardoni, you might be just the man who can help us.
What do you mean?
We want you to identify a tune for us.
Tune? What tune?
We don't believe it's published. Probably special material. Mrs. Roswell.
Yes?
Would you sing it for him?
Hey, now look here. If this is some trick to get this girl an audition...
We identified ourselves, Cardoni. And we're after a couple of kidnappers. Sing the tune, Mrs. Roswell.
Okay. I know it's not an audition gag now.
What's the tune?
That's Kay Wentworth's theme song.
Who's she?
Nightclub singer. I booked her here several times.
Where is she now?
Around town. Why?
Who's her boyfriend?
Is she married?
To whom?
Trumpet player.
Oh.
That bad?
Look, Mr. Grant.
Yes?
Just because our man whistles a tune all the time doesn't necessarily mean he knows Kay Wentworth.
That's true.
He might be, well, just an ardent admirer of hers. Is Miss Wentworth singing anywhere now, Mr. Cardoni?
No.
You know what I'm thinking, Mr. Grant?
I believe I do. Mr. Cardoni.
Yeah?
I'm sure you book your talent for the club far in advance. But this is an emergency. And if you'll cooperate with the FBI, you may be helping us to...
And now, ladies and gentlemen, as the piece de resistance of our Sunday night celebrity show here at the Key Club, we present that scintillating singer of sophisticated songs, Miss Kay Wentworth.
There she is, boss. Oh, she's gorgeous, huh?
And you keep quiet now, Ox, or you'll eat this bottle.
Huh, boss?
Shut up.
Joe is just a name to most, but to me...
Hey, boss.
I told you to keep
But
quiet.
look who's coming this way.
I don't care who it is.
It's them kids from the lighthouse.
What?
And they got 2 other guys with them.
Let's get out of here.
Just a minute, you.
What's the idea?
I believe you already know Mr. and Mrs. Roswell here. And we're special agents of the FBI.
Look, I don't know what
They're the men, all right.
Then sit back down, both of you. We went to a lot of trouble to arrange Miss Wentworth's appearance here, especially for you, mister. You ought to hear the finish of her number. You'll have a lot of time to whistle it.
The Berkeley kidnappers were tried and convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment in a federal penitentiary. Yes, the tremendous upsurge of crime in post-war America finds the kidnapper at work again. Undaunted by the fact that his predecessors back in the 20s and early 30s were, without exception, brought to justice. But your FBI warns him here and now that once again, with the cooperation of you, the American citizen, he and all his breed will be wiped out.
Next week, another thrilling case from the files of your FBI. We'll tell you about it in just a moment. Certain features of the Equitable Society's assured home ownership plan are easily remembered, such as the low interest of only 4% and the fact that if the owner dies, the widow owns the home free and clear. But there are other facts about this plan that you should know. And that's why we suggest you see the nearest Equitable Society representative without delay. He has all the information at his fingertips and plenty of literature for reference and study. Call him tomorrow. Look up the number of the Equitable Life Assurance Society in your phone book. EQUITABLE, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Flowers for the Corpse.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. And now this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Flowers for the Corpse. On This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Casting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Later in tonight's program, our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, will have a special announcement for homeowners, future homeowners as well as present. Please have a pencil and paper handy. This is America's finest plan for home ownership, and it offers so many advantages in economy and security that you will surely want to write down the instructions for getting further information. Get ready for the good news on America's finest plan for home ownership. Tonight's FBI file, Flowers for the Corpse.
Professional thieving is a business, and some forms of it, just as some forms of legitimate business, are conducted on a nationwide scale, with accomplices in major cities throughout the country acting as sales outlets for the stolen goods. But your FBI, one of whose jobs it is to smash these rings, also operates on a nationwide scale. And no matter how cunning the methods of the one, they are no match for the unrelenting vigilance of the other. And it is inevitable, as illustrated in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, it is inevitable that sometime, at some point, the twain shall meet. The greenhouse floral business operated by Merrill Sheridan and his widowed aunt in the suburbs of a large Midwestern city had, until a few months ago, produced only a modest income. Then it began to prosper smartly. But at the moment, this sudden financial success means nothing to Merrill Sheridan. He stands forlornly in his greenhouse, contemplating a flower.
Merle? Oh, Merle?
Yes, Aunt Kathy.
Well, I thought you were coming into the house for lunch.
I was.
Is something wrong?
Yes. It's this iris.
Oh, what about it?
I'm convinced it deliberately committed suicide.
But I thought it was doing so well.
It was.
Well, perhaps you can revive it.
I wouldn't give the stupid thing another chance.
Oh, look, isn't that Mr. Durham outside?
Yeah. Oh, yes. I'm sorry to say.
Why, Merle, he's our most profitable customer.
I appreciate him, darling, but I don't trust him.
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Durham.
I would have gotten here sooner, but traffic in the city was extraordinarily heavy.
Mr. Durham.
Yes?
You obviously received my telegram.
Oh, yes. You said you had a rare variety of tulip bulb that I might be interested in, correct?
Yes.
I'll watch the office, Merle.
Very well, Aunt Kathy.
May I see the rare specimen?
Certainly. Here we are.
Well, let me look at it.
Don't be impatient. I'll handle it. Here, cup your hand.
Very well.
That's it. Now I shall pull its false bottom out by the roots, thusly, and...
Good Lord, Sheridan.
Does it please you?
Why, it's one of the most beautiful emeralds I've seen.
It's the late property of some plushy dowager, I'd say.
Why, it's at least 20 carats.
Aunt Kathy and I will settle for $25,000.
Well, I'll do the best I can.
You'll probably sell it for twice that, but remember, you will still get only your usual 1/3 share.
Now, look here, Sheridan. I've told you before.
You're entitled to a larger share. I know.
This is a precarious enterprise for all of us. But I've spent nearly 20 years building my business. And if I'm caught in just one of these transactions, what happens to the house of Durham and where am I?
Aunt Kathy and I will see to it that you have fresh flowers in your cell every day.
Now, see here.
That's enough. Just dash on back to the house of Durham, old dear, and do the best you can for 1/3.
The same morning, in that city's field office of the FBI, Agent in Charge Craig was sitting at his desk when Special Agent Highland entered from the teletype room.
Good morning, Mr. Craig.
Hello, Highland. What have you got there?
Special bulletin to all field offices from Washington.
Oh, what's up?
A series of jewel robberies. 3 cities along the eastern seaboard, one right after the other.
Sounds like the work of one gang.
Yes, here's the bulletin.
Mm-hmm.
None of the stuff is turning up in the cities where it was stolen, so the police figure the gang is fencing it out around the country.
I don't see any description of the stuff here.
There's a follow-up teletype coming in. Quite a long list.
I see.
I don't imagine any of the stones are in their original mounting now, though.
No, jewel gangs are usually smart enough to unmount the stones before trying to dispose of them. They're harder to identify that way.
And reduces the chances of finding them to about 1 in a million, too.
Well, don't be so pessimistic. You said there's quite a long list of it, right?
Yeah, but I also...
All the FBI has to do is find just one piece of the jewelry or just one of the stones.
But the tough part is finding that one stone.
I know, and maybe none of this stuff will ever turn up in our particular bailiwick, but we've got to go on the assumption that it will, so let's get busy.
What first?
For a start, let's alert the police, all pawn shops, and all insurance companies which insure jewelry.
Right.
Hello?
Hello, Sheridan?
Oh. Hello, Durham.
I've just deposited my personal check for $20,000 to your bank account.
For what?
I sold the stone for $30,000 and kept my 1/3, $10,000. Isn't that good news?
No.
Why not?
A little birdie told me you collected $6,000 more as federal luxury tax.
Well,
Didn't you?
well, yes, but...
Then deposit $4,000 of it to my account at once.
Now, look, the tax money belongs to the
You're
government.
not paying taxes on stolen gems, and you know it.
Sheridan, I told you I wanted more than 1/3 share, and I'm keeping that $6,000 as a bonus until you're ready to revise our agreement.
What kind of flowers do you want?
Never mind threatening me.
Listen, Durham.
Well,
All right. Keep your bonus.
that's just what... What?
I've just decided that from now on we're going to do business on a different basis.
What do you mean?
I'll fix the amount that Aunt Kathy and I are to have, and you pay it to us in cash on the spot. Then whatever you sell the article for later is your business. How's that?
But what if I don't agree with your price?
You can take it or leave it.
Very well.
Good. And we'll start tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
I'll have an article by then that will be worth $10,000 to Aunt Kathy and me, so bring that much cash with you.
But what if
You will not be obligated to buy, but just be prepared to. And make it about 1 o'clock.
I'll be there.
You sent for me, Mr. Craig?
Yes, Highland. You were kind of pessimistic yesterday, weren't you, about our chances of ever finding any of those stolen jewels?
Well, yes.
I've just had an interesting telephone call.
You don't mean one of them has turned up already?
One of the stolen jewels described on that list was a 20-carat emerald, wasn't it?
Yes.
An insurance company that we alerted yesterday just phoned to report that they'd been asked to insure a 20-carat emerald.
What?
It was brought to them by Mrs. V.A. Madison. Her husband is the head of the Power and Light Company.
Oh, I know, but you don't think that either he or his wife are buying a stolen emerald?
No, they wouldn't have to know it had been stolen. He purchased the emerald yesterday.
Where?
Why don't you go ask him?
I'm on my way now.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Durham. What can I do for you?
I have an appointment with your nephew.
Oh, yes. He's back in the greenhouse. Shall I go get him?
No, I'll find him. Sheridan? Sheridan!
Don't shout,
Oh.
Mr. Durham.
Sheridan, you said you'd have an article for me to look at.
That's right, I did.
Well?
I also told you it would cost you $10,000 in cash.
Provided I want to buy it.
Are you prepared to?
Certainly.
I don't see anything green that isn't a plant, old boy.
All right, here's the money. Look at it.
How much is there?
$10,000.
I can't afford to trust you anymore. It's much too expensive.
Well, here, count it yourself.
I'd be delighted. 1, 2, 3. All hundreds?
Each of those packages contains $1,000.
Fine. Then I'll take 4 of them.
Huh?
Here. You may have the rest back.
What are you doing?
Just evening the score, that's all.
What?
My dear fellow, you held out $4,000 on me yesterday, didn't you?
Oh, I get it. This was all just a trick.
Rather clever one, don't you think?
Give me back that money.
Not a chance, old dear. Now I must look after the petunia.
Why, you...
Please go away before I sick the snapdragons on you.
Either you give me back that money this minute, Sheridan,
Or you'll do what?
I'll tell the police that you commissioned me to sell a 20-carat emerald for you yesterday.
Really?
And after I had innocently incriminated myself, you confessed that it was stolen and offered me more stolen jewels to get rid of.
That would be very unwise.
Look, I want to get out of this business anyway. You keep the $4,000. I'm going to the police.
Just a minute, Mr. Durham.
What?
You're not going to make trouble for us.
Get out of my way.
Sorry.
Thank you, Aunt Kathy. You're so considerate.
And now, before the FBI file on flowers for the corpse resumes, as it will in just a moment, here's that important message for homeowners and home buyers. This week at the Equitable Life Assurance Society, I heard the inspiring story of a young hero who gave his life trying to save someone else's home, trying to save people trapped in a burning building.
Not long before his death, this gallant young man had started to purchase a home for his own family under the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan. Thanks to his foresight, his widow didn't inherit a mortgage. She inherited a home she now owns free and clear. You see, the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan offers home buyers these 5 important advantages. 1, the mortgage is canceled, paid off in full if owner dies. And besides, every dollar previously paid on principal is returned in full to the widow along with a canceled mortgage. 2, a special cash fund is built up, ready to be used if financial emergencies threaten the home. 3, this cash fund increases as the mortgage shrinks. It can be used to shorten the term of the mortgage. Pay off a 20-year mortgage, for example, in as little as 14 years, saving 6 years' interest. 4, mortgage interest not at 6%, not at 5%, but at only 4%. 5, liberal allowance to cover title search, lawyer's fees, and other closing costs. No broker's commission or bonus charges. Well, frankly, there is no other plan like this anywhere. The Equitable Society calls it America's finest plan for home ownership. It protects you against the 2 major hazards of home mortgages, death and hard times. So if you're planning to buy or build a house, or if you now own a home, get complete information on the Assured Home Ownership Plan from your Equitable Society representative. That's the Equitable Society. EQUITABLE. The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now, back to the FBI file, Flowers for the Corpse.
Professional jewel thieves and their accomplices, so often glamorized by authors of mystery adventure fiction and endowed with almost supernatural talents, are neither glamorous nor supernatural to your FBI, or to law enforcement agencies cooperating in their capture. To them, they're just another lot of criminals, just another patch of scum fouling the waters of decent society, and just as vulnerable as any other kind of criminal. At about the time the jeweler Durham was making his fatal visit to the Sheridan greenhouse, Special Agent Highland of the FBI was concluding his visit to V.A. Madison, purchaser of the stolen emerald. A little later, accompanied by Agent in Charge Craig, he visited Durham's office.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Durham isn't in.
Are you his secretary?
Yes.
Well, then perhaps you can help us. We're special agents of the FBI.
The FBI?
That's right.
But what...
It's about a stone which Mr. V.A. Madison purchased here a couple of days ago, a 20-carat emerald.
What about it?
Mr. Durham told Mr. Madison he had obtained the stone through the liquidation of an estate that same day.
Yes, that's true.
We've just checked, and there is no record of any such estate liquidation.
What?
But the emerald exactly fits the description of one stolen in an eastern city recently.
Good heavens, what... There must be some mistake.
I'm afraid the mistake is Mr. Durham's in knowingly receiving and disposing of stolen goods. Now, where did he really get the emerald?
I don't know.
Has he gotten other stones the same way?
Well, yes. I mean, that is...
We're convinced Mr. Durham is dealing with agents of a ring of jewel thieves, miss.
Well, if he is, I don't know it. They don't come
Ray.
here.
Yeah.
I found this on Durham's desk.
What?
Flowers are my hobby, you know, and this is a Dutch variety of tulip bulb.
Well, what about it?
Well, it's not only an odd place for a tulip bulb to be, but this is a very odd bulb.
What do you mean?
Take hold of the roots at the bottom and pull. That's it.
Well, what? Why, the bottom comes out.
Yeah, and the bulb is hollow inside.
Oh, for the love of Pete. What do you know about this, miss?
I didn't know that about it.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, Mr. Durham buys a lot of tulip bulbs.
From whom?
A greenhouse out in Millville.
Yes?
every time they have some of a certain special variety, they let Mr. Durham know.
I'll say it's a special variety.
Sounds like the florist could be the fence.
Sure, and hides the stuff in hollow tulip bulbs.
What's the name of that greenhouse, miss?
It's Sheridan's.
Highland, I'll stick here and wait for Durham.
Right.
And since you speak the flower language...
I'll get out there and start speaking it right now.
Aunt Kathy?
Yes?
I think we should be getting out of here.
Merle, running away is just the thing not to do.
Darling, after all, you have committed a murder, and I believe there's a law against that sort of thing.
But closing up the greenhouse and running away would immediately pin suspicion on us.
Then what is your idea, my sweet?
To dispose of Durham's body and his car.
How, when, and where?
We'll drive up to the cabin tonight, lock the body in the car, and roll it into the lake.
Aunt Kathy, you're a genius. I would never have... Wait.
Well, what's the matter?
Someone just drove up.
What of it? Probably a customer.
He's no regular customer. I've never seen him before.
Well, we can't turn him down because of that.
But suppose I have to take him back in the greenhouse.
He won't know there's a body hidden under the benches unless you tell him.
Oh.
How do you do?
Hello. What can we do for you?
I'd like to get a few tulip bulbs, please.
Some what?
Tulip bulbs, Merle.
Oh, yes. Well, if you'll tell me what kind you want, I'll go back in the greenhouse.
Well, that's all right. I'll come with you, if I may.
Well...
Take the gentleman back, Merle. I'll watch the office.
Come this way, please.
Surely.
After you.
Thank you.
Any particular variety you're interested in?
Pride of Harlem is my favorite Dutch bulb.
Oh? Oh, yes.
The reason I came here, a friend of mine who trades with you recommended your place to me.
Who's that?
Pardon?
Your friend, I mean.
The jeweler, J.P. Durham.
Just a minute.
Yes?
Who are you and what do you want here?
Well, I don't understand.
You're lying to me. You're no friend of Durham's, and you didn't come here to buy tulip bulbs.
You're making my work awfully easy for me, Mr. Sheridan.
What?
So I may as well admit now that I'm not a friend of Durham's. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
FBI?
And I'm not concerned with the bulbs themselves, but the jewels that you conceal inside some of them.
Look here.
Furthermore, I'd like an explanation for what looks like blood on the floor over there. Also the car outside with the monogram JPD on the door.
You'd better put your hands up, Mr. FBI.
Thanks again, Aunt Kathy.
Merle, I think we'll have 2 passengers in that car up at the lake tonight.
What time is it, Brian?
5:35. Why?
Highland should have reported back here by now.
Maybe he had trouble finding the place.
Shouldn't have had too much trouble. He knew the name of the town and the name of the greenhouse owner.
Well, maybe he wasn't in, and Highland is waiting for him. There wouldn't be any sense in calling us unless he had some information.
No, perhaps you're right. But
what?
I don't like the whole setup.
What do you mean?
Well, in addition to not hearing from Highland, we can't find Durham.
I'm not exactly crazy about that part of it myself.
He's mixed up in this, and if he's running out, I don't want to give him too much of a lead.
If he's running out, and the man who owns the greenhouse isn't in, maybe they're both taking the trip together.
Yeah. Well, one thing is sure.
What's that?
We're not doing anybody any good sitting around here. Let's get out to that greenhouse.
Merle? Did you get Durham's body in the car?
Yes. I didn't realize my own strength.
Is there anything else we have to do?
Not that I can think of.
Well, then I think we'd better be going. It's a long drive to the cabin, and the FBI is no one-man organization, you know.
What do you mean?
Oh, they'll be sending some other men along to look for this one when he doesn't show up.
You're right. I'll be ready to go in a minute.
What are you doing there, Mr. FBI?
Nothing. Just rearranging some of the flowers.
What are you doing that for?
Well, I'm rather fond of flowers myself, and the colors you had in this centerpiece bothered me.
We're not interested in what bothers you.
I always heard that they allowed the condemned man to do what he liked during the last hours.
Stop fixing those flowers.
Merle, Did you check the gas and oil in Durham's car? It won't be a very good idea to be stopping anywhere with our passengers.
Everything is taken care of. Let's go.
Place sure seems deserted, Craig.
Yeah. Got your flash?
Right here.
Let's see if we can get in the greenhouse and have a look around. Try this door here.
Oh. Didn't bother to lock up anyway.
No. Throw your light around. Come on. Let's take a walk down this aisle and see what we
Craig.
can... Yeah?
Look.
Yeah. Looks like blood.
I hope it's not Highland's blood.
Wait a minute. Shine your light over there.
What is it?
Highland's identification card.
What?
It was lying on the table with this bunch of flowers.
Say, those flowers seem to be arranged in a special way.
Yes, and I've got a hunch it's supposed to mean something.
You think Highland managed to leave us some kind of clue?
Yes, he knew his flowers, and flowers have special meanings. What kind are these?
I think one of them's a verbena. Yeah. Yeah, my wife planted some to make a border.
Let's get on the phone and call the Daily Journal's library and find out what a verbena means.
Right.
And if that doesn't tell us enough, we'll find out what these others mean and get the whole story.
This is getting to be a bore.
Now, Merle, just relax. After all, we can't roll a car and two bodies into the lake as long as that moonstruck couple is parked down there.
Well, you'd think they would have had enough smooching in 2 hours.
Wait a minute. I believe that... Yes, they are. They're driving off now.
Thank heaven.
Well, Mr. FBI?
I think I know what you mean.
You'll please walk out of the cabin to the car and get in beside the late Dr. Durham.
Well, I guess the message I left for my associates to find has failed me.
What do you mean?
What message?
The flowers you made me drop. My identification card you didn't see me drop.
What?
Surely you know the language of flowers. The verbena meant pray for me. That was to let them know I was in your power. And the milkwort means hermitage, which they could easily translate into this isolated cabin of yours.
Very clever. But I'm afraid they wouldn't know where this cabin is.
Your friends and neighbors do, and they'd gladly cooperate with the FBI.
Then, Aunt Kathy, I'd say let's get this over with and move away from here.
Yes.
Get up from there and start for the door.
Okay.
Drop that gun.
Craig, am I glad to see you.
We finally figured out your message, Highland, but we were afraid we'd be too late.
It is too late for Durham. And it could have been for me unless... Well, do you know what smooching is?
Why?
I'm very thankful for it.
Tried on the more serious charge of murder, Merle Sheridan's aunt was convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment. Her nephew received a long term in a federal penitentiary for receiving and disposing of stolen goods. And the arrest of these two led eventually to the apprehension of the gang of jewel thieves, all of whom are now serving prison terms. Yes, professional thievery is a business, operating sometimes on a nationwide scale. But likewise, the law operates on a nationwide scale. And no matter how cunning the methods of the one, they are no match for the unrelenting vigilance of the other. And it is inevitable, always, that sometime, at some point, the twain shall meet.
Next week, another thrilling case from the files of your FBI. We'll tell you about it in just a moment. But first, let me refresh your memory on the more important features of the Equitable Society's assured home ownership plan. Remember that the mortgage interest is only 4%. Remember that if the owner dies, the widow owns the home without any mortgage at all. Yes, the assured home ownership plan is practically foreclosure-proof. To get the full story, talk to an Equitable Society representative in your community. Ask him for literature that gives all details. You'll find him in your local phone book under the name Equitable, Equitable, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Friendly Killers.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlson. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Friendly Killers, on This is Your FBI. Have you ever been hungry, really hungry, so hungry that it hurts? It's an unpleasant sensation even for a few hours. Well, imagine how it is to feel that way month after month, to live for years on a starvation diet. And then remember that right now, 500 million people in the world are desperately hungry. Millions of them will die unless we send them whatever food we can spare. Support your local food collection campaign or send a contribution direct to Emergency Food Collection, New York City. That's Emergency Food Collection, New York City. Give so the starving may live.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. In a few minutes, the Equitable Society, sponsor of this program, will have an important announcement for homeowners and for all families that are thinking of buying or building a home. If this is your husband's night to go bowling or attend lodge meeting, please listen carefully to this announcement yourself so that you can tell him all about America's finest plan for home ownership, a plan that can save you money and give you greater security in a home of your own. Tonight's FBI file, The Friendly Killers.
The most alarming feature of the current crime wave in America is not just the fact that it is the largest in the history of the nation. Rather, it is the probability that the majority of those who have helped to make it the largest, the thousands of juvenile and adult beginners in crime, it is the probability that the majority of them will join and thereby expand the ranks of the professional criminals. That is the most alarming part of it. For it is the professional criminals, like those in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, who live solely by preying on the lives and property of others. It is they who form the cancerous area on the moral body of our society. And any permanent increase in their number only spreads the malignancy and shortens the distance to fatal degeneration. Most any other couple would have celebrated their 25th wedding anniversary by at least dining out or having in a few friends. But William and Betty Gates preferred to spend the day and evening quietly together in their modest little home in Cleveland. It's after supper now, and they've just settled down on the living room couch. William slips an arm about his wife and draws her closer to him.
Bet, honey, it's been a mighty nice day, hasn't it?
Sure has. But not any nicer than all the other days we've spent together.
Now that was a real sweet way for you to put it, honey.
Well, it's just how I feel about it.
You know, Bet, we got a lot to be thankful for.
Indeed we have.
Comfortable home, our feeling for each other. And the work Walter's been giving me keeps us going along good. I guess we ought to... Oh, shucks.
Now, who do you suppose that is?
Well, I sure hope it's not company, but I better go see.
Maybe it's just the paper boy to collect.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes?
How does it feel to be married 25 years?
Walter! Oh, you...
Oh, Bill, you old cusset. Did you and Betty think Patsy and I'd forgotten what day this is?
Oh, now, we're mighty glad you dropped in.
Well, thanks.
Come on in, come in.
Go ahead, Eddie.
Okay.
Bet, we got company. Good company. It's Walter and the missus.
Well, hello there.
Congratulations, Mrs. Gates.
Thank you,
You're
honey.
congratulating the wrong one, Patsy.
What do you mean?
It's Bill you want to congratulate for Betty letting him stick around for 25 years.
Oh, see here.
Well, anyway, here's a little package for you both.
Oh, Mr. Carter.
Oh, that's
you
nothing, Mrs. Gates. Walter's got a real surprise for you.
You mean there's something more?
Just wait till you hear it.
Bill, how would you and Betty like to have a day at Niagara Falls?
What?
Niagara Falls.
That's right. Never been there, have you, Betty?
No.
Well, that's the surprise we've got for you.
Oh.
We got a compartment for you both on the train to Buffalo tonight, and it's just a little short run from there to the falls, and you can come back the next day.
But would we have to go tonight, Walter?
Yeah, you would.
Why?
Because there'll be a man getting on in the compartment next to yours, headed for New York with a satchel full of bonds worth $50,000.
And you want us to steal them?
That's right.
Well, for heaven's sake, Walter, why didn't you say that in the first place?
Yes.
Just think, Bet, at last, we're going to see Niagara Falls. Excuse me, friend. You haven't gone to bed yet, have you?
Who is it?
This is your neighbor in the compartment next door.
Oh. Hello there. What's on your mind?
Well, now, there's something I forgot to tell you when we were talking back in the club car.
What's that?
Today happens to be our 25th wedding anniversary.
Well, congratulations. What do you know?
So my wife talked me into inviting you in for a little nightcap drink or two.
Oh, I see.
How about it?
I'd be delighted.
Oh, that's fine. Betty.
Yes?
Mr. Burnett's coming in for a drink.
Oh, how nice.
I'll just close my door.
Sure. Now, go ahead in, Mr. Burnett.
Thank you. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. I hope you have a taste for wine, Mr. Burnett.
Sure.
This is real good. I made it myself. Here you are.
Thank you.
William?
Thank you, Bet.
May I propose a toast?
Of course.
Here's to the love...
William, that was very rude of you. You hit him before he finished the toast.
Next morning, in answer to a telegram from the conductor, Special Agent Hugh Miller of the New York office of the FBI met the incoming Cleveland train at Grand Central Station and went immediately to compartment A in car 426. A few minutes later...
And when the porter wakened me, Mr. Miller, I was still in their compartment here. And of course, they were gone.
And the bonds were gone from your compartment?
Yes, sir.
You say the couple got off at Buffalo?
The conductor said they had booked the compartment only that far.
Well, I see they were careful enough to do a little cleaning up before they left the train.
How do you mean?
The wood and metal surfaces in here seem to have been gone over with a wet cloth recently. They weren't leaving any fingerprints behind.
Oh, but surely there must be some kind of clue that would help.
Can you give me a good description of the couple?
Yes, of course I can.
The bonds, what kind were they?
Valley Gas and Electric Company in units of $1,000.
Registered?
No, sir, just coupon.
And they'd certainly have no trouble disposing of them.
I'm afraid not.
Do you have a list of the serial numbers?
Yes, in my office in Cleveland.
That'll cost us a little time. They may sell the bonds before we can alert all banks and brokers of the list of the bond numbers.
Oh, I can have my office on the phone in a few minutes, Mr. Miller.
All right, and have your secretary phone the list to our office there. I'll call the agent in charge there now and give him the story.
Good.
Then I think you and I had better hop the next plane for Cleveland.
Why?
The couple boarded the train with you, didn't they?
Yes.
In all probability, Cleveland is their base, too. They'll likely head back there from Buffalo.
I see.
Now, let's not waste any more time. Let's make those calls.
Right.
Well, I imagine that's Walter come for the bonds, Bet.
No, I'll let him in. Just a minute.
Hello, Betty.
Oh, come in, Mr. Carter.
Thanks. Where's Bill?
Right here, Walter.
Oh, good. Did you get the bonds?
Yep.
Well, where are they?
Right here. Here you are.
What'd you do to the guy?
Oh, he was the nicest man, Mr. Carter. We invited him in to have a drink in honor of our anniversary.
Yes, he was. He's a very sociable
Hey.
fella.
Holy cats, Bill.
What's the matter?
These bonds.
Well, what about them?
I thought the guy was carrying Cleveland municipals. These are Valley Gas and Electric.
Well, there's $51,000 bonds there anyway.
Well, you know what the market is on them now?
No.
Well, they're not listed on the board, but I know. Bonds are my racket. These are only worth about $300 apiece.
Huh?
Too bad, Bill. That cuts yours and Betty's third down to $5,000 instead of 15.
Oh.
Well, anyway, that's 5,000 more than you would have had, isn't it? And besides, you had a nice trip to Niagara.
Yes.
Well, I won't keep you waiting for your cut. Yeah. There's your 5 G's.
Thanks ever so much, Walter.
I better get going, get rid of these before they get too hot. So long.
Bye, Mr.
So
Carter.
long, Walter.
William,
What, honey?
do you think Mr. Carter was telling the truth?
I don't know, Bet. But I'm sure we're going to find out.
Say, what's the matter with you fellas here in the Cleveland office, Kidder? 24 hours and the bond thief's still at large.
Okay, Miller. The next plane for New York leaves in 30 minutes.
No leads yet, huh?
It takes time to alert all banks and brokers in the country.
Sure, but they should all be on notice by now.
The bonds may have been disposed of before they were alerted.
Even so, whoever bought them ought to be yelling.
Hey, you still think the thieves base here in Cleveland?
Sure. Why?
Well, we've got no record of anybody answering their description, and neither have the police.
Yeah, but just the same.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
Kidder speaking.
This is C.P. Adams in the State Building.
Yes?
I'm a broker.
Oh, just a minute, sir. Get on the other phone, Miller. This may be a lead.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Adams?
I have no complaint against the FBI. I'm sure you got out your notices as soon as possible. But,
Yes, sir?
Unfortunately, my secretary was out when my notice came, and she's just handed it to me 1 hour too late.
What do you mean?
I bought those stolen bonds 1 hour ago.
I see. Well, please don't disturb anything in your office, Mr. Adams. We'll be right over.
William? William?
Oh, I'm in here, Bets.
Oh. Well, been home long, William?
Not long.
I didn't mean to get home after dark, but I went downtown to do some shopping late, and I met that Mrs. Wilson.
Oh, I know what that means, yeah.
Oh, yes. Talk for hours, seems like.
Yep.
Just can't get away from her without... Well, for heaven's sake, William. Isn't that Mr. Carter?
That's right.
Well, why have you got him gagged and tied up in that chair?
Well, can't you guess?
Oh, you found out something.
Yes, I'm afraid he was lying about what the bonds were worth.
Oh, what a pity. How much they worth?
Face value, $50,000 plus interest.
Has he already sold them?
Yep.
Where's the money?
Oh, we'll get it all right.
Goodness. Imagine him trying to pull a stunt like that.
Bet the trouble with crime, there's too many amateurs like Walter in it. His last mistake cost him 2 years.
Yes, and he come mighty near getting us in the soup kettle besides.
Well, he's got himself in one this time.
What are you going to do with him?
I was just waiting till you got home and for it to get dark.
Oh.
Hand me the choker out of the drawer, would you?
Oh, sure, dear.
Now, look, Walter, I'd like to take your gag out, but the neighbors might hear you and get an idea something was wrong.
Will this thing do, William? This,
Yes, that's fine. Well, I'm sorry, Walter. Now, I know you don't like being choked, but it'll be all over real soon. He's gone, Bet.
Yes, poor fella. Well, it's getting late. I better fix some supper.
And now, before the FBI file on the Friendly Killers resumes, as it will in just a moment, here's that important message for homeowners and home buyers. This week, the Equitable Life Assurance Society has a special message for young couples who are setting up housekeeping in this first year of peace, 1946. A message, in fact, for all families who intend to build or buy a home or who now own a home. We have a plan that's made to order for you. It's called the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan, and it offers you security along with these 5 important advantages. 1, the mortgage is canceled, paid off in full if owner dies. And besides, every dollar previously paid on principal is returned in full to the widow along with the canceled mortgage. 2, a special cash fund is built up, ready to be used if financial emergencies threaten the home. 3, this cash fund increases as the mortgage shrinks. It can be used to shorten the term of the mortgage, pay off a 20-year mortgage, for example, in as little as 14 years, saving 6 years' interest. 4, mortgage interest not at 6%, not at 5%, but at only 4%. 5, liberal allowance to cover title search, lawyer's fees, and other closing costs. No broker's commission or bonus charges. Frankly, there is no other plan like this anywhere. The Equitable Society calls it America's finest plan for home ownership. It protects you against the 2 major hazards of home mortgages, death and hard times. So if you're planning to buy or build a house, or if you now own a home, get complete information on the Assured Home Ownership Plan from your Equitable Society representative. That's the Equitable Society. EQUITABLE. The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Friendly Killers.
There are a lot of amateurs in the field of crime, both beginners and habitual criminals, who are so engrossed in the achievement of their main objective, whether it be profit or emotional gratification, that they commit many glaring blunders which lead to their defeat. But the most seasoned and most calculating of professional criminals, such as the murderer called William Gates in tonight's case, differ from the amateurs in this respect only, that they make fewer mistakes. But inevitably, they make at least one mistake, leave at least one clue, and it takes only that one to defeat them. It was only a couple of hours before William Gates and his wife Betty murdered Walter Carter that Special Agent Kidder of the Cleveland FBI office and Special Agent Miller received the telephone call from the bond broker Adams. A few minutes later, in Adams' office.
You say, Mr. Adams, that you bought the stolen bonds only about an hour before you received our warning notice.
Yes, as I told you, Mr. Kidder, my secretary was out when the notice was delivered.
Unfortunate timing.
That's certainly not your fault.
Thank you, sir. The man who sold you the bonds.
He gave the name of Jackson, but now that I know they were stolen bonds, I assume that's not his real name.
Can you describe him?
Well, I'd say he was of medium height and weight, a well-tailored gray suit.
Pardon me, sir. You say only medium height?
That's right, Mr. Miller.
And how old?
Oh, I'd judge not more than, under 40 anyway.
That's not the man we were looking for, Kidder.
How's that, sir?
It was a man and his wife, Mr. Adams, who stole the bonds originally. And the man's description doesn't tally with the one you've given.
How did you pay him for the bonds?
I sent out for the cash. He said he needed it right away for another transaction.
I see. Is everything in your office exactly as it was then?
I haven't disturbed a thing since our phone conversation.
Do you smoke cigarettes, Mr. Adams?
No, sir.
There's a half-smoked cigarette in your ashtray.
Why, he smoked that himself.
You positive?
Yes. I had to pass him the tray. I remember. Yeah.
And there ought to be a print on that cigarette.
Right. We'll take the tray and all if you don't mind, Mr. Adams.
Go right ahead.
And if you'll give us a more detailed description of the man, we may start getting somewhere pretty fast on this.
Hello, Mrs. Carter.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gates.
I'm sorry to bother you this late in the evening, but...
Walter's not here.
Yes, I know. He was the one who sent me.
Oh? Come in.
Thank you.
Where is Walter?
He's hiding out.
Where?
Well, now, he told me not to tell you because you'd be sure to come to him, and he doesn't want to risk getting you in trouble, too.
What do you mean?
Well, Walter thinks that somebody's on his trail since he sold those bonds.
He didn't think that when he left here late this afternoon.
Now, I'm only doing what he told me, ma'am.
What did he send you here for?
He doesn't want the money here in case the police start searching the apartment.
I don't believe it.
You believe this, ma'am?
Where did you get his keychain?
Walter gave it to me so you could open the cash box.
But I don't know the safe combination.
He gave me that, too, ma'am.
Look, if Walter's trying to pull a run out on me, I'll...
Now, you know he wouldn't do that to you, ma'am.
He'd double-cross his own grandmother.
I'd better get this money for him, like he said.
Okay, but you tell him what I said. If he's trying to pull anything funny, I'll fix him good.
Kidder speaking.
Hello, this is Miller.
Oh, good morning, Miller. We haven't got the answer back on the cigarette prints yet.
We don't need the answer now.
Why not?
The man who sold the bonds to Adams was Walter Carter.
How do you know?
The description checks exactly. And the police fished Carter's body out of the river 30 minutes ago.
Yes,
Is this Mr. Carter's apartment?
that's right. But he's not here.
Are you Mrs. Carter?
Yes,
We're special agents of the FBI.
the FBI.
We'd like to come in.
But Mr. Carter's not here, and
This is a search warrant, Mrs. Carter.
Oh, come in.
Go ahead, Miller.
Thanks.
When did you see your husband last?
Why, he left yesterday afternoon late.
Where was he going?
He said he was going out of town.
Is that all he told you?
Yes, he never discusses his business with me.
What is your husband's business, Mrs. Carter?
Why, he's a promoter.
What does he promote?
Why, Look, tell me what this is all about.
You don't know, Mrs. Carter?
I don't know anything about anything.
Your husband sold $50,000 worth of stolen bonds yesterday.
What?
Where did he get them? And what did he do with the money?
I don't know.
Mrs. Carter, this morning your husband's body was found floating in the river.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry. Apparently that is news to you.
Why wouldn't it be?
Perhaps you will help us now.
It's like I said. I don't know anything about anything.
Very well, Mrs. Carter. But if you should think of anything, let us know.
I'll answer it, Bet. Hello?
Mr. Gates?
Yes?
This is Mrs. Carter.
Oh.
It's important that I get in touch with Walter, since you know where he is.
But I don't. He left town after I gave him the money last night. Didn't say where he was going.
Oh, but this is very important.
Well, is there anything I can do?
Well, it's about another job that just came up.
Oh, I see.
And Walter will miss making an awful lot of money if he doesn't get to handle it.
Well, now, maybe you and I could handle it for Walter, ma'am.
Oh, would you, Mr. Gates?
Oh, sure thing. I'd do anything for you and Walter, ma'am.
Wonderful. Then I'll be at your house at 8 o'clock tonight.
I reckon that's her now, Bet. It's about 8 o'clock.
You better be careful, William. She might be up to something.
No, I believe she was telling the truth, Bet.
Well, I wouldn't be so sure.
Well, come in, Mrs. Carter.
Thanks.
Oh, good evening, Mrs. Carter.
Good evening.
Well, looks like you might be going to do some traveling. I see you got your bag with you.
That's right. I am going to do some traveling.
Oh?
I just stopped by to get a little expense money first.
What? Well, now, I don't understand, ma'am. You said over the phone something about
I wanted
job.
to make sure you'd be at home.
What did I tell you, William?
And now about that expense money.
Yes, ma'am?
I'll give it to you quick. Walter's body was found in the river this morning. We both know who did it. And we both know who's got that $50,000.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll let you keep half of it to keep you quiet, and I'll take the other half to keep me quiet. Okay?
Well, I guess most people would think that was a fair proposition, Mrs. Carter.
William,
But when your half was spent, there'd be nothing to keep you from talking unless I put up some money.
I made you a deal. Take it or leave it.
Bet it appears there's only one thing for us to do.
Yes.
Now, look here. I don't know what you're up to.
Get the choker out of the drawer.
No, wait a minute. Take your hands off.
Hurry, Bet.
Here it is, William.
Hold her arms, Bet.
Stop where you are and don't move.
What?
Who are these men, William?
We're special agents of the FBI.
Well, I guess we must have slipped up somewhere, Bet.
You did. By murdering Walter Carter.
Yes, but
And Mrs. Carter. We were sure you knew more than you told us. So we let you lead us here. Come on, all three of you.
For the murder of Walter Carter, William Gates was turned over to local authorities and sentenced to the electric chair. His wife and accomplice received a long prison term, while Carter's widow was given a term in a federal penitentiary for conspiring with her husband in a theft of interstate transportation of property. They were all members of that vast and rapidly growing army of professional criminals in America. Your FBI and your local law enforcement agencies have mobilized to meet this army in a struggle that will decide the moral fate of this nation. But the balance of power is in your hands. It is your cooperation, your vigilance, your determination to stamp out crime. It is these that will decide the issue.
Next week, another thrilling case from the files of your FBI. We'll tell you about it in just a moment. Now, here are just two of the features that we believe entitle the Equitable Society to call the Assured Home Ownership Plan America's finest plan for home ownership. Just think, only 4% interest. And in case the owner dies, the widow owns the home free and clear. The mortgage is canceled. But there are other advantages to this Assured Home Ownership Plan, many of them. To be sure to get all of them plain and clear, call your Equitable Society representative. Get in touch with him by phoning the Equitable Life Assurance Society, EQUITABLE, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Surplus Swindle.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Surplus Swindle. On This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. In about 14 minutes, the sponsor of this program, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, will have something important to say to homeowners, a message which over the past 8 weeks has led thousands of Americans to request more information about the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan. So, Mrs. Housewife, if your husband is not listening to this program, better send one of the children to fetch him. Tell him he's going to hear about America's finest plan for home ownership. A plan that can save you money. Tonight's FBI file, the Surplus Swindle.
Upon whom should rest the greater weight of guilt for illicit operations? The criminal operator himself, or the professing good citizen with his double code of ethics who denounces the criminal on Main Street and trades with him in the alley? Tonight's case from the files of your FBI was inspired by this hypocrisy of the professing good citizen who underwrites illicit commerce. In a Chicago apartment hotel overlooking Lake Michigan, an attractive young woman dressed to go out for the evening is pacing the floor in a fit of ill temper. Presently, the cause of her ill temper inserts a key in the door.
Trudy! Trudy, my dear.
I'm right here.
Hello, darling. I said hello.
I heard you.
Trudy, darling, you look lovely.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
In fact, you're simply...
Where have you been?
How's that, my love?
You were taking me for cocktails at 6, dinner at 7, and the theater at 8:30. It's now 5 minutes after 9. I've had nothing to drink, nothing to eat, and the curtain's been up for 35 minutes.
I can explain everything. To tell you the truth, my dear...
You're lying.
Trudy.
Who won the 4th race?
Lightning by...
I knew it.
That was very unfair of you.
How much did you blow?
What's that?
How much did you lose at the races?
Have we any bourbon left, my dear?
Answer me.
Well, quite a bit.
How much?
Everything.
What?
Just treat it lightly, my dear. I have a plan whereby we can recoup...
You lost $10,000?
Fate, my dear. Kismet. Oh, I have frightful luck. Even the horses I was afraid of were running out of the money.
I knew this had happened.
Now, Trudy,
we spent 3 months on a swindle that got us that $10,000, and you drop it in one afternoon.
Darling, you must be philosophical. Easy come, easy go.
Easy go is right. You get out of here.
What?
I said get out. And don't come back till you got that $10,000.
Trudy, darling.
I'm warning you, if you don't get that money, I'll turn evidence for the government in that Oklahoma swindle and put you out of circulation. Now, beat it.
Where will I sleep?
Just get that dough. If you don't, you can sleep in pinstripe pajamas.
Earlier that evening, in the Chicago office of the FBI, an assistant to the agent in charge was sitting at his desk when...
Mr. Adams? Yes? I'm Special Agent Roan of the Indianapolis office. Oh, come in. Thanks. What brings you over here? You remember that general bulletin all field officers got from Washington about a week ago about that Oklahoma swindle? Oh, sure. The man who posed as a government land agent and sold some drilling rights. Yeah, that's it. John Fremont was the name he used. You got something new on it?
Fremont is in this area somewhere now.
How do you know?
Police checked on a car this afternoon that was parked in an Indianapolis garage 4 days ago. Had a Oklahoma license.
It belonged to John Fremont?
That's right.
Well, I guess that calls for a little teamwork on our part.
Yeah, I've started a check on Indianapolis hotels. But the garage manager believes he overheard Fremont say he was taking a train over here to Chicago.
I understand there was a girl mixed up with him. She worked with him.
Yeah? And she wasn't in the car when he drove it into the garage.
Well, they're probably still together anyway.
That's probable.
I'll notify the police department right away. Then we'll start combing the city ourselves.
It'll be like looking for a couple of needles in a haystack.
We found smaller needles in larger haystacks, and I have a hunch that a couple of needles like Fremont and that girl are pretty likely to stick somebody around here.
And we'll hear the yell.
Exactly.
All right. Who is it?
Package for Mrs. Fremont.
Oh.
Greetings, my dear.
What do you want?
I've already announced that. I have a package for Mrs. Fremont. You see?
Is there any money in that bundle?
A potential fortune, my sweet.
I mean cash.
Well, truthfully, no.
Then I can't use it.
Trudy, please.
Get out of here.
Not until I'm allowed to plead my case. Now, let me in.
You keep out.
That's better.
Look, I'm telling you right now, any con that you pitch at me is just a waste of time.
My dear girl, I'm here to present the opportunity of a lifetime.
Yeah.
Just open this first package.
What's in there, old mutual tickets?
Don't be bitter. Now, go ahead and open it.
Okay. Do I eat it, wear it, or throw it at you.
You wear it. And on you, my dear, it should look ravishing.
Oh, brother.
That's it. Now, take away the tissue.
What the... A uniform.
A whack uniform, darling.
Look, what's the gag?
I'm making you a member of the armed forces.
Now, wait a minute.
A lieutenant in the service of your country. In fact, my personal aide.
Huh?
This is my uniform here.
Who are you, MacArthur?
No, just a colonel.
Look, Colonel, I don't know what this is all about, and I hate to disillusion you, but the war is over.
Granted, my dear. But there is still an army, and there is still Larceny. I intend to capitalize on both.
Here we go again.
This is my most colossal creation.
I don't want to hear it, Colonel Fremont.
From now on, my dear, a nom de plume. Colonel Edmonds.
Edmund Schmedmonds, I ain't playing.
Kindly wait until you hear my plan of attack.
No!
You are undoubtedly aware there is a shortage in the consumer market of many items, of which the Army has an abundance.
I'm sorry, miss, but we're all out of that album. Try us again next week. And now, what can I do for you, miss? Lieutenant.
I'd like to get Duke Ellington's latest album, please.
Oh, surely. It's right here. There we are. Anything else?
No, that's all.
That'll be $2.92.
Okay. Here you are, $5.
Thank you. $2.92, $3 for 5.
Thanks. Oh, by the way, what can you do for me in the way of a radio?
Well, I'm afraid I can only take your order. I can't promise when you'll get delivery.
Oh, is that bad, is it?
Yes, and no telling when it'll get better.
I see. Perhaps I can do something for you.
Beg your pardon?
Would you like to buy some radios?
Would I? I could sell all I could get my hands on. Why?
Well, I'm stationed at Chicago Signal Depot, and the colonel I work for, Colonel Edmonds, he's in charge of selling the Army surplus radio sets.
Oh?
Are you interested?
I should say so. But I couldn't compete with the bigger dealers on quantity.
You could if you didn't have to go through regular channels.
Oh.
You still interested?
You bet I am.
How many sets could you handle?
What kind are they?
Suitable for a table model, and they're the best, I can guarantee that.
What price?
$25. I could arrange for you to get 200 of them.
That's $5,000.
That's right. Too much for you?
Well, no.
Naturally, the colonel could transact no business with you at the post, you understand?
Of course not.
And this would be an all-cash deal. You'd be making it on your own responsibility.
I understand.
Look, Colonel Edmonds will be registered at the Hotel Jerome tomorrow noon. What's your name?
Trenton.
Have the money with you.
Okay. I'll be there.
Well, how's the needle in the haystack hunt coming along, Mr. Adams?
Well, it's rather slow business, Roan.
Well, that's an advantage we have in Indianapolis. There are not so many hotels to check. And, of course, if Fremont or the girl happens to have an apartment here, that makes the hunt even harder.
Well, wherever they are, hotel or apartment, I'm sure they're using other names.
Yeah.
We've alerted detectives in all major department stores.
Oh, in case the girl spends some of the Oklahoma money that way, huh?
That's right. And we've alerted all the banks in case Fremont tries raising money the hot check way.
Good.
All we can do for the present is finish the hotel check, which will take a few more hours.
And if that doesn't turn them up?
I still believe they're bound to try another swindle.
Sit down. Sit down, Mr. Trenton.
Thank you, Colonel.
Will you have a cigar? A spot of port?
No, thanks. How soon can I get delivery on the radios, Colonel?
Just as soon as you care to pick them up, sir.
You mean it's up to me?
My dear fellow, in a transaction of this kind, you could hardly expect me to have United States Army trucks deliver them.
Oh, of course, I didn't think of that.
Take down this name and address.
All right, just wait till I get my pencil. There we are.
General Warehouse, Clark and Division Streets.
Are the radios stored there?
Yes, and you contacted Mr. Randolph. I see. I'll telephone him and order him to release 200 sets to you.
Good.
And now, if you don't mind, I have a couple of other appointments. Yes, I believe you know the terms.
Yes, I have the money with me. 5,000, wasn't it?
Yes, that is correct.
Here you are, Colonel Edmonds.
Thank you, sir.
And you may rest assured I'll say nothing about this.
Yes?
Excuse me, Colonel, but didn't I understand the young lady, the lieutenant, to say that you were stationed at Chicago Signal Depot?
That is correct, sir.
I had a son there during the war.
Bully for him.
Chicago Signal Depot is Signal Corps.
That's right.
And you're attached to the Signal Corps?
Indeed I am. It's been my honor to serve with that branch for 15 years.
That's funny.
What do you mean?
That collar insignia you're wearing is artillery.
Oh. Well, I sort of double between the two.
What?
Well, you know how things are in the Army. When we run short of arms, we use signals.
You what?
Yes, that's the fortunes of war, Mr. Trenton.
Now, this sounds pretty fishy to me.
Now, just a minute, sir. No insults to the uniform, please.
I think you're a phony. I should have suspected something about this setup before. But I was so anxious to get the radio.
I've had enough, Mr. Trenton.
So have I. I want my money back right now.
Now, look here,
I said
sir.
I want my money back, or I'm picking up that telephone and I'm going to...
Not so fast, sucker.
Huh? Oh, the phony whack.
Get away from that phone.
Oh, no, I'm going to...
Thanks for diverting his attention, Trudy.
Just hand over that money, stupid. This calls for a quick retreat.
And now, before the FBI file on the Surplus Swindle resumes, as it will in just a moment, here's that important message for homeowners and home buyers. For 8 weeks, I've been telling you about America's finest plan for home ownership. But next week, the Equitable Society will have a new and different message. So it's very important for you to listen carefully tonight, to get firmly in mind how to finance the mortgage on your home for maximum safety, protection, and economy. Remember, the largest single investment the average man makes in his life is in his home. After careful comparison with other plans, over 80,000 American families in 900 communities have chosen the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan because it combines these 5 important advantages. 1, the mortgage is canceled, paid off in full if owner dies. And besides, every dollar previously paid on principal is returned in full to the widow along with the canceled mortgage. 2, a special cash fund is built up, ready to be used if financial emergencies threaten the home. 3, this cash fund increases as the mortgage shrinks. It can be used to shorten the term of the mortgage. Pay off a 20-year mortgage, for example, in as little as 14 years, saving 6 years' interest. 4, mortgage interest not at 6%, not at 5%, but at only 4%. 5, liberal allowance to cover title search, lawyers' fees, and other closing costs. No broker's commission or bonus charges. Well, frankly, there is no other plan like this anywhere. The Equitable Society calls it America's finest plan for home ownership. It protects you against the 2 major hazards of home mortgages, death and hard times. So if you're planning to buy or build a house, or if you now own a home, get complete information on the Assured Home Ownership Plan from your Equitable Society representative. That's the Equitable Society. EQUITABLE. The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now, back to the FBI file, the Surplus Swindle. The professing good citizen who deliberately enters into an illicit transaction
is not entitled to too much sympathy if he comes off with the worst of the bargain. And 9 times out of 10, he does if the transaction is an attempted swindle. For swindlers live by stacking the cards against their potential victims. Some 30 minutes after the bogus Army colonel had struck him down and fled with his money, the man called Trenton regained consciousness and made his way to the Chicago office of the FBI, where he has just finished giving a brief account of what happened.
Well, that's about all I can tell you, Mr. Adams.
I don't think it is, Mr. Trenton.
What do you mean?
You've left out some details that would put you in a bad light, haven't you?
I beg your pardon.
The girl posing as a whack. She more than likely told you the deal for the radio sets would be an off-the-record transaction, didn't she?
Well, she's...
You've been in business long enough to know it was irregular.
I'm as much entitled to those radios as anybody else.
Oh, you thought you were getting a bargain at the taxpayer's expense?
They offered to sell me 200 radio sets, and
And now that it's turned out to be an out-and-out swindle and you've got a lump on your head and lost your $5,000, you suddenly realize it was not right to deal with people like that.
Well, you're surely not going to let them get away with it.
We're not going to let them get away with it because they've broken the law.
That's all I ask of you.
But as for you, Mr. Trenton, I hope you learned a lesson from this.
Well, that's a strange attitude.
What about your attitude? Your attitude toward your moral obligations as a citizen.
Look here, Mr. Adams.
You call yourself an honest citizen, I'm sure.
Well, certainly.
Yet you deliberately conspired in what you thought was a deal that would have robbed your own government out of 200 radio sets and $5,000 and put at least twice that much in your own pocket.
I still say...
No, Mr. Trenton, I haven't much sympathy for you. Roan.
Yeah?
The descriptions Mr. Trenton gave us, check them with those of Fremont and the girl we're after.
Right.
And we'd better alert all radio dealers right away in case they try the same stunt.
Okay.
Mr. Trenton, when we catch these people, we'll let you know.
Will I get my money back?
If they haven't spent it. Good day, sir.
Sailing, sailing over the bounding main. Good afternoon, Trudy.
Where have you been?
I just took a stroll downtown.
I thought we were supposed to stay under cover.
This was a business mission.
You know, the cops have got to be looking for us by now.
I'm aware of that.
What you got in those packages?
Something for our next job?
There ain't going to be any next job. Not in this town.
We've got time for one more score, my dear. Now, let's take advantage of it.
Oh, no. We're getting out of here today.
Here's one package for you and one for me.
Wait a minute. More uniforms?
That's right. Open it up, my dear.
I should say not.
Why?
No more costumes. You couldn't have done any worse than that last job if you'd been dressed as a Nazi spy.
We got the money, didn't we? And this will get us more. Ensign, salute your lieutenant commander.
Oh, no.
Yeah, come on. We'll get to work right today.
I won't do it.
I've got a scheme figured out this time that's absolutely foolproof.
I'm not listening.
Now, here are your sailing orders.
That must be the sucker now.
Well, let him in, my dear.
Okay.
How do you do, ma'am?
I'll come right in, Mr. Clay.
Thank you.
Commander Edmonds, this is Mr. Clay, the used car dealer I contacted this morning.
Oh, yes. Well, how do you do, Mr. Clay?
How do you do, Commander?
Have a chair, sir.
Thank you.
I understand, Mr. Clay, you're interested in purchasing some of the surplus cars we have on hand?
Yes, if I can get immediate delivery.
Well, my dear fellow, you can go for them at once. They're in the government car pool right here in the city.
Good.
How many are you prepared to purchase?
I understand they've never been driven.
Just as good as the day they rolled off the line?
I want 10 of them.
You, 10. You understand the terms, of course.
$500 each.
That is correct.
I have the money with me, 5,000 cash.
Good. Then take this address.
I know where the carpool is located.
Very well. You will contact Lieutenant Mason. I shall telephone him meanwhile and order him to release 10 cars of your own choosing.
Their apartment is located at the end of the hall, Mr. Adams.
At least you came off better, Mr. Clay, than their last victim. He got a lump on his head.
I guess I deserve one myself.
You have the key the manager gave you, Roan?
Yeah.
When did you discover you had been swindled, Mr. Clay?
When I went to the carpool a while ago. I just left here 2 hours ago.
That's given them a pretty good start.
Here's the apartment.
Open it up, Roan.
Right.
Go ahead.
Thanks.
They sure lost no time getting out.
Look at the mess.
But they couldn't have gotten very far.
It's like I said, Mr. Clay, 2 hours is a good start.
Yes, but...
let's take a look around and see if we can pick up any clues, Roan.
Right.
Can I help you with anything, gentlemen?
No, thanks. Anything in those papers in the desk drawer?
Nothing that means anything. Looks like they've cleaned out everything that might have given us a lead.
I better call the office and get agents checking on train, bus, and airline terminals. Hello, operator. Get me Central... Wait a minute. Not now, thank you.
What's the matter, Mr. Adams?
I just noticed something that might be something.
What's that? Where?
Look at this scratch pad here by the phone.
Oh, what about it?
There's an impression of something that was written on a sheet of paper that was torn off.
Can you read it?
Yes. 902C.
You think that might be something?
It's bound to be, or it wouldn't be written there.
Could it be an apartment number, maybe?
It could be, but
902C. What in the world could that stand for? 902C. Wait a minute.
Got an idea?
Yes. This pad was right by the phone. Let's check the switchboard, operator. See if she has a record of Fremont's calls.
How'd you make out?
I have a list of all the outgoing calls Fremont made in the last 2 days.
Good.
We can check it over right here in the lobby.
How many calls are there?
About a dozen. Let's take 6 apiece and go to work.
Mr. Adams?
Yeah?
How are you coming along?
I've checked 3 of them so far. No luck.
Well, I finished my list. They were all to bookmakers.
You take one of these numbers here. I'll finish up on the other 2. Roan.
Yeah?
I think I've found what we're looking for.
Really?
Yes, get the office on the phone. Tell them we're leaving town on the first plane.
Where are we?
This is Atlanta, darling.
If we'd taken a plane like I told you, we'd already be in Miami.
I couldn't get space, my dear.
You're just afraid to fly.
Oh, nonsense.
What time do we get to Miami?
We'll be there bright and early in the morning.
You'll just be there early.
What?
Skip it.
Trudy, my love.
Yeah?
I've already developed a plan for making our vacation hours profitable.
You better had if you want any spending money. I'm holding on to this $10,000.
It's all yours, my sweet.
You bet your ever-loving... What's the idea?
Probably the conductor wants to check our tickets. Yes?
Mr. Fremont?
You must have the wrong compartment.
I think not. This is car 902, compartment C, isn't it?
Say, what is this?
We're special agents of the FBI, miss.
What?
And thanks for jotting down your space number on your telephone pad, Fremont, or this might have taken us a little longer.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Just come along with us. I think we can arrange for you to wear a government uniform that you've missed.
John Fremont and his wife both received long sentences in the federal penitentiary for their 2 swindles. It is healthier for the American public every time a pair of criminals like John Fremont and his wife are safely placed behind penitentiary walls. But it is no help in trying to stop the increasing crime wave if some of you allow yourselves to be swindled. Again, the FBI asks you not to do any business with any stranger who approaches with a proposition whereby you will become wealthy without doing any work. Such a proposition bears the mark of a swindle. with you as the victim. So every time you're asked to make an investment, check up on it first. And when you have learned that lesson and learned it well, the swindlers will come to their deserving fate.
Next week, another thrilling case from the files of your FBI. We'll tell you about it in just a moment. But now, let me refresh your memory on the more important features of the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan. Remember that the mortgage interest is only 4%. Remember that if the owner dies, the widow owns the home without any mortgage at all. Yes, the Assured Home Ownership Plan is practically foreclosure-proof. To get the full story, talk to the Equitable Society representative in your community. Ask him for literature that gives all details. You'll find his name in your local phone book under the name Equitable, Equitable, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Sinister Shakedown.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Sinister Shakedown. On This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Are you one of the 50 million Americans covered by Social Security? If so, have you any clear idea of your rights and benefits under Social Security? Well, there may be a pleasant surprise in store for you. For in a few minutes, you'll learn from our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, how easy it is to build Social Security into full security. Tonight's FBI file, The Sinister Shakedown.
All crimes are crimes of passion. For all crimes are committed for the gratification of some overwhelming selfish desire. Whether it be for profit, for revenge, for excitement, or for preservation against some threat of injury to pride, prejudice, or person. But not always is the person who commits a crime for one of these motives a criminal in the social sense of the word. Rather, as in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, He may be an otherwise wholly acceptable member of society who, in the face of some personal crisis, lacks the moral stamina to resolve it honorably, and instead seeks a way out criminally. The business operations of the late industrialist Thomas J. Cortlandt had never engaged the interest of his family, except that they fully appreciated the financial security and the firm hold on a place in metropolitan society which Cortlandt's labors afforded them. But at this moment, 3 years after his death, something has happened which demands a belated interest in Cortlandt's transactions. Mrs. Cortlandt, his widow, has summoned her children, Beverly and Perry, to join her in the breakfast room. Beverly is first to enter.
Oh, good morning, Mother.
I'm afraid, my dear, it's anything but a good morning.
Mother, you look as if you'd seen a corpse on the living room rug.
Well, that would scarcely be more serious than what has happened.
What is this?
Well, we'll wait for Perry.
What on earth's the matter?
Sit down, dear, and have your orange juice.
Okay.
Oh, good morning, all.
Good morning, Perry.
Oh, brother, dear, you look awful.
Well, that's just how I feel. Oh, my head. Has anybody got
We have something more important than your head to worry about, Perry.
Huh?
At this very moment, our family is threatened with utter disgrace.
What do you mean?
It's blackmail, of course, sheer blackmail.
Blackmail?
And I'm sure there's not a word of truth in it. Why, I just can't believe that your father would have committed such a thing.
Father?
Oh, what on earth are you talking about?
This letter, it just came this morning. You read it, Perry.
Okay, if I can see it.
What does it say?
Dear Mrs. Cortlandt, I have in my possession a document which would positively prove that your late husband, just before he died, was party to a transaction which netted him $500,000 that rightfully should have gone to his stockholders.
I don't believe it.
And unless you pay me $5,000 at once, according to the instructions below, I shall place the document in the hands of the New York State authorities.
Oh.
Let me warn you, if you report this to the police, someone in your family may turn up missing.
Well, what do you think of that?
Mother, what do we do?
Well, I don't know. What do you think, Perry?
Well, whether it's true or not, I don't think we can afford to take any chances.
Well, what do you mean?
At a time like this, we've got to look at it practically, and frankly, we're not sure that Dad didn't do it.
Perry.
Maybe he was in a jam and had to do something like that to protect us.
Oh, yes, but I don't...
And if he did, gee, we can't afford to turn this letter over to the police.
Oh, that might start an investigation of your father's business dealings.
Sure.
Look, if we pay the $500,000, how do we know that that'll be the last of it?
It's better than to take a chance on that rather than risk an investigation.
Well, what do you think, Mother?
Well,
I say for the sake of all of us, and for the sake of Dad's name, too, we ought to pay off.
But I don't like the idea of being blackmailed.
Neither do I.
And what are we going to do?
Well, I'm going to think about it a little more before I do anything.
Come in. Yeah?
Are you Mr. Roberts, the private detective?
That's right, Miss Cortlandt.
But how did you know who I am?
Well, let's see now. In this morning's picture in the paper, you were sitting behind bottles and glasses at the Mercury Club. 2 mornings ago, it was a shot at the vet's hospital.
That was yesterday.
Well, then it must have been the one with you at the dog show.
Yes.
I liked them all. You're a good-looking kid.
Thanks. Mr. Roberts...
I know. You didn't come here to invite me to your charity ball next week. Maybe you'd better close that door.
Oh.
Now, come on over and sit down.
Thank you.
Well, I hope it's you who's in trouble, Miss Cortlandt, because I'd love to get you out of trouble.
Maybe I've made a mistake in coming to you.
Okay. There's a door.
Oh, wait. What I mean is, I've read in the papers about some of the cases you've worked on, but I...
You mean, have I ever worked for people like you before?
Well...
And you want references to prove it?
Well, I would like to know...
Would you like for me to give you for a reference sometime?
Of course not.
Okay. Remember, you came to me. I didn't send for you.
I know. But you must promise me one thing.
I don't promise anything but good service.
I insist that absolutely nothing must get into the papers about this.
Now, look, Miss Cortland. The cheap cases get me all the publicity I need to get the society cases that pay me enough not to have to talk about them.
Very well, then.
Yeah. Now, what is it, a blackmail letter?
How did you know there was a letter?
Well, it nearly jumped out of your bag when you went for a cigarette a minute ago.
Oh. It is a blackmail letter. But I've got to return it before Mother knows I took it.
Okay, then. We're losing time. Give me the story.
A few hours later, in the office of John Ames, an assistant to the agent in charge of the New York office of the FBI.
I want to assure you, Mrs. Cortland, you've done the only proper thing in reporting this matter to the FBI.
But you understand why I hesitated. My son and daughter don't know yet that I've taken this course.
But they were opposed to it?
Oh, well, only because of the risk of an investigation in the business affairs of my late husband.
Oh?
Well, you can see that it would be disastrous for us if there's any truth in it. But, well, I'd rather it should be known than to have it on my conscience that I was paying a blackmailer to suppress it.
I'd like to say, if I may, Mrs. Cortland, I admire your courage and your moral sense of responsibility.
Well, it's the only right way for me to look at it.
Oh, yes, of course. But as for the risk of an investigation, whether there would be any valid ground for it or not, all the Bureau can be concerned with in this case is the threat of kidnapping.
Oh?
Yes, you see, Mrs. Cortland, only an officer or a stockholder in your late husband's firm or some civil authority could institute such an investigation.
But, well, what of the person who wrote the letter?
Well, you surely don't think the would-be extortioner is an officer or a stockholder.
Oh, no, of course not. But, well, he claims to have documentary evidence.
Well, it remains to be seen whether there is such a document.
And if there is?
What would you want to do about it?
Well, I'd want to make everything right, of course.
Well, then we have only one thing to worry about. Catching the writer of that letter.
Now, then, what do you wish me to do?
Well, nothing for the moment. Just leave the letter with us for examination.
Yes?
And we'll get in touch with you the minute that it is necessary.
But what shall I tell them?
Your son and your daughter?
Yes.
Just tell them that it's now in the hands of the FBI.
Good evening, Miss Cortland.
Hello, Ralph. Here you are, driver. Is my brother in the club, Ralph?
I haven't seen him this evening, Miss Cortland.
Well, if he comes, don't tell him I'm here.
Very well.
Good evening, Miss Cortland.
Why did you have me meet you here, Mr. Roberts?
Well, the meeting was your idea.
But the 7-Eleven club was your idea.
Well, I thought you'd be more at home in a nightclub.
Why did you have to pick this one?
Well, I had to come over here anyway. What's wrong with it?
This is my brother's favorite hangout.
Oh, yes, that's right. I've read that in the columns.
And I certainly don't want him to see me talking to
Now,
you.
please sit down. If your brother should happen in and see us, you don't have to scream out that I'm a private detective, do you?
I'm sorry.
Do you have a gold key here, too?
What do you mean?
I mean, a key that lets you into the gambling room.
Oh, no, why?
Well, I thought since your brother has one.
I didn't meet you to talk about my brother.
Okay. What are you drinking?
Nothing.
If you came to talk about the case, I haven't got anything to report yet.
That's all right, but we've got to work faster than ever now.
Why?
Mother turned it over to the FBI today.
That's where it belonged in the first place.
But if they get hold of that document about my father...
I don't believe there is any documents.
But what if there is?
I'm working for you. I'd have to turn it over to you if I got it.
Oh, then please, you've got to get it.
Okay.
I'd better be going now. Oh, when will I see you again?
Come to my office tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
Why 3 o'clock?
Because I think I'll have had an appointment just before then with the extortioner.
Come in, Mrs. Cortland.
Thank you. I came as soon as I could, Mr. Ames. Have you found out something?
Well, we examined the extortion letter first for fingerprints.
Oh, but so many of us handled the letter.
Yes. As we found no prints which we could identify with those of any known criminal.
I see.
But on checking the watermark of the paper itself,
Yes?
we were able to trace it to the store in the city which handles it exclusively. Rainier's.
Rainier's?
Yes, and we were able to get a list of the customers who purchased that particular paper.
Oh?
There's the list.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you recognize the names of any of them?
Oh, good heavens, there's my name.
Then you do use this kind of paper?
Oh, well, yes, it looks very much like it, but...
Why, I'm sure it's only coincidence.
Oh, but of course, I have mine monogrammed.
Well, you must get some of it plain, say for second pages.
Yes, but heavens, Mr. Ames, you're not implying that...
I repeat, it could only be coincidence. Well, I guess that will be all for now, and thanks very much for coming in. We'll call you if anything further develops.
Oh, yes, all right.
Well, this way, please, Mrs. Wilton.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Monroe? Monroe?
Yes, Mr. Ames?
Did you hear my conversation with Mrs. Cortland?
Yes.
Well, I think we'd better start checking on the Cortland servants and on the private lives of his son and daughter, too.
Come in. Hi, Mr. Cortland.
How did you know me?
It's the business I'm in.
You're, Lou Roberts?
That's right.
Look, I don't know what this is all about.
Well, that's why I asked you to come here. Sit down.
I'm afraid I haven't got time.
I haven't got much either.
Well, then get to the point.
Well, I'll start with the singer at the 7-Eleven Club.
What about her?
She's worried about you, Cortland.
She's what?
She's worried about the spot you're in.
What are you talking about?
Oh, the $2,500 you owe the house and gambling losses.
So what about it?
They gave you a week to get it up. Right?
Well, did they appoint you to collect?
Nope.
Then what's your angle in it?
My angle is that you picked a risky way to raise the dough.
What?
But of course you're asking for $5,000.
What do you mean by that?
The extortion letter you wrote your mother.
Look here, Roberts, are you trying to...
Well?
How do you know about any extortion letter?
Why?
Who hired you?
Client?
My sister, I'll bet.
I just said it was a client.
Uh-huh. Well, what makes you think I wrote that letter?
Because a welcher will do anything to get up the dough when the heat's on him. And if I told the FBI the heat's on you, they could put 2 and 2 together just like I did.
But you're not going to tell them.
Oh, and not if you come clean.
You're not even going to tell my sister that you suspect me. You're not going to tell anybody anything.
Cortland, put down the gun.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's case, which shows how your FBI helps provide national security. And now let's listen in on a conversation about Social Security between a man named Fred Boyd and his friend, the Equitable Society representative.
I don't get it. You're a life insurance man, yet you say Social Security is a swell thing. Doesn't Social Security sort of take the place of life insurance?
No, Fred, we Equitable Society representatives look on Social Security and life insurance as a team. They both pull together.
What do you mean?
Well, for the first time, the man of average salary has a chance to retire on an income that will enable him to enjoy a good standard of living. Social Security will give him part of the income he needs, and life insurance can provide the rest. The two of them dovetail together perfectly.
Say, that's a new angle. You start with Social Security as the foundation and then build on top of that, huh?
Yes, many Americans have never discovered how easy it is to build Social Security into full security through life insurance. Most people are amazed when they discover how little it costs. For instance, if you already own some life insurance, your Equitable Society man may be able to show you how only a few dollars extra per month will give your wife complete protection and assure you a comfortable retirement income through the Equitable Extended Income Plan. Remember, your Social Security benefits vary according to your age, salary, and family situation. So why not get the facts?
Find out exactly what you're entitled to under Social Security. The government has prepared a special card that will help you secure this information. To obtain one of these cards, get in touch with your Equitable Society representative or send your name and address on a postcard to the Equitable Society, care of the station. That's EQUITABLE, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, the Sinister Shakedown.
Someone once said that the trouble with lying is you have to keep telling other lies to cover up the previous one. And pretty soon you're trapped in your own web of deceit. Likewise, the person who commits a crime and then commits another in an effort to conceal the first is only weaving another strand in the net that must inevitably close in upon him. It was not more than 15 minutes after Perry Cortland had shot down the private detective Lou Roberts and fled from the office that Beverly Cortland started up the same flight of stairs to keep her appointment with Roberts.
Operator, get me the FBI.
Naturally, Miss Cortland, we're wondering how you happened to come here to Mr. Roberts' office.
It was about the extortion letter. Before Mother turned it over to you, I secretly hired Mr. Roberts to work on the case.
Oh, I see.
I realized it was the wrong thing to do.
Well, I think I understand why.
Thank you.
And when you arrived this time and found the body,
I started to leave, but I thought I'd better come back and call you.
why?
If somebody had seen me come here, I might have been suspected of having something to do with it if I ran away.
But why did you call the FBI and not the police?
Yes, because the FBI was on my mind anyway in connection with the letter.
You think there might be some connection between the letter and Roberts' killing?
How would I know?
Monroe?
Yes?
Did you find anything?
Well, according to his files, the only case Roberts was working on at this time was the Cortland case. All the others seem to be closed.
Well, that makes it look like there's some connection anyway.
Yeah.
Well, Miss Cortland.
Yes.
How far had Mr. Roberts gotten with this case?
Well, all I know is he told me to come here at 3 o'clock this afternoon because he...
Yes.
Because he thought he might have some news.
I see. Monroe, you better call the police.
Right.
The police? But do I have to...
I think they'll permit us to follow through on this, Miss Cortland, since there might be a connection with the threatening letter.
Oh.
Now, you drive on home if you will. Tell your mother to meet me at our office in an hour.
Yes. Yes, all right.
Thank you very much.
What are you thinking, Mr. Ames?
Well, I'm thinking that Miss Cortland got here a little too late for a real shock.
How's that?
I'm afraid Roberts beat us to it in finding out about Perry Cortland's gambling debt at the 7-Eleven Club.
you know who this is, Cortland.
Look, I told you I'd get the money for you, didn't I?
I just wanted to remind you. Your time is up tomorrow night.
All right, all right. I'll have it by then.
Just be sure you do.
Okay, stop worrying, will you?
I'm not the one that's worrying. So long, Cortland.
Come right in, please, Mrs. Cortland.
Oh, I'm so glad to see you, Mr. Ames.
Oh, what's the trouble?
This, a second letter.
When did you receive this?
This afternoon, special delivery. Here.
Thank you. Gives you one more chance to pay.
And whoever it is knows the FBI is working on it.
Yes, I see his warning about calling us off. It's rather foolish of him to admit knowing that we are on the case, since so few know it.
Well, what do you mean?
We have good reason to believe that this is the work of someone in your own household.
Oh, good heavens, but... Well, who do you think?
We can't afford to think. We've got to make sure.
Yes, of course.
Let's see. According to instructions, the money must be left in the side pocket of a car that will be parked at the northeast corner of 47th 3rd Avenue tomorrow night, 9 o'clock.
Yes.
All right, we'll see to it that the money is there.
Yes, but...
Say nothing to anyone in your household about bringing us this second letter.
All right.
Just tell them all that you have decided the best thing to do is to pay off.
Perry? Perry?
I'm in a hurry, Bev.
I've got to see you, Perry. It's very important.
What's the matter?
Step in here in the library.
Okay. Well?
Oh, Perry, darling. Why did you do it?
What are you talking about?
I know the truth.
What?
I've known it since yesterday, but I was too shocked to think clearly about it, and I...
Look, Bev, what is this?
Perry, you wrote that extortion letter, and you killed Lou Roberts, too.
Now, wait a minute.
I tore it off his calendar pad before the FBI got there.
Tore what off?
I had an appointment with him at 3 o'clock. And he told me he was meeting the extortioner just before then. Perry, your name was written down for 2:30.
Well, so what if it was? That
He
doesn't...
was shot 3 times, Perry.
Yeah, but...
I found the pistol in your room. 3 bullets had been fired.
Okay.
Perry, darling.
Never mind that stuff.
Why did you do it?
I was in a jam.
It's so awful.
Cut the crying, will you?
Perry, you've got to give yourself up.
Are you kidding?
But you'll be found out.
Oh, no, I won't. I've already collected the money.
The extortion?
Call it anything you want. I'm using it to get away, and right now.
Oh, no, Perry.
Let go of me.
Oh, but you can't go.
I'm warning you, Bev. Let go.
No.
Okay.
Oh, Perry, my arm.
You're not going to squeal on me.
Please, you're hurting me.
I'm going to keep you quiet.
Oh, no, Perry, please.
What?
Oh, it's the FBI.
I don't believe your brother has met us, Miss Cortland.
What are you doing here?
That extortion money that was left by your mother had fluorescent powder on it.
What?
We'd like to see how your hands will look under the proper kind of light.
In view of the more serious crime of murder, the FBI turned Perry Cortland over to the state. He was later tried and sentenced to be electrocuted. No, not always is the person who commits a crime a criminal in the social sense of the word. Rather, he may be an otherwise acceptable member of society who, in the face of some personal crisis, lacks the moral stamina to resolve it honorably, and instead seeks his way out criminally.
In just a moment, we'll tell you about next week's colorful story from the files of your FBI. But now, friends, let me remind you that no matter how much you earn, you have a valuable asset in Social Security. And your Equitable Society representative will gladly show you how easy it is to build your Social Security into full security. He'll explain to you how Social Security and life insurance can work together for your complete protection and will help you determine exactly where you stand under Social Security. No obligation, of course. Phone him tomorrow. Your Equitable Society representative is listed in your local phone book under the name Equitable. EQUITABLE. The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Death in the Tropics.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Death in the Tropics. On This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Are you one of the 50 million Americans covered by Social Security? Well, there may be a pleasant surprise in store for you. In a few minutes, you'll learn from our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, how easy it is to build Social Security into full security. Tonight's FBI file, Death in the Tropics.
The familiar adage has it that the best laid schemes of mice and men ofttimes go astray. To which we might add, while those of criminals inevitably go astray. One of the most monstrous criminals of all times, Adolf Hitler, was defeated by the inexorable truth of this. And day after day, lesser criminals, such as those in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, are likewise vanquished by it. For the evil schemes of men are as fragile as the minds which create them, and they crush like eggshells against the rock-ribbed eternity of justice. In a rather lavish apartment in Midtown Manhattan, a young woman is just admitting a guest. He is one Dan Ogden, junior partner of the firm of Durant and Ogden, specialists in interstate commerce. Hijacking.
Come in, Dan.
Thanks, Millie. Where's Jack?
Inside, getting dressed.
Oh.
Want a drink?
No, thanks, baby.
Well, tonight's the night, huh?
Yep.
What's the setup?
Pretty big job.
Uh-huh.
Nearly 4,000 cases of bonded whiskey.
Hey,
Got to knock off 4 trucks.
it's really a tough order.
We got it all laid out. Everybody knows what they're supposed to do. Shouldn't be any trouble.
How much cash will that stuff bring?
A real bundle.
Oh, that I like.
Hey, Millie, where's that... Oh, how are you, Danny?
Hello, Jack.
I'm glad you stopped by here, kid. I got something I want to spring on you and Millie both.
What are you looking for, Jack?
That big brown envelope
It's right there on the table.
Oh, yeah, good. There's something in here I want to show you.
What is it?
Pictures.
Huh?
Now, sit down, both of you.
What is it?
Sit down, will you?
Okay.
Look, Danny, when you and I started in business together, we agreed that if either one of us wanted to pull out sometime, he could. Remember?
Yeah?
Well, tonight's my last job.
What?
Are you kidding?
I got plenty of letters packed away for me and Millie, and we're going to get out of this larceny business for good.
What are you talking about?
Here you are, baby. Take a look at this picture.
What's this?
It's a banana plantation.
So?
Yep. I bought it a month ago.
What do you know from bananas?
That's your favorite dish, ain't it? Bananas and cream for breakfast?
Yeah,
So
but
you got a whole plantation of them to go against.
Where is this joint?
Puerto Rico.
that's in Africa.
Look, honey, it's only 1,400 miles from here. It's right under Florida. Any geography would tell you that.
It's still Africa.
Okay. Anyway, sweetheart, we're leaving on a boat in the morning, and from then on, we're living like dukes and duchesses. How's it sound to you?
Well,
Well, what do you think about it, Dan?
Yeah, I think it's swell.
Sure. And so will you, Millie, when you get to thinking about it.
Hmm.
Hey, wait a minute. Look at the time. I got to go in case that warehouse where they're loading the trucks. I'll pick you up here in 30 minutes, Dan. And look, build Millie up on Puerto Rico while I'm gone, will you?
Yeah, okay.
See you later.
Well, sweetheart?
He thinks I'm going to Puerto Rico. He's nuts.
Want you to leave in the morning.
Yeah. What are we going to do, Dan? You got to think of something quick.
Does the idea appeal to you? Puerto Rico? Plantation? Living safe and easy?
Not without you, and you know it.
Okay, baby. Then I've already thought of something.
What do you mean?
I mean, it was real nice of Jack to buy that plantation. For you and me.
Huh?
He wants to retire? Okay, I'll see to it tonight that he does retire. For keeps.
At 2:30 a.m., Ralph Gardner, an assistant to the agent in charge of the New York office of the FBI, received a report that 4 motor freight trucks carrying 4,000 cases of bonded liquor had been hijacked. It is now a few minutes before 7 a.m. Gardner has just received a report from an agent on the case.
Yeah. Well, Rankin, that's 3 of the empty trucks accounted for anyway.
Who was that, Jackson?
Yeah.
All I can say is those hijackers sure had this job organized beautifully.
Well, even so, they had to work plenty fast to unload those trucks and then abandon them way out on the number 1 highway.
Funny about that 4th truck. Why hasn't that one shown up?
Well, we ought to hear about it soon. Every highway patrol in 3 states is alerted now.
Any clues from the other 3 trucks?
None.
You know, this has got all the earmarks of that job over in Pennsylvania 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Philadelphia office hasn't cracked that case yet either, has it?
No, not yet.
Could be the same gang.
Excuse me.
Oh, sure.
Gardner speaking.
This is the New Jersey State Police, Mr. Gardner.
Oh, hello. What's up?
One of our motorcycle men just phoned in. He found one of those trucks in a ditch on a back road.
Good. That's the last one.
That is, he found what's left of it. Also, the charred body of a man.
What?
The truck had caught fire some way, and the fellow must have been trapped in the cab.
Did the officer find any identification at all?
He thought he'd better report this much first. He's gone back to the spot now to wait for you fellas.
All right, then if you'll give me the location, Special Agent Rankin will be on his way in a couple of minutes.
Well, sweetheart, better take a good long look at that skyline. Maybe the last time we ever see it.
Suits me fine, Danny.
You know, too bad I didn't get Jack out of our way a long time ago. This is really living.
Danny, you don't think there's any possible...
What?
Nothing. I just want everything to be all right for us.
Look, baby, let me tell you what happened.
No, I don't want to know.
But if I tell you, you'll see for yourself. You got nothing to worry about. Now, this is the way it went. Georgie Fresno was driving Jack's truck last night, the one he hijacked. I had it fixed with Georgie. Out of town somewhere, he gives Jack a tap with the masher, ditches the truck, and sets fire to it.
Oh.
What the cops find looks like an accident.
But are you sure Georgie...
Georgie's done jobs for me before. He's never missed yet.
Sure hope you're right.
Look, baby, we better break this up now.
Why?
You're supposed to be making this trip with your husband, remember?
But I told the purser my husband was detained at the last minute on business.
We still better be strangers till we hit San Juan. That purser might start thinking something and remember it later.
Well, maybe you're right.
Happy sailing, sweetheart. I'll see you in San Juan.
Sorry I was so long getting back, Gardner.
What'd you find out?
For one thing, the truck catching on fire wasn't any accident.
What?
The body wasn't charred enough to hide the mark of a blow on the head.
Oh?
So, there must have been somebody else inside that truck, too.
Could you identify the body?
Yeah. The signet ring was still on his left little finger. The initials J.D. And his leather wallet, that had dropped out on the floor of the cab, had an identification card. Jack Durant.
Jack Durant?
Yeah. Unless I'm mistaken, he's got a record of...
Hey, wait a minute, Rankin.
Yeah?
Right after you tore out of here, the Philadelphia office called. They'd got a lead on that Pennsylvania hijacking 2 weeks ago.
Yeah?
The same Jack Durant.
Wow.
I sent Jackson out to pick up Durant at his apartment. His packed bags were still there, but his wife and her bags were gone.
Then she must have already heard what happened.
No, there's more to it than that.
What do you mean?
Well, apparently they'd planned to skip the country after this job last night.
Oh?
So we made a fast check on all transportation out of New York, and we found out that Durant had booked passage for himself and wife on a boat which sailed for Puerto Rico 2 hours ago.
Yeah, but with Durant dead, his wife probably changed her mind.
Mildred Durant sailed anyway.
Well, then we better radio the ship to keep her in custody.
Well, what can we hold her for? We've no evidence that she's mixed up in any crime.
I know.
No, let's try to round up Durant's gang first. And if we find anything against his wife, we can have the San Juan office pick her up. Or better, we can fly down there ourselves and bring her back.
Millie?
Yeah, honey.
You may not know it, baby, but according to our little map here, all these banana trees we've been passing for the last 10 minutes belong to us.
No kidding.
All we need now is cows for cream and you're in clover.
Yeah.
Hey, Millie, look.
What?
Where we're driving up to. Look.
Oh, damn it.
That's our house, baby.
I always dreamed about having a joint like that. I just can't believe it.
Well, we're pulling up and taking over right now.
Oh, it's swell.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess we got a lot to be thankful to Jack for at that.
Oh, please, Dan.
I'm sorry, sweetheart. Come on. Give me a hand.
Okay. Oh, gee, I can't wait to see inside. Let's hurry, huh?
Okay.
Open the door quick.
Hey, don't need the key. It's not locked. In you go, baby. Hey, what a touch.
Gee, it's wonderful. Real wonderful.
Glad you like it, Mel.
Jack.
That's right, pal.
Can't be.
No?
We thought that is...
Sure. I know what you thought. It's too bad for you. It didn't work out that way.
Jack, wait. Jack.
So long,
Wait a minute, Jack. Give me a
rat.
chance to explain.
Welcome to your new home, sweetheart.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's case, which shows how your FBI helps provide national security. Now let's listen in on a conversation about Social Security between a brand new father named Steve Brownell and his friend, the Equitable Society representative.
Boy, that's one husky-looking kid. Weighs 8 pounds, and he looks just like me. Here, have a cigar.
Thanks. Say, your wife doing all right?
Just fine, Carl, just fine.
Well, Steve, since my business is representing the Equitable Society, I ought to tell you that you now have the equivalent of $9,500 more life insurance than you had yesterday. And it hasn't cost you 1 red cent extra.
Huh? $9,500 more insurance? How come?
Well, it's from your old Uncle Sam. Your benefits under Social Security go up now that there's 3 in your family. Having this baby gives you about $9,500 of extra insurance protection through Social Security.
Say, I never knew Social Security was worth all that money to me.
Yes, Steve, many Americans don't realize what a wonderful asset they have in Social Security. They've never discovered how easy it is to build Social Security into full security through life insurance with the Equitable Society. For instance, if you already own some life insurance, your Equitable Society man may be able to show you how only a few dollars extra per month will give your family complete protection through the Equitable Extended Income Plan. Remember, your Social Security benefits vary according to your age, salary, and family situation. Why not get the facts? Find out exactly what you're entitled to under Social Security. The government has prepared a special card that'll help you secure this information. To obtain one of these cards, get in touch with your Equitable Society representative or send your name and address on a postcard to the Equitable Society, care of this station. That's EQUITABLE, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, Death in the Tropics.
Yes, the evil schemes of men are as fragile as the minds which create them, and they crush like eggshells against the rock-ribbed eternity of justice. Thus far in tonight's case, the criminal plot of one man, Dan Ogden, has been shattered by the spouting gun of the man he schemed against, the gangster hijacker Durant. As for Durant's plan to flee justice himself, well, other events bearing on that are already in motion. Shortly after Dan Ogden walked into his death at the plantation cottage, FBI agents Gardner and Rankin from New York landed at the Isla Grande airport on San Juan and proceeded to the local office of the FBI. At this moment, Gardner has about finished bringing San Juan agent in charge Houston up to date on the case.
So it seems pretty conclusive that the man slugged and burned in the truck was Jack Durant, all right.
And you think his wife might be mixed up in it?
Well, we don't know that, Houston, but we've got good reason to believe that she didn't make the trip here alone.
And how's that?
We checked the passenger list again in New York just before catching the plane, and we ran into the name of one of Durant's gang, Dan Ogden.
Oh?
There could have been a romance there between Ogden and Durant's wife.
And Ogden got Durant out of the way?
He could have. Have you uncovered anything yet?
No. When I got your cable this morning, I started a man investigating to see if Durant had bought any property on the island. But so far, nothing's turned up.
Oh.
This may be my man now. He's been over at the Hall of Records for the last 2 hours. Houston speaking.
I think I found what you want, Houston.
Yeah? What is it?
Well,
Well, a real estate broker acting for a man in New York named Durant bought a banana plantation about a month ago.
Well, get the location of the place quick, Fred. And then get back over here and drive Gardner and Rankin out there.
Now, look, Jack, you gotta believe me. I didn't have anything to do with it.
Stop lying to me.
But I tell you...
Stop lying, I said.
I got a right to tell my side of it.
I already know it.
Okay, then, if you're satisfied with what you think you know, kill me. Go ahead.
All right. Let's hear your story.
This is the truth, so help me.
Go on.
Well, when you didn't come back from that job by the time morning came, I was scared stiff.
Yeah?
Yeah. And Dan come to the apartment all in a lather and said something had gone wrong. And you were plenty hot with the cops right then.
Is that a fact?
Yeah. And he said that you told him to get me on the boat and to come on down here with me to look after me until you had cooled off and could make it here yourself.
No kidding.
Honest, I didn't want to go off and leave you, but if you thought it was best, there wasn't anything else for me to... Jack, it's the truth, every word I'm saying. Don't you believe me?
Georgie Fresno got cold feet about knocking me off, Mill, and told me the whole story.
I don't care what Georgie Fresno
I do.
told...
Is the way it turned out. You and Danny done me a big favor.
What do you mean?
As far as the cops are concerned, Jack Durant is a dead man.
What?
I did to Georgie Fresno what he was supposed to do to me. Then I fixed it so the cops would think he was me.
But...
Then I grabbed a plane and come on down here to be on hand to greet you and Danny when you arrived to set up housekeeping.
Listen,
Shut
Jack...
up. Since you and Danny done me such a big favor, now I'm going to do you one. I'm going to let you go ahead and keep house with Danny. Only I might have a little trouble explaining to the cops why he has to lie down all the time. You know I couldn't have been the cause of it. Remember? I'm dead.
Jack, come back, you can't...
So long, sucker. And enjoy the banana.
Jack, I knew you'd come.
I beg your pardon. Are you Mildred Durant?
Who are you?
We're special agents of the FBI.
FBI?
That's right.
Well, what do you want here? I mean, what have you... Oh, all right. You might as well come on in.
Thank you. Go ahead, Rankin.
Thanks.
Now, the reason we're here, Mrs. Durant...
Gardner.
Yeah.
Over there on the floor.
Is that Ogden?
Yeah.
Take a look at him, Rankin.
You don't have to. He's dead. But I didn't do it.
Who did?
Well, I don't suppose you'll believe me when I tell you. But he did it anyway, and he's right here on this island now, no matter what...
Just a minute, Mrs. Durant. Who are you talking about?
My husband.
Your husband? Don't give us that.
Wait a minute, Rankin.
Told you wouldn't believe me.
Well, under the circumstances, it's rather difficult, since our records at the moment show that your husband is dead.
I know the truth about that, too, but you'll believe what you like.
We believe
so...
only what we know to be a fact, Mrs. Durant.
I'm telling you a fact. My husband, Jack Durant, killed Dan Ogden. He was here in this house not more than 30 minutes before you got here.
I better take that, Rankin. Hello.
This is Houston. That you, Gardner?
Yes, what's wrong?
Just got a radiogram from your office in New York.
Yeah?
That body has been identified positively now, and it's not Durant.
What?
It's the body of one of his men, Georgie Fresno.
We'll be in a few minutes. Thanks.
Right.
Mrs. Durant.
Hmm?
If your husband is not dead, whose body was it that was found burned in the truck?
Georgie Fresno.
Rankin, I believe she's telling us the truth.
Huh?
And I believe your husband is on the island, too, Mrs. Durant. You come with us, and we'd better hurry. Looks like a storm coming up.
around here?
What can I do for you, mister?
I want to charter a plane to Cuba.
For when?
When do you think? Now.
Are you kidding?
What do you mean?
You ought to know. You're soaking with it.
What's the matter? You scared of a little rain, are you?
It's not the rain, mister. It's the storm that's going on with it.
Okay, so that raises the price. I'll pay it. I got to get to Cuba now.
I'll take you to Cuba at the regular charter rate. But not until the weather clears. Understand?
Now, look here, you can't...
There's no argument about it. Take it or leave it.
When do you think it'll clear?
These don't last long down here. Maybe an hour or two.
Okay.
Got your identification to get into Cuba?
I've been to Cuba before.
Okay. But I have to have your name, too.
Fresno. George Fresno.
Okay. Take it easy. I'll holler when it's time to take off.
Any trace of him, Houston?
We've checked every hotel in San Juan and all the airlines and steamship offices.
Not booked, huh?
No. So he's probably trying to go under somewhere on the island.
Got the police alerted?
Yeah.
You can charter a plane out of here, can't you?
Well, we checked the only 2 charter services. Durant's not booked with them either.
Well, at the moment, it looks as if Mr. Jack Durant might as well be dead as far... Hey, wait a minute. Hold on.
Yeah?
I got an idea. I think that we might...
Fresno. Mr. Fresno.
Yeah?
You can board the plane now if you want to.
It's about time.
We won't be taking off right away, though.
What? How come?
Well, you might call it a situation over which I have no control.
What do you mean?
He means us, Durant.
What? Who are you?
Special agents of the FBI.
Oh, well, I didn't expect you.
Put down that gun, Durant.
You're staying where you are until we take off around here.
All right, take his gun, Rankin.
Right.
Now, you get up, Durant. We should have spotted you sooner. In fact, we should have known all along you'd be using the name of George Fresno.
Jack Durant was tried for the murders of George Fresno and Dan Ogden and sentenced to the electric chair. Information which the FBI got from Durant before the trial led to the arrest and conviction of all other members of the hijacking gang. Durant's wife was released as no criminal charge could be brought against her. Yes, the familiar adage has it that the best laid schemes of mice and men ofttimes go astray. To which we add again, while those of criminals inevitably go astray.
In just a moment, we'll tell you about next week's colorful story from the files of your FBI. And now, friends, let me remind you that no matter how much you earn, you have a valuable asset in Social Security. And your Equitable Society representative will gladly show you how easy it is to build your Social Security into full security. He'll explain to you how Social Security and life insurance can work together for your complete protection, and will help you determine exactly where you stand under Social Security. No obligation, of course. Phone him tomorrow. Your Equitable Society representative is listed in your local phone book under the name Equitable, EQUITABLE, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Walkie-Talkie Stick-Ups.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. And now this is Carl Frank, speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Walkie-Talkie Stick-Ups, on This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Are you one of the 50 million Americans covered by Social Security? If so, have you any clear idea of your rights and benefits under Social Security? Well, there may be a pleasant surprise in store for you, for in a few minutes you will learn from our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, how easy it is to build Social Security into full security. Tonight's FBI file, the Walkie-Talkie Stick-Ups.
During 6 horrible years of war, millions of human beings were slaughtered. And today, countless other millions are homeless and starving. All because the younger generations of 2 nations had been imbued with a savage contempt for the rights and property of others. Had grown up in the belief that the way to get what you want was to steal it, and if necessary, use a gun. Today, the lives and rights and property of American citizens are being assaulted by the biggest army of criminals in the country's entire history. How old are they? More than 1 out of 5 is under 21 years of age, and the percentage is increasing. Last year, the largest number of arrests in all age groups was of boys and girls 17 years old. Boys more or less like those in tonight's case from the files of your FBI. Young Jack Chase, whose crippled leg had long since earned him the cruel nickname Gimpy, spent most of his time in his little workshop in the cellar of the Chase house in Cincinnati. And that's where he was that afternoon when his younger brother Freddie and Freddie's running mate, Knuckles Butler, brought him a problem to solve for them.
Can we come in, Jack?
Huh? Oh, sure. Come ahead.
Go ahead, Knuckles.
Okay.
Me and Knuckles want you to show us how to work something.
Oh, what do you got?
If you lay off what you're doing a minute, Gimpy, we'll show you.
My name is Jack.
Okay. Look these things over, will you, Jack?
Hey, walkie-talkie radio sets.
That's right.
They're brand new.
Mm-hmm.
And they got U.S. Army stamped on them, too.
No kidding.
Where did you and Knuckles get these, Freddie?
Well, we got
My
them down...
cousin just got home from the Army. He had them, and we borrowed them. Okay?
Yeah, that's right, Jack. That's where we got them.
I see.
How do they work?
Well, they have to be set at the same frequency first.
Then what?
Well, I'll show you. Let's see. We'll make it 112 megacycles. We'll make the wavelength about 2.5 meters.
Hey, what does that mean, Jack?
Well, it would take too long to explain.
You want to set this other, too, don't you?
Yeah. Let's see. There we are. I'll pull out the antenna like this.
Mm-hmm. When you want to talk, what do you do?
Flip the switch over this way.
Well, what about when the other guy is talking?
You flip it back.
I get it. Now, how can we tell if these things are working?
Well, I'll go outside and see if we can make contact.
Okay.
Leave your switch like it is till you hear me.
Right.
This looks like it's going to be real easy, Knuckles.
Yeah.
Do you talk now?
He said wait for him. I ain't going to do anything.
This is Jack. Can you hear me talking, Knuckles? Over.
Yeah, sure. I heard you swell.
Let me say something, huh?
Get away.
Well, look, how am I going to help you out in that job
Shut
if
up,
you don't...
stupid. The switch is open.
What job is that, Fred? Fred, do you hear me?
He didn't say job. He said joke. We're going to take these things out tonight and have some fun.
Hey, Knuckles. This is Freddie. Where are you now?
I'm on the roof of the warehouse, you dope. And quit talking unless you got to warn me about something.
Okay. Everything is still all clear down here.
I found the door to the stairs that lead down inside. The nylons are supposed to be on the top floor, so it oughtn't to take me long. Just keep a watch out for the cops. I'm going down in now.
I won't say another word unless I have to. Go ahead. Hey, Knuckles. A police car just turned the corner going toward the warehouse.
Is it stopping there?
Wait a second. No, it's going on by. Whew. Had me scared for a minute.
Next time, stupid, don't holler unless it's real trouble. Now, shut up.
That'll be enough, kid. And don't move and you won't get hurt.
Okay.
I could have got you coming down the steps. I heard you ever since you got on the roof.
Yeah?
I just wanted to see how you were working.
So now you know.
Yeah, pretty smart. Using walkie-talkies, eh? Now, wait a minute. Don't flip that switch so your pal can hear what's going on. I want to get him, too.
Knuckles, how you doing?
And don't answer him to tell you. Give me that thing. I'll handle the switch and tell you what to say.
Hey, Knuckles. Something wrong? Answer me.
All right, now. When I flip the switch, you tell him what I say for you to tell him. You get it?
Sure. I got it.
You get this, too!
Knuckles, are you okay?
Sure, kid. I'll get the nylons and be with you in a minute.
Some 2 hours later that night, in the office of Agent in Charge Revere of the Cincinnati Field Office of the FBI.
I'm the night watchman down at the Medford Brothers warehouse, Mr. Revere.
You seem to have taken quite a going over.
Yeah, he had a pretty good knock in the head, I guess.
What happened?
Well, I've already reported the burglary to the police, but I thought you fellas might be interested, too.
You say burglary?
Yes, a couple of hours ago. 2 kids pulled it.
Kids, huh? There's an awful lot of them getting in trouble these days.
Yeah. Now, I came to you. I remember reading in the paper this morning about that army stuff that was broken into down on the river docks last night.
Oh, yes, yes. There were some binoculars and walkie-talkie radio sets stolen.
And these kids tonight, Mr. Revere, used walkie-talkies.
What?
One of them was posted down the street for lookout while the other one come inside by the roof to steal some nylons.
I see.
I should have held on to the one kid I had instead of trying to get him to get the other one inside, too.
That's when you got struck down?
That's right.
Did you get a look at his walkie-talkie set at all?
Yes, it had U.S. Army stamped on it, mister.
You must have been able to get a pretty fair description of the boy, too.
Yes, sir. I'd say he's about 17 or 18.
Oh, just a minute. I want to get Special Agent Niles in on this.
Yes, sir.
And then we'll get to work and see if we can save a couple of youngsters from getting into even more serious trouble than they have tonight.
Hey, Jack.
Oh, what is it, Fred?
Has Knuckles been here?
No.
Where is that guy? He's supposed to meet me here an hour ago.
You're seeing quite a bit of him lately, aren't you?
Yeah, why?
He's not a good guy to hang around with.
Now, wait a minute. Since when are you running my life?
I'm just giving you some good advice.
Well, save it.
You know, he was arrested last month for breaking into a candy store over on Front Street.
They didn't hang that job on him. He got off.
Nevertheless, he was guilty, and you know it.
All I know is he's the right guy, so lay off him.
Oh, look, Freddie, my only concern is that he doesn't get you into trouble.
Stop preaching, will you? I can look out for myself.
Revere speaking.
This is Niles, Mr. Revere.
Good, I'm glad you called in.
But I haven't got any lead on those kids yet.
Maybe I have.
What?
A woman just phoned. She'd read about the walkie-talkies being stolen.
Yeah?
Yeah, she saw a kid next door to her house yesterday afternoon using one.
Uh-uh.
The boy has a crippled leg, so he couldn't have been the one who slugged the night watchman.
But he could have been the one who played lookout.
It's possible. Anyway, you better hop out and have a talk with the boy. Here's the name and address.
Come in.
Hello.
Hello.
Are you Jack Chase?
Yeah, that's right.
My name is Niles. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
FBI?
That's right.
Well, what are you doing here?
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Okay. What about?
A walkie-talkie radio set.
Huh?
Do you have one around here?
No, sir. Why?
A neighbor of yours said she saw you using one yesterday afternoon.
Look, what's this all about?
A robbery was committed last night by two boys. They used walkie-talkies. We believe they're the same ones that were stolen from an army warehouse.
I don't know anything about them.
I understand you have a brother.
Yeah, that's right.
Is he around?
No, sir. But I'm sure he didn't have anything to do with it either. We were both home last night when that robbery was committed. I can prove it.
How do you know you can?
Because I
didn't tell you what time the robbery happened.
Well, I don't have to know the time.
I see. Well, Jack, I guess that'll be all for now.
Sorry I can't help you, mister.
Maybe you will yet, one way or another. So long, son.
Hiya, Freddie.
Hey, what kept you, Knuckles?
I had to wait around to see that guy downtown.
Did he buy the nylons?
Sure.
How much?
$50.
50. But they're worth 10 times that. You told me yourself.
Look, we're just starting. Wait until we get a rep. Then we can write our own ticket.
I took a lot of chances for a measly 50.
Save the beefs, will you? Is your brother in the cellar?
I don't know.
Let's go see.
Why?
I'd like to clip him for a couple of chisels. Come on.
What do you need chisels for?
How do you think we break into places? Ringing doorbell?
Oh.
Go ahead. Okay.
Hi, Jack. I've been waiting for you, Freddie.
Yeah?
Yeah. And you too, Knuckles.
What for?
I had a visitor a little while ago. He was from the FBI.
Huh? What did he want?
I think you already know.
What are you talking about?
Those walkie-talkies. You didn't get them from your cousin, Knuckles.
Sure I did.
You're lying. They were stolen from the army.
That ain't so.
Shut up, Fred. They were used last night in a robbery at a warehouse. You, too, committed that robbery.
Oh, you're crazy.
Oh, no. The FBI tried to pin it on me because somebody saw me trying out the walkie-talkies yesterday.
What'd you tell them?
Nothing. Yet.
What do you mean by that?
I'm going to give you both a chance first to go down to the FBI and tell them you did it.
What do you want to do? See your own brother thrown in the clink?
He'll only get in worse trouble hanging around with you. Well, you going to do as I say, Freddie?
No.
Okay. I gave you your chance.
Wait a minute, Gimp.
Yeah?
Where do you think you're going?
You won't confess, so I'm going to do it for you.
Oh, no, you ain't.
Get out of my way.
Are you kidding?
Oh, hey, don't, Knuckles.
Keep out of this.
Oh, Knuckles.
Shut up. That should keep him quiet. Let's get out of here.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's case, which shows how your FBI helps provide national security. And now let's listen in on a conversation about Social Security between a man named Mike McNulty and his friend, the Equitable Society representative.
Hey, what do you take me for? A big shot with a fancy salary? How can a man who earns $60 a week think of retiring at 65 with an income of $100 a month?
Because you've got a good old uncle who's going to help you do just that, Mike.
Uncle? I've no rich uncle. My father's only brother died last year, and all he left was debts.
No, Mike, the uncle I'm talking about is Uncle Sam. What you'll get from Uncle Sam's Social Security gives you a big head start towards that $100 a month when you're still young.
And what do you think of that? Me, Mike McNulty, a gentleman of leisure at 65, thanks to my fine uncle and his fine Social Security.
Yes, Mike, many Americans have never discovered how easy it is to build Social Security into full security through life insurance. Most people are amazed when they discover how little it costs. For instance, if you already own some life insurance, your Equitable Society man may be able to show you how only a few dollars extra per month will give your wife complete protection and assure you a comfortable retirement income through the Equitable Extended Income Plan. Remember, your Social Security benefits vary according to your age, salary, and family situation. Why not get the facts? Find out exactly what you're entitled to under Social Security. The government has prepared a special card that'll help you secure this information. To obtain one of these cards, get in touch with your Equitable Society representative or send your name and address on a postcard to the Equitable Society, care of this station. That's EQUITABLE, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, the Walkie-Talkie Stick-Up.
In Europe, it was a lawless army of swaggering, arrogant young Nazi bullies who took what they wanted by force and savagely struck down even the helpless and defenseless who stood in their way. In America, today, it is a lawless and rapidly growing army of swaggering, arrogant young bullies who are taking what they want by force. In Cincinnati that day, it was one such bully who struck down a crippled boy. And it was that boy's own brother who stood by and watched the beating. It was early in the evening of the same day that Special Agent Niles of the FBI opened the door to room 21 in a Cincinnati hospital.
Hello, Jackie.
What? Oh, hello.
The nurse said I could come in. Okay?
Okay.
Thanks.
How did you know I was here?
I went to your house again a while ago to see you.
What'd they tell you?
But you told them it was a hit-and-run driver that knocked you down.
Well, that's what it was.
Automobiles can mess up a fellow like you're messed up, Jack, but I never knew one to reach out and punch their victim in the eye, too.
What do you mean?
You've got a beautiful shiner.
Look, I gotta just...
Jack, where's your brother?
I don't know.
You mean he hasn't even been here to see you?
Oh, yeah, sure. Sure he was here.
Oh, then he must have come in and gone out by the window. Nobody in the hospital saw him. Nobody home knows where he is. Nobody at Knuckles' house knows where he is either.
Knuckles?
That's the nickname of the boy who slugged the watchman last night, and your brother has a pal by that nickname. Your folks told me.
Oh.
Why did they beat you up?
Who said they did?
I could tell today that you'd guessed who committed that crime last night, so when you wouldn't talk, I left you alone.
Now, look, mister...
Then you went to Freddie and Knuckles and advised them to confess, and that's when they beat you up, isn't it?
I'm not talking.
Look, you're not sparing your folks or Freddie either, Jack.
What do you mean?
You're letting them in for a much bigger shock later on. You're only saving Freddie for that day when he kills somebody and gets sent to the electric chair.
How do you feel about that, knowing that you could have prevented it?
What do you want to know?
Everything I've said is the truth, isn't it?
Yes.
Then where are they?
I don't know. Honest, I don't.
All right, but you can still help. Maybe you can tell me something about those walkie-talkies.
Freddie,
Yeah?
do me a favor, will you?
What?
Quit sneaking along the street like you're wearing a convict suit.
I can't help it.
Look, we got here to Louisville okay, didn't we?
Yeah, but...
And nobody knows we're here.
But they'll keep looking, Knuckles.
And when they get to Louisville, we'll be gone. Only guys that stop moving and stop using their heads get caught.
Maybe so.
We gotta get a hangout. Then case out another job. I've got to raise some dough first. Come on.
Where are we going?
To find a hock shop.
What for?
I'm gonna hock these binoculars. That'll bring us 20, 25.
Oh, but what'll a guy think when he sees U.S. Army stamped on them?
He'll know he's getting the best there is, that's all. Let's go.
You send for me, Mr. Revere?
Yes, that alert we put out on the walkie-talkies and binoculars last night has paid off.
Yeah?
I just got a call from the office in Louisville.
What happened?
2 kids answering the description of the ones we're after pawned some Army binoculars there about an hour ago.
Oh, then I guess I better start rolling.
Spencer of the Louisville office will be waiting to give you a hand.
Good. All I hope is the kids don't get rid of those walkie-talkies, too.
Oh, come on in, Knuckles.
Everything's set, Freddie. I got us a job all cased out for tonight. Hey, you look like you're getting ready to go somewhere.
I was just waiting till you got back to tell you.
Tell me what?
I'm going back home.
You're what?
I made up my mind, Knuckles. I'm leaving. Oh.
Now, sit down.
Look, it won't do any good to act that way, Knuckles.
Maybe I didn't hit you hard enough.
No matter what you do, I'm quitting.
You can't quit even if I let you.
Why not?
You're up to your ears now, same as I am.
I don't care. I'm going back home and give myself up, and you ought to do the same, Knuckles.
Not me. I'm just getting started, and when we finish this job, I'm heading west.
No, I'm not helping you.
Oh, yes, you are. After tonight, I don't want you. I'll get somebody with some guts. But this job we do together.
Maybe they're not going to pull anything tonight, Niles.
We better wait it out, Spencer.
Maybe they changed their frequency.
According to the brother, they don't know that much about it. He had to set it for him.
Well, our receiver is set at 112 megacycles, too. I wish it would pick up something.
Of course, it's possible they might be doing a job without the walkie-talkies, but
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Hello? Hello, Knuckles?
This is it, Niles.
Hello, Knuckles? Answer me.
I told you not to talk tonight unless there was trouble.
But you've been in there so long, I got worried.
I'll be out in a minute. And with plenty, too. Where are you?
Still across the street where you left me.
Hey. How is this for a laugh, Freddie?
What?
I'm getting our binoculars back, too.
That does it, Niles.
Yeah, step on it.
Hello. Hello, Freddie.
What do you say, Knuckles?
I'm starting out the back way now, the way I came in. All clear out front?
Yeah. Everything's all clear, Knuckles.
I'm afraid you're wrong, Freddie.
Huh?
Freddie, what's the matter? Who said that?
Special agent of the FBI, Knuckles.
Huh?
I just picked up Freddie outside.
What is this?
I'm a special agent, too, and you're both coming back to Cincinnati.
How did you find us?
When we get to Cincinnati, I'll let a certain cripple boy tell you all about it, son. Come on.
Because of his youth and his sincere desire to go straight again, young Freddie Chase was released to his parents and put on his good behavior for a period of 6 months. The boy called Knuckles Butler, however, showed no spirit of repentance whatsoever, and he is now serving a term in a school of corrections. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a timely message on the subject of juvenile delinquency from the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Mr. J. Edgar Hoover.
America's crime bill runs into billions annually. If it could be diverted, the standard of living of every family in the nation would be raised. Increasingly, our crime problem is becoming a youth problem. A generation of right living and right thinking could bring crime to a minimum. If all parents would devote only a little more time to their children, learning to know and understand them, influencing them by example, winning their confidences by companionship, and instilling in them a heartfelt respect for the rights of others and for constituted authority, they would be investing in their future happiness and security. It is not too late to capitalize upon the vacation theme, a time when many young people are not thoroughly occupied now that school is out. Your son or daughter, niece or nephew, grandson or granddaughter, brother or sister needs real companionship and understanding. Give them a chance by seeing to it that they have your company during their vacation, and yours will be more meaningful by having them with you.
In just a moment, we'll tell you about next week's colorful story from the files of your FBI. Once again, friends, let me remind you that no matter how much you earn, you have a valuable asset in Social Security. And your Equitable Society representative will gladly show you how easy it is to build your Social Security into full security. He'll explain to you how Social Security and life insurance can work together for your complete protection, and will help you determine exactly where you stand under Social Security. No obligation, of course. Phone him tomorrow. Your Equitable Society representative is listed in your local phone book under the name Equitable, Equitable, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Sinister Witness.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The role of J. Edgar Hoover was impersonated. However, all other names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlson. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Sinister Witness, on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Are you one of the 50 million Americans covered by Social Security? If so, have you any clear idea of your rights and benefits under Social Security? Well, there may be a pleasant surprise in store for you, for in a few minutes you'll learn from our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, how easy it is to build Social Security into full security. Tonight's FBI file, The Sinister Witness.
Sometimes, as you listen to these programs taken from the files of your FBI, it may occur to you that the characters involved are from another world. Nothing could be further from the truth. Every hour of every day, you are living closer to crime than you think. For the best proof of that, consider tonight's case, a case involving a person who might be you. People who stay up late and partake too freely will wake up the next morning with a hangover. That is a medical fact. A hangover can happen to a professor, a fireman, or even, as in this story from the files of your FBI, to the president of a department store, one Mr. J.B. Lamar. Mrs. Lamar is just across the bed from her husband as he opens his eyes for the first time.
Good morning, dear.
Oh, no. Dear.
What?
Pull down the shades.
Are you going to stay in bed? Shall I call the store?
Huh? What time is it?
About 10 o'clock.
What day is it, Friday?
Hmm.
Oh, Friday. I've got to go downtown. I've got 2 appointments.
Would you like some coffee?
Not right now, dear, but if you see the back of my head anywhere, let me know.
All right. Oh, I almost forgot. Happy anniversary.
Same to you, dear.
Do you suppose there's any more champagne in town?
If there is, I can't blame it on us.
They can't blame it on you if there's no scotch either.
Why? Was I drinking scotch and champagne?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, why didn't you stop me?
The First Division couldn't have stopped you.
Oh, never again.
You know, dear, you shouldn't go driving when you're feeling the way you did.
Driving? I drove the car last night?
You did.
Where'd I go?
Don't you remember that no one could talk you out of driving the Masons home after the party?
I drove the Masons home all the way over across the bridge?
You did.
I really drew a blank. I don't remember anything after about 10 o'clock.
You did it, all by yourself.
Oh, no. Oh, I'll get it. Hello?
Good morning. How do you feel this morning, Mr. Lamar?
Frankly, sir, not very well.
I wouldn't think so after last night.
Who is this calling?
I'm a man who can be either a very good friend of yours or a bad enemy.
Who are you? What do you want?
My name is Dixon. Martin Dixon. And I'm calling you from St. Louis.
Hmm?
I got some information that's pretty valuable to you.
What kind of information?
Information about last night. Now, are you interested?
Yes, go on.
Let's understand each other before we go any further, Mr. Lamar.
Yes, let's.
My information is for sale.
And if I don't choose to buy it?
How would Mrs. Lamar look as a widow?
How dare you?
Yes?
Mr. Lamar?
That's right.
I'm the man who phoned you about an hour ago.
Good.
Martin Dixon. Remember?
Look here, Dixon. What's your game?
Maybe I better come in. I think you'll want to hear what I have to sell.
All right. Come into the living room. To the right there.
I think maybe you better close that door, too, Mr. Lamar.
What, is all of this, Mr. Dixon?
Yeah. Take a look at the front page. A story about the hit-and-run accident on the bridge.
Police today were searching for the driver of a car which struck down and killed 78-year-old... What is this?
You don't have to act for me, Mr. Lamar. I was there.
You were where?
On the bridge when you hit that old man.
What?
I thought it might be something of a shock to you, Mr. Lamar, and I also thought you might not believe me. So I brought the proof.
What proof?
These pieces of glass are from your right front headlight, Mr. Lamar.
Oh, good Lord, I had no idea.
No, of course not. I could tell from the way you were driving that you were pretty well loaded.
Wait right here, Mr. Dixon, will you?
Where are you going?
Going upstairs and get dressed.
And then?
And I'm going to the police and tell them I did it.
Wait a second. You were driving while intoxicated. You hit an old man and left the scene of the accident, and the old man died, so you committed manslaughter. And you want to go in and confess?
What else can I do?
Don't you still want to run for mayor?
What's that got to do with this?
You don't think you'd be elected after this, even if you didn't go to jail, do you?
I guess you're right, but...
Look, Mr. Lamar, I'm the only one who saw the accident.
You are?
Yep. Now I've got the only evidence that you had the accident. Would you be interested in buying some rare pieces of glass? Direct from Toledo, Ohio?
Let me think.
Okay, Mr. Lamar. I'm giving you till 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to think. And I have that $2,500 in cash. So long.
Across the Little River in St. Louis a little earlier that same morning, Agent in Charge Ritchie of the FBI's field office had just returned to his desk when...
Ritchie speaking.
Police headquarters, Mr. Ritchie.
Good morning.
I'm afraid that we got a fugitive case that belongs to you fellas.
Oh? What kind?
A hit-and-run driver.
We'll take it, but why does it belong to us?
Because the driver headed his car across the bridge and disappeared into Illinois. That's a flight to avoid prosecution. We're filing those charges.
That's for us, then. Now tell me what happened.
Well, we haven't got too many details, but we'll send the only witness down to your office right away.
Who is it?
A scrub woman who cleans up at night in an office building.
I see.
She was on her way home last night when she saw a big black car crash into an old man crossing a street about a block away from her, and then head on across the bridge without stopping.
What about the victim?
His body is at the morgue.
Then we'll talk to the witness and assume that you'll check the body for clues.
Right.
Hey, Marty, where are you, baby? I got to... Oh, I didn't see you. Won't you look nerve-wracking?
Don't speak to me unless you got some money.
Okay. How do you do, Marty?
Let me see it.
There you are, baby. 2,500 skins. Count 'em.
Where'd we get all of these?
Well, you know those 4 little pieces of glass I showed you?
Well?
Well, I'm selling them to a certain party for $2,500 apiece.
$2,500 apiece?
That's right. He's already bought one, and he thinks he's going to get the rest Friday morning for only one more $2,500.
I don't get it.
That's not important now. The important thing is...
Now I'm going to get some clothes.
I'll say you are. And after I finish selling those 4 pieces of glass, we're off, baby. We're off.
Ritchie speaking.
This is police headquarters again, Mr. Ritchie.
What's up?
I was just wondering whether you had any word on the hit-and-run case yet.
Nothing of importance. I'm waiting for a report from the lab.
Mind me being curious?
Well, not at all. We found a few slivers of glass at the scene of the accident. Might be part of a headlight.
Yeah, that's probably the part of the car that struck him.
And the fender, too, we think.
Oh?
We found a smudge of auto paint on the clothes of the victim. The lab's trying to identify it now.
Good. Good. If there's anything we can do to help, just let us know.
Hold it a second, please. Special Agent Dunn is just coming in from the lab now. Got something done?
The glass is from a headlight, all right.
What about the paint check?
Well, it's an exact match of the formula of paint used on the 1941 model Buick.
Uh-huh. Hello?
Yeah?
We'll give you the first alert, Sergeant. We want to check all garages for one that may have repaired the right headlight and front fender of a 1941 model black Buick sedan.
Okay, we've gone to work. So long.
Now, let's put out the same alert, Dunn, to all police departments in Missouri and Illinois right away.
Right.
It's just me, Mr. Lamar, the glass dealer.
Come in, please.
Okay.
This way, please.
I hope you haven't gone to the trouble to think up any funny ideas, Mr. Lamar, because I ain't going
Step
to...
in, please. Have a chair.
Look here, Mr. Lamar.
I said have a chair.
Do I get the $2,500 or don't I?
No, you don't.
What?
I confess I was prepared to pay you another $2,500 this morning. In the last few moments, I changed my mind.
How come?
How come? Well, it's like...
Never mind what it's like, Mr. Lamar. Hand over that $2,500 or I go to the cops for those pieces of glass from your headlight. Understand?
Well, perhaps I can hold your interest better in what I have to say with this little instrument.
Why, you... Put down that gun.
As I started to say, I was prepared to pay you another $2,500 this morning.
And I said put down that
but
gun.
I've decided instead to give this whole thing a little run off my conscience.
What do you mean?
I simply mean that I'm going to call the police to come and get me, and get you, too, for blackmail.
Why, you...
There you are.
Listen, you can go crazy and tell the police to come and get you if you want to, but you're not going to call them while I'm here.
Hello. Hello, operator.
Operator. Operator. Hello. Hello.
Excuse it, operator. Somebody made a mistake.
We'll return in just a moment to tonight's case, which shows how your FBI helps provide national security. Now let's listen in on a conversation about Social Security between a career girl named Audrey Andrews and a representative of the Equitable Society.
Carl, you mean that my Social Security that costs me only a few cents every payday may be worth thousands of dollars to me later on?
That's right, Audrey.
Why, I never dreamed it amounted to anything like that.
Well, that's the wonderful thing about Social Security. It gives you a big head start in the race for full security. It's the first time in the history of this country that women earning salary like yours have been in a position to look forward to real independence.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, thousands of career girls these days are reinforcing their Social Security with life insurance. Actually, it costs only a few dollars a month for a girl your age to get life insurance that will double her Social Security benefits. That's real financial independence.
Well, Carl, you certainly have given me a new angle on Social Security.
Yes, Audrey, many Americans don't realize what a wonderful asset they have in Social Security. They've never discovered how easy it is to build Social Security into full security through life insurance. If you already own some life insurance, your Equitable Society man may be able to show you how only a few dollars extra per month will assure you a comfortable retirement income through the Equitable Extended Income Plan. Your Social Security benefits vary according to your age, salary, and family situation. Why not get the facts? Find out exactly what you're entitled to under Social Security. The government has prepared a special card that will help you secure this information. To obtain one of these cards, get in touch with your Equitable Society representative or send your name and address on a postcard to the Equitable Society, care of this station. That's EQUITABLE, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Sinister Witness.
repent of a wrong does not wholly exonerate the wrongdoer. And although in tonight's case the man Lamar had repented of his conspiracy with the blackmailer, like most repentance, it came too late. It was some 2 hours after the blackmailer had struck down Lamar and escaped that Agent in Charge Ritchie and Special Agent Dodden of the FBI's St. Louis office, in answer to a call from police headquarters in Newtown, arrived at the bedside of Lamar and was listening to his confession.
And so now I'm fully prepared, gentlemen, to pay the penalty for whatever I'm guilty of in connection with the death of that poor old man.
You won't think it's very kind of me, Mr. Lamar, to say so at this point.
No, I think I know what you're going to say. You're perfectly justified, sir. What the blackmailer did to me was no more than I deserved for dealing with him, trying to cover up my crime.
Thank you. I'd rather have had you say it.
I guess there's nothing more for me to say, except that sorry I bungled the job of holding on to the blackmailer for you.
With your help, we may be able to catch you, Mr. Lamar. Right now, we want to examine your car.
I'm afraid the blackmailer has gotten away with the most conclusive evidence.
The pieces of glass from your headlight?
Yes, sir.
We picked up a few slivers of glass at the scene of the accident ourselves.
Oh?
And we also have a specimen of fender paint taken from the clothing of the victim.
I see.
Our laboratory, Mr. Lamar, has identified it as the formula of paint used on the 1941 model black Buick.
Well, gentlemen, of course, that's exactly the model of Buick you'll find outside in my garage.
You realize, of course, Mr. Lamar, that you're under arrest and that it'll be necessary to place you under guard.
Yes, sir.
But we shan't move you until the doctor says it's safe to do so.
Thank you, sir.
Come on, Dunn. Let's have a look at the car.
Right.
Well, now that I'm Miss Fashion Plate of 1946, Freddie,
Yeah, Marty?
and since we're headed for new and greener pastures,
Well?
you might tell me to whom I'm really indebted for my wardrobe.
Oh, okay. There's a sucker named Lamar.
Why didn't you introduce me to him, Freddie? Maybe I could have gotten it a lot easier. What went wrong, anyway?
How do you mean?
Well, you were going to collect a total of $10,000 and you stopped at 5.
Oh, you get a bad case of conscience and pulled a gun on me. He was going to call the cops. So I took his gun, slugged him, and took it on the lam with the second $2,500.
What I don't understand about it all is those 4 pieces of glass.
Those 4 pieces of glass, baby, came out of a headlight on our car.
So what?
I didn't tell you this. I smacked into an old man the other night and killed him. I had to get away fast, so I took off across the bridge.
Yeah?
And what do I see parked at the side of the road right off the bridge but another black Buick sedan, just like ours.
I don't get it.
Well, I stopped and looked in. There was a guy asleep at the wheel. You could smell the liquor on his breath 3 feet from the car.
Yeah, go on.
So right there and then, Freddie gets the bright idea of pinning the accident on him.
How?
He smashed his headlight. If that had waked him, I'd have played drunk myself.
But it didn't.
Nah, slept right through it. Then I took a pair of pliers and just dented his right front fender a little.
Freddie, you're a real genius.
It was nothing, baby, nothing. He was a pushover for it.
Too bad, though. We could have used that other $5,000.
We're going to make that look like peanuts, baby.
You still haven't told me how.
We're headed for a fancy lake resort, sweetheart.
And?
And there'll be at least one guy with arthritis and a big bankroll who can't resist your charm.
Does he have to have arthritis?
Well, anyway, when I come busting in your suite in the middle of the Danger Line cocktail, I'll yell...
How dare you, sir? This is my wife. $50,000, please.
Why, Grandma, what big numbers you have.
Now, take it easy, Mr. Lamar.
But I just can't believe it, that I'm innocent.
Oh, darling, isn't that wonderful?
But I still can't understand. I did drive over that bridge, and I was under the influence of liquor.
Well, that doesn't alter the fact that the specimen of paint taken from the victim's clothing doesn't match the paint on your right front fender.
But I don't understand.
Now, do the pieces of headlight glass we picked up match the glass in your headlight? Mr. Lamar, you had an accident at some time with that car, didn't you?
Why, yes. I had a little traffic accident about 6 months ago and had both the fender and the light repaired. But how did you find out?
Mr. Lamar, it's the job of the FBI to catch criminals.
I know that, sir.
But it's also our job to see that innocent people aren't convicted.
Yes, but this man Dixon...
There's some kind of a frame going on, Mr. Lamar. You say the man who came here told you his name was Martin Dixon?
That's right.
Well, I had a hunch. I figured that maybe he did what a lot of criminals do when they assume a name, just change the first name. So I brought a picture from the police files in St. Louis, Mr. Lamar. Yeah. Is that Dixon?
Yes. Yes, it is.
I thought it might be. His right name is Fred Dixon. Well, I expect that's for me. Hello?
Richie, this is Dunn. We've got some kind of a break on Dixon, but I don't know where we go from here.
What have you got?
Well, I'm down at the second-hand car dealer's at 4th and Grand.
Mm-hmm.
He's got Dixon's Buick.
When'd he get it?
This morning. Dixon came in and sold it to him for cash.
This is the nearest we've come to him yet.
Yeah, it is, but I'm afraid it's a dead-end street down here.
Nothing in the car?
No, not a thing. He cleaned out the glove compartments, and he even lifted the front and rear seats to see that nothing was left underneath.
How do you know that?
The dealer told me.
Dixon didn't drop any hint to the dealer of where he was going, did he?
Nope, he just sold him the car, took the cash, and left.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you're cooler where you are than I am out here.
Not much cooler. Say, speaking of being cool, how was Dixon dressed when he sold the car?
In a sports jacket and slacks. A brown tweed jacket and brown gabardine slacks. Brown and white shoes and a brown neckerchief around the collar of his sports shirt. Why?
Meet me at the office. I've got an idea.
Bourbon and water, please. Beg pardon, miss. Someone using the stool?
Oh, it's all yours.
Thanks.
What do you mean by coming in here?
I was afraid to call you on the phone.
Okay, it's all set. Arthritis and all.
When?
We're having champagne in my suite after dinner.
What time?
Hold your anger, darling, till 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock, okay. It's a pretty good suite you have here, baby. I wish I could stick around and watch the fun.
You can have this bottle of vino with me.
No. Suppose your Mr. What's-his-name Gardner walks in on me.
Oh, that would be embarrassing. But he won't be here for an hour yet.
Okay, you got my business then on the vino. Pour me a glass.
Oh, this is living, ain't it, honey?
Baby, not ain't. You can't catch men like Gardner with a net if you say ain't.
Are you kidding? Gardner's not interested in my vocabulary.
I know that. You gotta have class to get these rich guys.
I got Gardner coming here in less than an hour, ain't I?
I don't want to fight, baby.
Now you're talking.
Yeah. Drink and be merry, for tomorrow we travel again.
With Mr. Gardner's 50,000.
You think it'll weigh us now?
Not if you don't give it to us in change.
Now, let's go through with our signals again, huh? Just to make sure we're right.
Okay. Now, when I pull this window shade down, that's a signal for you to come up here.
Yeah.
I'm to get Mr. Gardner sitting next to me right here on the couch. Yeah. And you pop in, and you say...
And then he says, what are you doing there with my wife, Mr. Gardner?
Who are you?
What do you mean by breaking into my suite this way? I'm going to call the manager.
How much were you going to charge, Mr. Gardner, for the privilege of sitting on the couch with your wife, Fred?
I said, who are you?
We're special agents of the FBI.
What do you want with me?
Well, to start at the beginning, you wanted for the hit-and-run slaying of an old man named Wilson.
I didn't do it. I want a lawyer.
I didn't say you did it, Dixon. I merely said that you're wanted for that crime. Now, if you're innocent of that, then maybe you can be convicted of blackmailing Mr. J.B. Lamar of St. Louis.
Fred.
Don't worry, baby. These guys are crazy if they think they can pin anything on me.
No, we're not crazy, Dixon. You should have changed your clothes after you sold your car. When the dealer gave us a description of your clothes, I took your picture down to the airline ticket counters and to the railroad.
But we didn't...
When I got no response at those places, I went to all of the drive-it-yourself automobile agencies.
Oh.
When I hit the third one, they told me you'd rented a car there.
How'd you know we'd come to this place?
That was simple. One of you kind people did us the favor of leaving a folder on the counter. An advertising folder describing the charms of this lovely hotel.
You did that, you genius.
For the hit-and-run killing of Joseph Wilson and for his crime of extortion, Frederick Dixon is now serving concurrent terms in the federal penitentiary. Mr. Lamar declined to press the blackmail charges, resulting in the release from custody of Martha Johnson. As Special Agent Ritchie pointed out, it is the job of your FBI to catch criminals, and also to see to it that innocent people are not convicted. We repeat that credo of the FBI tonight because this is a day which all Americans might well mark. For this is July 26, 1946, a date which serves as a double anniversary. It was on July 26, 1908, that Charles J. Bonaparte, Attorney General in the cabinet of President Theodore Roosevelt, signed an order creating the Federal Bureau of Investigation. 9 years later, on July 26, 1917, a young law clerk joined the FBI, a young law clerk named J. Edgar Hoover. Since that time, your FBI has become nationally and internationally famous as an organization which protects you, the American people. Your FBI hopes to maintain that same reputation in the future by continuing to work for you as it works now, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year.
In just a moment, we'll tell you about next week's colorful story from the files of your FBI. Once again, friends, let me remind you that no matter how much you earn, you have a valuable asset in Social Security. And your Equitable Society representative will gladly show you how easy it is to build your Social Security into full security. He'll explain to you how Social Security and life insurance can work together for your complete protection, and will help you determine exactly where you stand under Social Security. No obligation, of course. Phone him tomorrow. Your Equitable Society representative is listed in your local phone book under the name Equitable, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the case of the would-be movie star.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight's broadcast was directed by William M. Sweets. The music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States presents This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Are you one of the 50 million Americans covered by Social Security? If so, have you any clear idea of your rights and benefits under Social Security? Well, there may be a pleasant surprise in store for you, for in a few minutes, you'll learn from our sponsor the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States how easy it is to build Social Security into full security. Tonight's FBI file, the would-be movie star.
As a general rule, statistics are rather dull. But here are some statistics which, to you and to every other good American citizen, should not only be far from dull, but should, in fact, be truly alarming. Last year in this country, major crimes alone were committed at the rate of nearly 5,000 every 24 hours. And the figures for this year already show an increase of almost 22%. And the figures are still climbing, particularly in that field of crime of which tonight's case from the files of your FBI is a recent example, the crime of robbery, which has increased during the last 6 months, almost 50%. Ever since she saw that movie a couple of weeks ago in which a baby stole the picture from the grown-ups in the cast, Ruth Patterson has been obsessed with 3 ideas. One, that her own 2-month-old Ricky is 3 times cuter. 2, could have played the part 10 times better, and that she and her husband Frank should move to Hollywood and get the baby into pictures. But thus far, they're still living in North Philadelphia, where at the moment little Ricky is... Well, roughly translated, that means bring me my supper bottle.
Okay, Ricky. I'm hurrying as fast as I can. Here, take this bottle. Take it. Oh, that's it. Oh, gee, how you carry on. Oh, well, if you're going to be a movie star, I suppose you have to be a little temperamental. Just a minute. Now, just keep working on that bottle, honey. All right, I'm coming.
Hiya, sis.
Oh, hello, Flo.
Is, Frank home yet?
No, he works overtime Monday. Come on in.
Okay.
Oh, gosh, excuse me. You don't hold a bottle so good. Okay, Mummy's back now. There we are. Flo.
Yeah?
Come here.
Well, what is it?
Look at Ricky. Look at that face of his. Did you ever see such expression?
Yeah, that's cute.
Cute. With eyes like Jimmy Stewart, hair like Van Johnson, and a chin like Cary Grant, and all you can say is cute?
Honey, I'm just happy he doesn't look like that husband of yours.
Oh, gee, that reminds me. You know, you shouldn't even be here, Flo.
Why not?
Frank says he don't like for you to visit me. He thinks you're a bad influence.
Haven't you given up caring what he thinks?
Well, sure, but he's the only husband I've got.
What about the Hollywood deal?
Oh, you mean with Ricky?
Yeah. Is Frank going to take you out there?
No. He says that's out.
You still want to go?
Of course.
Without Frank?
Sure, but how?
I think I've got an angle for you on that.
Oh, gee, what is it?
Your car's here, ain't it?
Yeah, why?
Get Ricky. We're all going to the store.
Store? What store?
There's a supermarket over on the other side of town.
What are we going there for?
Get Ricky like I tell you, and let's go. This kid is going to co-star in a little act that'll get you and him to Hollywood.
What?
Pick him up, will you, and come on. Okay, here we are.
Oh, look, Flo. Ricky went to sleep in my arms coming over.
Oh, that's swell. Bring him and come on.
Where?
Into that store.
Oh, But look, it's already closed. Don't you see the sign on the door?
The manager's still in there. He'll let us in.
Oh, okay.
I'll do all the talking. Come on.
I still don't see what coming here has got to do with going to Hollywood.
Just follow me.
Look, the manager sees us, but he's shaking his head no.
Hold the kid up where he can see him.
Oh, you mean like this?
Yeah. Come on to the door, mister.
Oh, here he comes now.
Look, let me do the talking.
Oh, I wouldn't know what to say anyway.
I'm sorry, ladies, but the store is closed.
Yes, we know, and we wouldn't have bothered you except on account of the baby. You see, it's my sister's baby, and she forgot
You don't have to tell me. You forgot to get milk for the baby, right?
Now, how did you know that?
Lady, I unlock this door 2 or 3 times a week for the same reason.
Oh, then you don't mind?
Of course not. Come right in.
Thanks. Go ahead, sis.
Okay.
We can't turn down little fellas that need milk. Now, if you just wait right here, I'll go back to the ice
Never
box.
mind, mister.
I beg your pardon?
Never mind the milk. This is a stick-up.
What?
Oh.
Shut up.
Well, I didn't know we came over here for this.
Quiet, will you? Get him up, mister, and walk over to that cash register.
You're really holding him up?
Do what I tell you, mister.
Okay.
Anybody in the back?
Everybody else is gone.
Okay. Over to the cash register. Here. Put the money in this paper sack. Fill that money bag, too. Too bad I didn't think of this Saturday. We'd have got a bigger take.
It'll be too bad for you if I thought of it at all.
Oh, now, mister, don't be sore. This is as big a surprise to me as it is to you.
Now, wait a minute, mister. Take your hand out from under that counter.
I just wanted to get
Drop
some...
that gun.
Oh, no, I won't.
Flo, you shouldn't have fired that gun. Look, you made Ricky cry.
A few hours later, in the Philadelphia office of the FBI, Agent in Charge Marlin is studying some reports when...
Marlin speaking.
Police headquarters, Mr. Marlin. Here's one hot off the griddle for you fellas.
Yes, what is it?
A supermarket in North Philadelphia was stuck up right after closing time tonight by 2 women with a baby.
2 women with a...
That's right, a baby, and they escaped with $5,300 after shooting down the manager.
Is he dead?
No, he'll be all right. We got him in a hospital.
Well, I don't see any FBI angle.
Well, the car the women used was reported crossing over the New Jersey line at top speed about 30 minutes ago.
Oh, I see. Well, under the National Stolen Property Act, that becomes our problem. Anybody get the license number?
No, but it's a black Ford sedan, about a 41 model.
Any description of the women?
Well, the manager of the store gave a fair description. He's in the city hospital, and he's well enough to talk.
Good enough. I'll send Special Agent Corey out there right away.
Pour me another cup of coffee, Ruth, please.
Oh, but you haven't got time, Frankie. Look at the clock.
Oh, well, fix me a cup anyway while I get on my coat and tie, huh?
Oh, you better not stop for any more coffee, Frankie. You'll be late.
Look, what's the matter with you this morning?
Nothing's the matter. Why?
You've been trying to rush me out of here ever since I got up.
Oh, I am not assist your imagination.
No, I'll answer it.
Oh, no, I'll answer it. You go put on your tie.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello, sis. Has the jerk gone to work yet?
Oh, good morning, Aunt Martha. How are you?
What? Oh, I get it. Look, this will only take a minute.
Yeah, Ricky's just fine.
Now listen to me. As soon as Frank is gone, get yours and the kid's stuff packed.
Oh, I see. Why? Why is that, Aunt Martha?
I'll be over to pick you up in about an hour, so you be ready.
Yeah, but
I'm trying to tell you. I've got it all fixed. We're leaving for California today. See you in about an hour.
Oh, swell. Well, I'm glad you called, Aunt Martha. Goodbye now.
So long.
That was Aunt Martha, Frankie.
What did you do? Change your mind and come back?
What?
Aunt Martha left for Florida 2 days ago, Ruth.
But you must be mistaken.
That was your sister Florence, wasn't it?
Well, yes. But I didn't want you to get upset.
She was here at the apartment yesterday, wasn't she?
What?
You should have emptied her cork-tipped cigarette butts out of the ashtray, Ruth.
Okay. She was here, but I didn't
Look,
want...
for the last time, Ruth, I'm telling you to keep that sister of yours out of this house.
Oh, but Frankie...
She's no good, and you know it. Now, if you don't stop seeing her, first thing you know, she'll be getting you mixed up in something like this thing in this morning's paper.
What thing?
2 women. One of them with a baby stuck up a supermarket last night.
I didn't read about...
Look it over. You'll see what I mean. So long, honey.
So long.
You keep away from that Florence.
Good morning, Corey.
Morning, Mr. Marlin.
I had to go out on another case last night. Didn't get back. What happened on your supermarket investigation?
You haven't seen my report yet?
Oh, I just got in a few minutes ago.
Oh. Well, I got one lead, and we ought to know any minute now whether it's a good one or not.
What's that?
The baby's footprint.
Baby's footprint?
Yeah.
I don't see how
when
you
the
got...
women came in to hold up the store, the baby was asleep in its mother's arms.
Yes?
The pistol shot wakened it, and the baby started crying and kicking.
Uh-huh.
The manager remembered hearing the mother tell the baby to stop pushing his feet against a glass case.
And that's where you found the footprint.
Right.
Good, good.
I hope so. Anyway, I got the lab to turn out a lot of copies of it last night, and by now every hospital in Philadelphia has one.
Well, what makes you think the baby was born in the Philadelphia hospital? The police said the hijacker's car was seen speeding across the line into New Jersey last night.
That could have been a trick to give a false lead. They could have doubled back later, you know.
Yes, I suppose so.
If that baby was born in a Philadelphia hospital, we ought to know any minute now who its parents are.
Just a minute. Oh, come in, Flo.
Aren't you ready to go yet?
Well, I couldn't start packing till after Frankie had left, could I?
Oh, okay, but hurry. We got to be moving.
Flo, the newspaper had a story all about it this morning.
Well, so what? They think we're over in Jersey somewhere.
Yes, but
Don't stand there. Finish packing that suitcase.
Oh, okay.
Did the jerk suspect anything?
Well, he knew that you called a while ago.
What'd you tell him?
Nothing.
That's a switch.
What do you mean?
Look, slam that bag shut and let's get out of here. Where's the kid stuff?
Oh, it's already in the suitcase.
Well, then shut it.
Oh, all right.
Okay, now come on. Got to meet somebody way over on the other...
Frankie.
I found this on the floor of the car. Thought I'd better come back.
What is it?
A money bag with G&L Grocery Company's name on it.
Well, what about it?
I think your sister here can answer that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
There was a story in the paper this morning about 2 women and a kid. They held up the store that this money bag came from.
So?
I got a pretty good idea. You did the job, and you took my wife and kid with you.
Frankie,
Honey, you know I'm telling the truth.
Oh, stop, will you?
She probably hooked you in with some of that Hollywood talk, putting Ricky in pictures.
Oh, I don't want to hear any more of this. Come on, sis.
Wait a minute. Ruth, what are you doing with those bags?
What she should have done a year ago. She's leaving you.
Oh, no. No, she's staying. Both of you are.
We are not. I'm taking Ricky to Hollywood, and you can't stop me.
Now, look, you may be tired of me, Ruth, but you're not going anywhere with this sister of yours until I get the truth on this stick-up.
You, really want the truth?
Yeah.
Okay, sucker.
Oh!
Flo, that was Ricky's 10 o'clock bottle.
We'll return in just a moment to tonight's case, which shows how your FBI helps provide national security. Now let's listen in on a conversation about social security between a baseball fan named Jim Meyer and his friend, the Equitable Society representative.
Well, now, let's see. You ask, who has the better chance of scoring a run? A man on second base or a batter with 2 strikes against him?
Right.
Why, the man on second, of course.
That's right, Jim. And that illustrates a point about Social Security. In the old days, most of us had 2 strikes against us. Our chances of ever getting full security were slim. But now every man who has Social Security starts on second base.
But how does he advance to the home plate, Carl?
Through life insurance, Jim. Life insurance is the pinch hitter that never fails. For instance, at your age, by paying a comparatively small sum every week, you can double the protection you get from Social Security.
Say, that's an interesting angle. It's what you might call teamwork between Social Security and life insurance.
Yes, Jim, many Americans don't realize what a wonderful asset they have in Social Security. They've never discovered how easy it is to build Social Security into full security through life insurance. Most people are amazed when they discover how little it costs. For instance, if you already own some life insurance, your Equitable Society man may be able to show you how only a few dollars extra per month will give your family complete protection and assure you a comfortable retirement income through the Equitable Extended Income Plan. Remember, your Social Security benefits vary according to your age, salary, and family situation. Why not get the facts? Find out exactly what you're entitled to under Social Security. The government has prepared a special card that will help you secure this information. To obtain one of these cards, get in touch with your Equitable Society representative or send your name and address on a postcard to the Equitable Society, care of this station. That's EQUITABLE, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now, back to the FBI file, The Would-Be Movie Star.
Although the number of major crimes committed by men is far greater than that of those committed by women, the criminal mind itself has no gender. The instinct or the urge to cheat, to rob, to kill can be just as strong in women as in men. And the woman who holds a gun in her hand is just as cold and ruthless and vicious and deadly as her male counterpart, and just as consistent, too, in leaving that inevitable trace which leads to her downfall. It was barely 30 minutes after the girl Florence had struck down her sister's husband Frank and fled from the apartment with her sister and the baby that Agent in Charge Marlin and Special Agent Corey of the FBI arrived at the apartment house in North Philadelphia.
Well, this is the right house number anyway, Corey.
I hope they still live here.
Yeah, here it is. Mr. and Mrs. Frank Patterson, 2E, second floor. Come on. Go ahead.
Thanks. You know, there's only one thing I don't understand in this case.
What's that?
Well, the hospital file on the baby's footprints is correct, but according to the record, the baby's father's a bookkeeper.
What of it?
Well, he just doesn't sound like the kind of person who'd have a wife that goes in for hijacking.
You should have been with the Bureau long enough, Corey, not to be surprised at anything.
I know, but...
Hold it. A, B... E ought to be back toward the rear. Come on. C, D...
That's E on the left there.
Hold it. Just a minute, mister.
Huh?
You Frank Patterson?
Yeah.
We're special agents of the FBI.
Oh.
You know why we're here?
Yeah, I guess I do. But I'm telling you, my wife is innocent. It was her sister that got her into it. She's made nothing but trouble ever since we got married.
Wait a minute. Not so fast.
But she's taken my wife and baby away with her. I got to catch up with them before
We'll do the catching, Patterson. Just tell us what happened.
Well, I don't know all the details, but when I found that grocery company money bag on the floor of my car this morning on the way to work...
Yes?
Well, I knew who had done the robbery I read about, so I came tearing back to the house and found her sister was here getting ready to take Ruth and the baby away with her.
What did you do?
I tried to put her out of the house, but she struck me with something. I passed out.
What's her name?
Florence. Florence Bethel. She lives at 824 North Street, but I don't suppose they went there.
Corey.
Yeah?
Hop over to that address right away and see what you can find out. I'll be back at the office.
Right.
Hmm?
What are we waiting on the corner for?
Waiting for the old guy who's going to drive us to California.
What old guy?
Oh, the one I told you about. He had an ad in the paper that he was driving through and would share expenses. I called him this morning and made the deal.
Well, why couldn't we go on the train?
It's safer for us this way.
How do, ladies?
Oh, hi.
I'm Mr. Chandler. Are you the ones who are waiting for me?
Yeah, we're the ones.
Fine. Say, that's a mighty young baby you got there to be making such a long trip.
Oh, yes, sir. He's only 2 months old, but he's just the
He's
cutest.
real tough. He can take it.
Oh, I promise you he won't be any trouble to you.
He couldn't be any trouble for me, young lady. I like babies.
Oh, you do?
Okay, then, let's get started.
Very well. I'll give you a hand with your bags, and then we'll all be off for good old California.
What did you find out, Corey?
The sister had already packed and left her rooming house, but I got a lead on where they're probably headed for.
Yes, where?
The landlady overheard Florence Bethel using the payphone in the hall this morning.
Uh-huh.
The landlady heard her say, "Are you the man who had the ad in the paper about driving to California?" That's all she had a chance to hear, but...
That's enough for us. Get all the newspapers for a week back, and we'll start checking all the personal travel ads. Found one in California yet, Corey?
Not yet. Several to Florida, one to Chicago, and 2 to Texas.
I'm having the same kind of luck so far.
There's just got to be at least one to California.
I'm on the last list now, so... Wait a minute.
Find one?
Yes, give me the phone.
What did they say?
Chandler's our party, all right. That was his niece.
What route are they taking to California?
His niece didn't know, but look up the number of the American Motor Club.
What?
She heard Chandler call the club to have them lay out a route for him.
Good.
Okay, here's the route they're taking.
Then let's hit the highway.
Well, that's doing it the hard way, Corey.
What do you mean?
They've got at least a 3-hour lead on us.
Yeah, but...
Now, we know the route they're taking and how much mileage Chandler plans to make each day. So after we put out a general police alert for them, let's pick out a plane stop somewhere on the route up ahead of them and...
If you young ladies are tired of listening to the radio, I'll be glad to turn it off.
Oh, no, sir. We love it, don't we, Flo?
Yeah, sure.
How's that baby doing?
Oh, he's just fine, thank you. He's been sleeping for 2 hours now.
And his second day of travel, too.
Yes.
He's really taking it in his stride, all right.
When do we hit Nashville?
Oh, ought to be there in another hour, miss. Hungry?
Little.
We interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special news bulletin. Police in the 7 states alerted by the FBI have as yet found no trace of the automobile believed headed for California, carrying as passengers the 2 women and a baby who figured in the holdup 3 days ago of a supermarket in Philadelphia.
Flo,
Police are confident that the driver of the car, A.B. Chandler of Philadelphia, is not aware of the identity of his passengers, and they express the fear that...
Well, it looks like I've gotten a little better acquainted with you young ladies.
Flo, what are we going to do?
We're going to California, of course.
Yes, but
Mr. Chandler, pull off to the side and stop.
What? What do you mean?
We're leaving you here.
Oh, no, you're not. I'm driving on into Nashville and turn you over...
That's a gun sticking in your back, mister. Now stop like I tell you. You understand?
Very well.
Now get out.
Flo, look.
What? Well,
That car. It's coming right over the side of...
All right, put down that gun, miss.
Who are you?
We're special agents of the FBI.
The FBI?
Thank heavens.
That's right, and your trip to California stops right here.
Oh, look, Ricky heard that. Now he knows he'll never get in pictures.
For the holdup of the grocery store and the shooting of the manager, Florence Bethel is now serving a long term in a penitentiary. State and federal officials, convinced that there was no deliberate complicity on her part in either act, released the mother of the child, Ruth Patterson. Florence Bethel was just one more of the hundreds of criminals being brought every day to inevitable justice. But still, the crime wave in America rises higher and higher. Your FBI and your local law enforcement agencies can only capture criminals. They cannot prevent them from coming into being. That is a problem for America's homes and schools and churches and other social groups to solve. That is a problem on whose solution rests the internal security and future of America.
In just a moment, we'll tell you about next week's colorful story from the files of your FBI. Once again, friends, let me remind you that no matter how much you earn, you have a valuable asset in Social Security. And your Equitable Society representative will gladly show you how easy it is to build your Social Security into full security. He'll explain to you how Social Security and life insurance can work together for your complete protection, and will help you determine exactly where you stand under Social Security. No obligation, of course. Phone him tomorrow. Your Equitable Society representative is listed in your local phone book under the name Equitable, Equitable, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Lady of Larceny.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank, speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Lady of Larceny, on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Are you one of the 50 million Americans covered by Social Security? If so, have you any clear idea of your rights and benefits under Social Security? Well, there may be a pleasant surprise in store for you. For in a few minutes, you will learn from our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, how easy it is to build Social Security into full security. Tonight's FBI file, Lady of Larceny.
The criminal of necessity lives by his wits. But inevitably there comes the time when they no longer can protect him. For the criminal's habits and methods are, almost without exception, as unchanging as the spots of a leopard. And though he be cunning and ingenious enough to escape justice today, he leaves behind him, as in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, the blueprint for his certain defeat tomorrow. There was nothing out of the ordinary about the scene that took place that morning in the visitor's room of a county jail in a certain state along the Atlantic seaboard. That is, nothing that appeared out of the ordinary to the stony-faced guard seated at one end of the long table, where he could watch both sides of the low wooden partition. Just a mother and her prisoner's son conversing across the partition. Talking, mother and son talk. After a while, the son glances up at the clock on the wall, then...
Well, Mom, I guess our time's about up.
Goodness, it seems like I'd only been here a minute.
They don't give us very much time, you know. Anyway, it was swell of you to come to see me.
I'll come as often as they let me, Frederick.
I know you will.
And when I'm not here, you just know that you're in my heart every minute, son.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, dear, I almost forgot something.
What?
Well, I was only able to bring you 2 packages of cigarettes this
Oh,
time. But...
gee, you're swell.
Oh, here. Here they are.
Wait a minute. Hey, guard.
Yeah?
Mom's brought me some cigarettes. All right for me to take them?
Well, why wouldn't it be all right?
They have to watch everything we get, Mom.
Well, Lansing, what could be wrong with a little package of cigarettes?
Okay for me to take them, guard?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks.
Well, wait now. I brought you some matches, too.
Oh.
Here they are.
Okay.
You be careful with them now, son.
What?
Well, you know you were always careless with matches.
Oh. Okay, Mom. I won't set anything on fire with them.
All right, time's up.
Okay. Well, so long, Mom. Give me a little kiss over the fence, huh?
Of course. Goodbye, son. And I'll see you soon. Real soon, I hope.
Whitey? Huh? Whitey? Oh. I'm sorry, kid. I didn't know you were sleeping.
That's okay. It's your old lady show.
Yeah. I just left her. Want a cigarette?
Okay.
Here you are.
Thanks. What was new with her?
That's what I'm going to find out right now.
What do you mean?
This book of matches here.
Yeah.
That's our communication system.
Huh?
See this little staple that clamps the matches and the book together?
Yeah.
This one was put in by Mom.
Oh, I don't get it.
Wait till I yank it out and I'll show you. There. I'll pull this scratch flap back.
Yeah.
Separate the 2 layers of matches.
Uh-huh.
And down at the bottom here, there should be a message.
Well, I'll be...
Shh. Quiet, stupid.
What does it say?
Everything's set for tonight.
No kid.
Yeah.
What's the deal?
We make the break at 10 o'clock. Mom will be waiting for us outside in a red Packard ambulance.
Ambulance?
Yeah. That's real smart. Nobody will stop us in a wagon like that.
Well, who's making the break?
There'll be 8 of us all together.
Did the other guys stay with us?
No, we split up 4 and 4.
Hey, I wonder where your old lady got an ambulance.
Listen, kid. If we needed it, that old gal could heist a ferry boat.
Mom?
Yes?
Anything tailing us?
No, not a soul. We got the road all to ourselves.
Swell.
I have an idea the police are following the young men in the other car.
I hope so.
What's your friend's name? One that was wounded.
Whitey.
Goodness, I hope he's not too badly hurt.
I got an idea that he is.
Oh, that's a
pity. Do you think that I should go in back and see if there's anything I can do for him?
No, you stay here. The other guys will take care of him, okay?
Are they all coming with us to the hideout?
No, just Whitey. The other two get out after we cross the state line.
Oh.
Mom, I want you to know that we certainly appreciate what you've done for us.
Oh, it was nothing.
Are you kidding? Getting this ambulance, these white jackets and caps?
Frederick, it was just what any other mother would do, so forget it.
2 hours after the prison break, deputies overtook and captured the 4 men who had gotten away in the other car. But Fred Taylor, the wounded Whitey Monroe, and their companions were still at large. Convinced that they had crossed the state line after killing a guard, prison officials telephoned the local field office of the FBI. A few minutes later, Special Agents Norman and Perry were searching the cell which had been occupied by Taylor and Monroe for some possible lead.
Well, Perry, they seem to have taken whatever effects they had with them.
Maybe we'll get a lead out of the stolen ambulance when it turns up.
Yes. Did you check on their visitors?
Yes. Monroe had no visitors at all, and Taylor none except his mother.
I see. Well, from the guard's description, you couldn't suspect her of anything.
No.
Come on. We'll study the files on both of them and see it. Now, wait a minute.
What?
On the floor under the cot here.
What is it?
Empty matchbook.
Oh.
Bottom staple has been pulled loose, and the whole match section is gone. You got a book of matches there?
Yes, right here.
Pull the staple loose, will you?
Okay. There you are.
And now spread the 2 layers apart.
Right.
If you wanted to smuggle a message to somebody, that'd be a good place to write it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, sure.
Now look at their empty matchbook. Staple is still partly in place, but look at this.
Yes, a couple of other little holes.
Right. Looks like the original staple was taken out, something written or inserted inside, and then the book was restapled.
Well, what do you know?
Under the microscope in the lab, we'll be able to find the tool markings on the staple of the machine that stamped it in place.
What'll that tell us, though?
Maybe nothing we want to know right now, but maybe an awful lot later on. Here, take a shot of this, Whitey.
Okay, Fred.
How do you feel, kid?
Not so hot.
Well, we got the slug out of you anyway. So by morning you ought to be feeling better.
I hope so.
Wish we could get you a doc. We can't risk bringing him out here to the tourist camp.
I'll make it okay.
Try to quirk off now, kid. I'm going in the other room for a little business meeting with Mom.
Okay.
Hi, Mom.
Hello, son.
Well, see you got the little office all set up. Portable typewriter, staple machine.
Yeah, I didn't see any use in wasting time.
Where's the portable printing press?
We won't need one this time.
We got to print up some checks on some company to draw money on, don't we?
I already have a book of checks, son. Look, how do you like these?
The Florida company. The big oil company, you mean?
Uh-huh.
Where'd you get these?
Now, son, you mustn't pry into Mother's little secrets. I also have a copy of the president's signature, T.V. Jackson.
Terrific.
And for the small checks, here's a copy of the cashier's signature.
Mom, you didn't miss a thing.
I run my office just as efficiently as they do theirs, son.
Okay, sweetheart. Look, stick a voucher in the typewriter, will you?
Huh?
We got to buy us a second-hand car the first thing in the morning.
How much will you need?
Oh, better make it for $1,500 at least.
Then we'll staple a memo to the check explaining the money represents a bonus. How's that?
Swell.
Yeah, and instead of making it for $1,500 even, I'll make it $1,472.83. That'll sound more legitimate.
That's my mom.
Oh, one thing, son.
Yeah.
I want you to be careful when you go to buy that used car. There are a lot of crooks in business these days.
There's the police garage, Norman.
Yes, I guess we can pull right in. Enough room on your side?
Plenty.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
We're Special Agents Norman and Perry, FBI.
Oh, yeah. How do you do?
Glad to meet you. Glad to meet you.
Hey, you fellows made a mighty quick trip down here to Charleston.
Well, can't afford to lose much time.
Oh, the ambulance we picked up is right over here.
Fine.
We didn't touch a thing inside, just hauled her from where she was found.
Where was that?
Just outside of town. I better answer that. I'll be back in a minute.
Right. Want to take a look inside, Perry?
Okay.
Find anything?
Looks like they played the part all the way.
How's that?
There's 2 white jackets, caps.
I'll take the caps. You search the jackets.
Right.
These were probably already in the ambulance when it was stolen.
Yes.
These caps don't seem to yield up much, no? Oh, wait a minute.
What did you find?
2 or 3 strands of dark hair from whoever was wearing this cap. We'll turn them over to the lab and add them to our other little keepsakes. They match cover and staple.
Mr. Norman?
Yeah?
Your office is calling you long distance.
Thanks. Go on, Perry.
I wonder what's up.
Maybe something on the prison break.
Here you are.
Thank you. Norman speaking. What? Yes? Yes, where? What's the name of the camp? Well, never mind. We'll find it. Right?
What's up?
2 of the men who got away in the ambulance have been picked up.
Good.
They said Taylor and Monroe dropped them and then headed for a tourist camp just south of Charleston on Highway 26.
I'll bet I know the one they mean, Mr. Norman.
Fine. Guess who was with them, Perry?
Who?
Their outside help, the one who stole the ambulance. Taylor's mother.
What?
Give us the name of that camp, officer. We'll get going.
Mrs. Taylor,
Yes, young man.
where's Fred?
He went into town
What for?
to buy an automobile.
Taking chances, ain't
With the police?
he? Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure they don't suspect that we're within 100 miles of here.
What's with the car? Are we moving on?
Well, yeah. Oh, just a minute. Who is it?
It's me, Mom.
Oh. Well, come on in, son.
Thanks.
Did you find the car?
Yeah, I got us a real good one.
Splendid.
Fred,
Yeah, Whitey.
are we pulling out of here?
Yeah. Mom, you better go in and pack.
But don't you think
I want to talk to Whitey alone.
Oh. Very well.
Whitey,
Yeah.
I hate to tell you this, but here's where we part company.
What do you mean?
Mom and I are pulling out. Alone.
Look, I can make it okay.
Now, you're in bad shape. You'd slow us down, get us all caught.
But I can't stay here with nobody to look after me.
Yeah, I know.
Then I gotta go with you.
I'm sorry, kid. You're not going anywhere.
Huh?
I really hate to do this, Whitey.
Now, wait a minute.
I gotta look out for Mom.
Fred, no, don't.
Coming, Mother.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's case, which shows how your FBI helps provide national security. Now, let's eavesdrop on a conversation about Social Security between a man named George Leland and his friend, the Equitable Society representative.
I don't get it. Why would my brother and his wife need $12,000 more than my wife and I to retire at 65 on an income of $200 a month?
Because your brother is a dentist.
Well, what's that got to do with it, Milton?
Well, George, dentists aren't usually covered by Social Security. You are.
Oh, you don't mean to tell me that Social Security will be worth anything like $12,000 to me?
That's exactly what I do mean. When you and your wife get to be 65, you'll be entitled to an annuity from Social Security that, at present rates, would cost $12,000 in cash.
Say, that's real money. I never realized that Social Security would be worth that much to me.
Yes, George, many Americans don't realize what a wonderful asset they have in Social Security. they have never discovered how easy it is to build Social Security into full security through life insurance. Most people are amazed when they discover how little it costs. For instance, if you already own some life insurance, your Equitable Society man may be able to show you how only a few dollars extra per month will give your wife complete protection and assure you a comfortable retirement income through the Equitable Extended Income Plan. Remember, your Social Security benefits vary according to your age, salary, and family situation. So why not get the facts? Find out exactly what you are entitled to under Social Security. The government has prepared a special card that will help you secure this information. To obtain one of these cards, get in touch with your Equitable Society representative or send your name and address on a postcard to the Equitable Society, care of this station. That's EQUITABLE, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now, back to the FBI file, Lady of Larceny.
Much has been written about honor and loyalty among thieves, but none of it is borne out by the facts. Criminals are without a sense of honor, else they would not be criminals. And the only sense of loyalty they possess is that of loyalty to self-interest. When the chips are down, they think only of themselves, and whoever stands in their way is removed by brutal force. It was not more than 30 minutes after Fred Taylor cruelly bludgeoned the wounded Whitey Monroe and drove away with his mother that FBI agents Norman and Perry pulled into the tourist camp and were directed by the owner to the right cabin.
Try the door, Perry.
Well, it's unlocked.
Let's go in.
Well, looks like they ducked out.
Yes. Must have gotten a hold of some new transportation.
Stole another car, probably.
Maybe they had one of their own waiting around here for them.
Wait a minute.
What?
One of them has been left behind.
What do you mean?
Look in there, hanging off the side of the bed.
Yeah. Come on.
He's the one that was wounded. Look.
Uh-huh. Whitey Monroe.
Oh.
The blows on the head are what he got for being in the way, I guess.
Nice couple, Taylor and his mother.
Yeah. Well, look around and see what you can find, Perry. I'm going to have a talk with the owner of the camp and then put in a long-distance call to our office.
Frederick?
Yeah, Mom.
Wouldn't you like me to drive for a while?
No, I feel fine.
You know, I've just been thinking about that unfortunate young man.
Whitey?
Yes.
What about him?
Well, I had quite a talk with him when you went in to buy this car.
Yeah?
He was looking forward so to taking this trip with us. He'd never been to Florida.
Look, Mom, are you trying to make me feel like a heel?
Oh, of course not, son. Oh, you did the right thing. I just feel sorry for anyone missing scenery like this. Ow!
What's the matter?
Oh, I just jabbed myself with this crochet needle.
What is that thing you're making?
A doily.
What's it good for?
To put under a plate.
But we ain't got a plate.
Well, we're going to have. In fact, we're going to have a lot of plates and a home to go with them.
Homes cost money, Mom.
Yeah, I know.
We're never going to make any big bundle cashing these nickel and dime checks.
Yeah, I realize that, too. That's why we're headed for Palm Beach.
What do you mean?
We're going to make one big score and go under for a while.
How?
Guess who's vacationing at her Palm Beach home?
Who?
The wife of the president of the Florida Company, Mrs. T.V. Jackson.
So what?
Well, we're using Florida Company checks, aren't we?
Yeah?
Well, Mrs. T.V. Jackson, who won't know about it, of course, is going to help us cash one of her husband's company checks for $10,000.
Perry, let's review our facts, eh?
All right, Norman.
We know Taylor and his mother are a check forging team. That's what he was in for when he broke jail.
Yes.
We also know that they've skipped. We have no idea in which direction. However, they're bound to start passing checks again, and when they do, we should be able to pick up the trail.
You sound pretty optimistic.
Well, don't forget, in addition to their descriptions, we pretty well know their methods. They always staple a phony auditing memo to each check, and they also... Wait a minute, I'll get it. Norman speaking. Yes? Yes, where was this? I see. Well, when? Uh-huh. Give me the dealer's name, will you? Right. We'll get busy right away.
What's up?
The first stapled check has shown up.
Where?
The man posed as a sales agent of the Florida company with a big bonus check. He passed it right here in Charleston 3 days ago for a used car.
Well.
The check was drawn on the Florida company's bank, which received it yesterday and refused payment.
Does the car dealer know about it yet?
No, but I have his name. You'd better hop over and see him.
Okay.
Get a description of the man who passed the check.
Right.
Also find out the license and the make of the car.
Can I come in, Norman?
Come ahead. How'd you make out?
I talked with the used car dealer.
Mm-hmm.
From his description, I'd say it was Taylor, all right, who passed that check.
I've already confirmed that.
How?
The check was sent over here to the office. We examined the staple. The tool markings are the same as the ones we found on that book of matches.
I see.
Did the car dealer have any idea where Taylor was going?
No, but I think I've got a lead on that anyway.
Now, what is it?
Well, the dealer saw Taylor drive the car across the street to a gas station.
Yeah?
So I went over there and questioned the manager.
Uh-huh, yeah.
He remembered Taylor, said that he got some road maps from him, then asked directions for the best way to get to Palm Beach.
Uh-huh.
That doesn't mean he's headed for there, of course.
No, but it's the only definite information we have.
What's our next move?
Let's contact our resident agent in Palm Beach. Give him a description of Taylor in the car, also his pattern of operation. Then maybe we ought to hop down there ourselves. Mom.
Shh, quiet, son. I'm on the telephone.
Oh.
Now, what was that you were saying, young man? Oh, yes. Well, that's awfully kind of you. I'll send the chauffeur over to the bank right away. Thank you.
What was that all about?
I was talking to the bank, pretending that I was Mrs. T.V. Jackson.
Oh.
I said that I was going to South America and that Mr. Jackson was joining me there later.
Uh-huh.
Naturally, I needed some money for the trip.
And I'm the chauffeur, huh?
Exactly. So you take this Florida company check for $10,000 over to the bank, and they'll give you the money.
Wait a minute. I just thought of something. Huh? That guy's liable to call Mrs. Jackson at her house and just to check back.
I know. That's why I'm going to call Mrs. Jackson's home right now and keep the line tied up until you get it.
Oh.
Hurry on, son. Hurry.
Okay, Mom. We're in.
Well, good work, son.
He had all that beautiful green stuff ready when I walked into the bank.
Splendid.
Now we can ditch our hot car, buy us a nice cool one, and then lamb out for a good place to go under.
I'll certainly be happy to do that.
All right. Huh? Don't make a move.
What?
Either one. Who are you? We're special agents of the FBI. Now, wait a minute. Perry.
Right.
You might be interested to know that the reason you got that money so easy, Taylor, was because our resident agent had already warned the bank. Huh? We could have picked you up there, but we wanted you to take us to your partner, too.
Well, son, it looks like our firm has been liquidated again.
Although forgery of the Florida company's checks was a federal crime, Fred Taylor was turned over to the state in which he had cold-bloodedly murdered his former cellmate. Tried and convicted there, Taylor was later electrocuted. His mother is serving a term in a federal penitentiary for conspiracy to violate the National Stolen Property Act. Yes, the criminal's habits and methods are, almost without exception, as unchanging as the spots of a leopard. And though he be cunning and ingenious enough to escape justice today, he leaves behind him the blueprint for his certain defeat tomorrow.
In just a moment, we'll tell you about next week's colorful story from the files of your FBI. And now, once again, friends, let me remind you that no matter how much you earn, you have a valuable asset in Social Security. And your Equitable Society representative will gladly show you how easy it is to build your Social Security into full security. He will explain to you how Social Security and life insurance can work together for your complete protection, and will help you determine exactly where you stand under Social Security. No obligation, of course. Phone him tomorrow. Your Equitable Society representative is listed in your local phone book under the name Equitable, E-Q-U-I-T-A-B-L-E, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Friendly Hitchhiker.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Frank Perez, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Milton Cross speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Friendly Hitchhiker, on This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Are you one of the 50 million Americans covered by Social Security? If so, have you any clear idea of your rights and benefits under Social Security? Well, there may be a pleasant surprise in store for you. For in a few minutes, you will learn from our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, how easy it is to build Social Security into full security. Tonight's FBI file, The Friendly Hitchhiker.
One of the outstanding characteristics of the average American is a natural friendliness toward the stranger. Now, this is an admirable trait, and certainly, in general, it is one to be preserved and encouraged. But unfortunately, there are a great many persons at large who make criminal capital of friendliness. And there are many occasions, such as in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, when it is wise to avoid the stranger altogether. Already the prairie growth was beginning to take on the first tints of a Texas panhandle sunset, and as the young man in the sailor suit trudging along the highway with his battered suitcase, It looked as if night would catch him still some 50 miles from its goal, Amarillo. Unless this car that's coming down the highway stops.
All right, Bum, you stop.
Going east, sailor?
Yes, sir.
Then get aboard, son.
Gee, thanks. I was afraid you were going to plow right on by.
I didn't notice your uniform until I was right on you.
Well, some people stop for it, some don't. I guess you can't blame anybody for not wanting to take a chance on a hitchhiker.
How far you coming from, sailor?
Oh, I just got my discharge in California the other day. In the hospital out there.
Yeah, I guess that means you earned one of those campaign ribbons the hard way.
Huh? Wasn't as hard for me as it was for some of the other fellas, though.
Where you bound?
Amarillo.
Well, so am I.
No kidding.
Is that home?
Yes, sir. My uncle has a place outside of town. He's a retired rancher.
I see. Well, now that you're out of the Navy, what are you going to do?
Well, I got to go to work. Say, you haven't got a job for me, have you?
I'm afraid a young fellow with your experiences wouldn't find my kind of business very exciting.
Well, what kind of business you in, sir?
I pick up stocks of jewelry that small retail stores get stuck with and sell it at auction at my shop in Los Angeles.
Oh, I see.
I'm picking up some stuff in Amarillo this evening.
Uh-huh.
Oh, by the way, what's a good hotel in Amarillo?
Well, 2 or 3 good ones. Oh, but look, mister, you don't have to spend your money on a hotel.
What do you mean?
Well, you've been nice to me, giving me a lift. I know my uncle will be more than glad to have you. Why don't you stay with us till you get ready to go back?
Well, now, I wouldn't want to impose...
Oh, you don't impose on people in Texas by staying with them, mister. You make them very happy. And besides, you'll get some real old cowhand cooking and lots of fresh air that's swell for sleeping. How about it?
Sold.
Swell.
Some 300 miles back west, and shortly before the hitchhiker was picked up, Special Agents Allen and Burnett of the FBI's Los Angeles office, engaged in a manhunt, landed at the Albuquerque airport in response to a police report. After a brief conference at police headquarters, they procured a car and drove at once to a tourist camp west of the city for a talk with the owner.
Well, gentlemen, that picture sure looks like the young fellow that stopped here last night, all right. Only he was wearing a sailor suit with a lot of ribbons.
What kind of a car was he driving, sir?
It was a black Chevy sedan, California license.
Do you remember the license number?
No, sir.
About how old was it?
Well, I'd say it was the same as my brother's got, 42.
Well, that checks, Burnett.
Uh-huh.
What name did he register under?
Jack Smith. Here it is on the register right over here. There it is. Jack Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Burnett, where's that sample of Jack Newton's handwriting?
Here you are.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. I'd say it was the same writing, Allen.
Yes. May we borrow this page for a few days, sir? We'll return it to you.
Why, sure you can. His real name is Newton, huh?
Well, the man we're looking for used the name of Jack Newton.
He jumped his parole in Los Angeles 2 days ago. Got a sailor uniform, some ribbons, rented a car, and took out with it.
Well.
We put out a general police alert as soon as the car was reported missing, but we were just a little too late with it to nail him here.
Well, what time did he leave, sir?
Well, he didn't pull in till around daylight, slept till about noon, then took off.
And that gives him about a 6-hour start on us.
Well, if he kept on east on this highway, could have made Amarillo by now.
May I use your phone, sir?
Why, certainly. Help yourself.
Well, what's our move, Allen?
We'll notify Amarillo to spread a 300-mile alarm, then head for there ourselves.
Right this way, Mr. Ogden.
Very well.
This will be your room right here, sir.
Well, thank you. I still feel that this is sort of an imposition.
I wish you'd stop saying that, Mr. Ogden. You're going to make my uncle real sore, right, Unc?
He certainly will. You were nice enough to give my nephew a ride here. Least I can do is try to repay you for that kindness.
Well, I certainly appreciate it.
Any particular time you want to be getting up in the morning?
Yes, pretty early.
I have to be in town by 9 o'clock.
Well, we'll see that you're up on time, Mr. Ogden.
Sure. That's no problem here.
Thank you.
Well, good night, sir.
Good night.
Good night, Mr. Ogden.
Good night.
Now, Jack, suppose you give me the tally on all this.
Wait till we get out of range.
Okay. Now, what's the story?
Well, I landed out of L.A. 3 days ago.
Yeah?
This morning, the hot car I was driving got too hot and caught fire, so I had to hoof it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm a few miles down the road, see, when this Ogden guy gives me a lift.
That's fine, but why did you bring him here? I'm not running any tourist camp.
Let me give you the whole rundown, will you?
Well?
I pumped the guy on the way in. Found that he's a jewelry auctioneer in Los Angeles.
A legitimate businessman?
That's right.
Now, look, son. Running a hideout for you cross-country boys in trouble and taking in legits at the same time is dangerous business. I don't want to
Let me finish, will you? This guy's going into Amarillo in the morning to pick up a load of jewelry. Then he's coming back here again. Get it?
Oh.
If we can't figure out some way to split that jewelry between us, we ought to give up. Now, do you see why I brought him here?
Yeah.
Does it still bother you?
Bother me? Son, how can you say such a thing? Well, I've never entertained a more welcome guest.
Well, we've knocked off 240 miles of it, Alan.
Yeah, that leaves about 50 more to Amarillo.
I hope there's good news waiting for us.
Well, not much chance this soon. We didn't contact Amarillo from the tourist camp in time for them to head off Newton before he got there.
But they spread out a 300-mile alarm north, east, and south of there.
I know. Slow down for now.
Huh? What for?
There's a car off the road there, up ahead.
Oh, yeah. No taillight either.
Oh. Maybe we better have a look.
You don't think we're going to find Newton parked out here?
Burnett, look. That car's been on fire.
Yeah.
Come on, let's take a look at it.
Yeah, right.
Looks pretty well burned out, too.
Yeah. Ted, you got your flash?
Yeah, right here. Hey, look at that license. That's Newton's car, all right.
Well, there's no one in it. This'll make Newton a little harder to find.
Well, he's still probably wearing the sailor suit, and certainly he still has the same face, hair, eyes, and build. And if he's on foot now, that could slow him down a lot.
I hope so.
He might even be somewhere around Amarillo right now. Well, let's take a quick look around here and then drive in there and find out.
What are you digging that hole for, Unc? Looking for oil?
Son, I told you to stay in the house and keep a lookout for Ogden.
He's not back from town yet. What's with the digging?
Well, to tell you the truth, this is something special for him.
What do you mean?
Well, we can't take his jewelry and let him go, can we?
What?
That'd be all right for you, because you're pulling out, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm staked out right here, and he could have the law on me in no time.
Yeah, but if you bump him
Look,
off...
Who'd ever think he was buried in the hole down back old man Fillmore's corral? I'm a respectable citizen in these parts, huh?
Yeah, sure, but just the same...
Hold on. Listen. There's Ogden now. Just pulled into the drive. Come on. Let's get back to the house. That you, Mr. Ogden?
Yes.
Jack and I is down to look after the stock a little.
Oh?
Have to treat him like babies, you know.
Yes, I'll bet you do.
And come on up to the house.
Very well.
Did you get your business in town taken care of all right?
Yes, all done.
You mean you got that suitcase full of jewels?
Well, not quite full.
Kind of dangerous traveling with them, I'd think. But I reckon you packed a gun with you.
Yes, but thank goodness I've never had to use it yet.
Go in, sir. Go in.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jack.
Thanks.
Well, reckon you might as well set your jewels down right here in the kitchen, Mr. Ogden.
I beg your pardon?
Look, it's me that ought to be begging your pardon instead of you begging mine. But I guess we won't make any ceremony about it.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Well, now, maybe this will be more convincing. All right, son. Take his gun off him and any identifying papers that might be in his pocket.
Yeah, sure.
I'll take a look in this suitcase. Hey, must be a fortune in jewels in here.
No kidding.
Find his gun?
Yeah, I got it.
Let's look at all this stuff.
Unc.
Huh?
You slugged Ogden with that blackjack.
Yeah?
The cops found Ogden's gun in his hand. They might figure he shot you just before he passed out, right?
I suppose they would if that was the case, but... What do you mean, son?
I mean, this way I get all the jewels in Ogden's car, too.
No, wait a minute. You can't do it.
You know what? Maybe there would have been room for both of you in that hole.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's case, which shows how your FBI helps provide national security. Now, let's listen in on a conversation about Social Security between a high-salaried executive and his friend, the Equitable Society representative.
Well, frankly, Milton, I've never given much thought to Social Security. I suppose it's a good thing for the man who earns $40, $50 a week. But when you get a lot more than that, it's pretty much small potatoes, isn't it?
I don't know, Paul. Is $8,000 small potatoes to you?
Of course not. But what's $8,000 got to do with Social Security?
Look, Paul, when you get to be 65, it will cost you $8,000 at today's rates to buy an annuity that would give you the same retirement income you'll get under Social Security. And $8,000 is a lot of money.
Well, I'll say it is. When you put it that way, Milton, Social Security is an asset to any man, whether he makes $50 a week or $500.
Yes, many Americans don't realize what a wonderful asset they have in Social Security. They have never discovered how easy it is to build Social Security into full security through life insurance. Well, that's a job that we representatives of the Equitable Society are always glad to undertake. For instance, if you already own some life insurance, your Equitable Society representative may be able to show you how only a few dollars extra per month will give your family complete protection and assure you a comfortable retirement income through the Equitable Extended Income Plan. Remember, your Social Security benefits vary according to your age, salary, and family situation. So why not get the facts and find out exactly what you are entitled to under Social Security? The government has prepared a special card that will help you secure this information. To obtain one of these cards, get in touch with your Equitable Society representative or send your name and address on a postcard to the Equitable Society, care of this station. That's EQUITABLE, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now, back to the FBI file, The Friendly Hitchhiker.
There are hundreds of honest persons in and out of uniform hitchhiking along the highways of America today. But the safest policy for any motorist is this. No matter when or where you see a hitchhiker's thumb, keep right on going. It may cost you no more than time to stop, but in thousands of cases it has cost a lot more. Special Agents Allen and Burnett of the FBI had arrived at the Amarillo Police Headquarters when a telephone call came in from the Fillmore place just out of town. Since the message involved the man they were trailing, Allen and Burnett were given complete charge, and a few minutes later...
All right, Mr. Ogden, let's have the rest of the story, sir.
Well, when I came to, I was lying on the floor there. Not more than 3 feet from his body, and I had the pistol in my hand.
This is your pistol, Mr. Ogden?
Yes, but But I swear I didn't shoot him.
Well, if you were being threatened with a blackjack, you would have been justified in defending yourself.
But there wasn't time. It all happened so quickly.
Mr. Ogden, just how were you lying on the floor when you came to, sir?
Well, I was...
Will you show us, if you don't mind, sir?
Well, of course I don't.
Thank you.
I was just about like this.
Half on your right side like that?
Yes.
And when you came to, sir, where was the pistol?
I was holding it in my... Why, well, that proves I couldn't have shot him. The pistol was in my left hand.
Where is your shoulder holster placed, sir?
Why, here, you can see for yourself, right here, under my left arm. I'm right-handed. If I had shot Fillmore, the gun would have been in my right hand.
Well, Mr. Ogden, we're not trying to pin a murder on you, sir. In your case, it wouldn't have been murder anyway. We're merely trying to establish evidence that will help fasten the guilt on the real murderer.
It's pretty obvious what actually happened.
Yes, you see, after Fillmore struck you down, Jack Newton took your gun, shot Fillmore, put the gun in your hand, took all the jewels for himself, and escaped in your car.
But in his hurry, he made the mistake of putting the gun in your left hand.
I'm awfully glad he did.
Burnett, will you get on the phone and start telling the police about the body here?
Yeah, right.
Before you're through, I'll have Mr. Ogden's full description of his car.
Okay. Operator, get me Amarillo Police Headquarters.
And Burnett, have the police broadcast a description of Newton and the car, then set up roadblocks as quick as possible in every direction.
Hello, Headquarters?
Now, Mr. Ogden, if you'll give me a full description of your car, we'll broadcast.
Yes, mister.
Like a cup of coffee, miss.
Okay. Cream and sugar?
No, just black.
Okay. There you are.
Thanks.
Like something with that?
Uh-uh.
You jelly donuts?
I don't want nothing.
Okay. Which way you traveling?
Why?
Making conversation.
Heading east.
Oh. Well, the reason I asked was if you're going to be on the road tonight, you'd better look out.
For what?
For what I heard on the radio.
What are you talking about?
It was an FBI broadcast.
What?
They said everybody should be on the lookout for this man that just murdered somebody in Amarillo.
They say what he looked like?
Huh? They said he was about 25 years old and had brown hair and kind of greenish eyes and might be wearing a suit.
What do I owe you?
Well, you only had coffee.
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. You get some change.
Keep it.
Huh. Probably scared him. Tell him about that. Wait a minute. Brown hair, green eyes, sailor. Oh. Hey, operator.
Well, Burnett, the police have got roadblocks set up for a radius of 300 miles around Amarillo.
Good.
How's your map coming?
Well, I've got just about every roadside gas station, lunch stand, and tourist camp in the entire area staked out with these pins.
Oh, good work.
Are they going to repeat the broadcast?
Every half hour till we make a strike.
And then all we've got to do is sit right here at the phone they've assigned us and wait.
Oh. Let's see. Well, it's been a half hour now since the third broadcast. We ought to be hearing it.
I got my fingers crossed, Alan.
Hello? Yes. Yes, well, put her on, please.
Well, who is it?
Operator, Las Vegas, New Mexico.
New Mexico?
Newton must be doubling back towards California. Hello? Hello? Yes. Oh, Miss, please, talk a little louder and try not to be so excited.
All right, boys. She's all filled and ready to go. So get your trucker rolling out of here for that long haul now.
Okay. So long, Slam.
So long.
Hello.
Howdy.
I had a little trouble with my car. Broke down about 2 miles back.
I'm afraid I can't be much help to you.
Oh, I didn't mean for you to go pull her in. I thought you might rent me a car to get to the next town.
Oh, there's no car here till my brother-in-law comes to relieve me in the morning.
Oh.
But I'll tell you what I'll do, son.
What's that?
If you just wait right here, I'll go inside and phone for somebody to come out and get you. You just wait right out here.
Wait a minute, mister.
Well?
You're not going to phone for anybody to help me? You're going to phone for somebody to come get me, just like you said.
What?
You heard that radio broadcast about me, didn't you?
I don't know what
you're
you're
lying,
talking about.
but you're not going to trap me.
Well, wait. Come back here.
Hello there.
Right this way, fellas.
We're the special agents of the FBI.
Say, you fellas didn't come all the way from Amarillo since I phoned.
No, we were already on the trail and called in and got your report.
Well, he ain't missed a more than an hour, and he's on foot besides.
Good.
Which way did he go?
Well, he lit out running hard as he could down the road going west.
Well, you can't afford to keep to the road long.
No, he'd get lost out there on that desert.
A desperate man will take any kind of chance.
Of course, he might stumble onto them caves off over there.
Oh, where's this, sir?
Oh, about 3 miles across the flats where the hills begin.
Burnett, let's see if we can pick up where he turned off into the desert.
Right.
If you do, you hadn't ought to have no trouble tracking him across that red sand.
That's what I figure. Come on, Burnett. Wait a minute, Burnett.
What's the matter? We're on a trail.
There's a fork in the trail. One goes straight ahead into the tunnel, and the other turns off sharply to the left.
Well, let's listen and see if we can pick up the sound.
Okay. Oh, he probably stopped so we couldn't hear it.
Then we'll just have to try one of these tunnels.
If we take the wrong one, he'll double back and get out.
We can't miss hearing him do it.
Yeah, that's right. Let's take this one to the left first.
I hear him, Ellen. We get the right one.
Come on! Wait a minute. Newton! Newton, are you hurt? Look, Newton, you might as well give up because we're not going to. You hear that, Burnett?
Yeah. There's a rock falling into that pool of water down below.
Newton, you better give up now or you might fall on that rock down there and never get out of here.
Stay where you are, or I will follow that rock.
Don't be a fool, Newton.
I'm warning you. Don't come after me or I'll take the chump.
Newton!
You heard me.
Okay. What you do is up to you, Newton. We're coming in after you. Come on, Burnett.
Stop where you are or I'll do it. You heard me. I'll jump. I'll jump, I tell you. Keep away. Keep away from me.
It's much easier to take somebody else's life than it is your own, isn't it? Come on, get up.
Jack Newton was returned to the state of Texas to stand trial for the murder of Robert Fillmore. He was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment. As mentioned earlier, the average American's natural friendliness is an admirable trait, and one to be preserved and encouraged. The greatness of our nation is based on friendship, and without it, our rendezvous with destiny would be meaningless. But your FBI asks you to exercise caution, particularly when you feel inclined to give a lift to a hitchhiker. The files of your FBI reveal case after case proving that the safest policy with hitchhikers is to keep right on driving.
In just a moment, we'll tell you about next week's colorful story from the files of your FBI. And now, once again, friends, let me remind you that no matter how much you earn, you have a valuable asset in Social Security. And your Equitable Society representative will gladly show you how easy it is to build your Social Security into full security. He will explain to you how Social Security and life insurance can work together for your complete protection and will help you determine exactly where you stand under Social Security. No obligation, of course. Phone him tomorrow. Your Equitable Society representative is listed in your local phone book under the name the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Careless Kidnappers.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. And now this is Milton Cross speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Careless Kidnappers, on This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Casting Company. Casting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Are you one of the 50 million Americans covered by Social Security? If so, have you any clear idea of your rights and benefits under Social Security? Well, there may be a pleasant surprise in store for you, for in a few minutes you will learn from our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, how easy it is to build Social Security into full security. Tonight's FBI file, The Careless Kidnappers.
The business of crime in America is experiencing the greatest boom in the history of the nation. It has no problem of manpower, for today 1 out of every 23 persons in America has an arrest record. And it has no problem of raw materials, for its raw materials are potential victims and money. And there's a population of 140 million people on hand who are making more money than ever before. Consequently, the wheels of every branch of crime, including that dealt with in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, are rolling in high gear and turning out an all-time high production volume of a major crime every 17 seconds. In other words, since this program went on the air 2.5 minutes ago, 8 major crimes have been committed in this country. Earl Bedford was, you might say, one of the most even-tempered persons in all the world. Unpleasant all the time. And her disposition is being far from sweetened at the moment by three things: the stifling mid-afternoon heat which is making a furnace of the Chicago apartment, the sight of her husband sprawled on the couch, and the brassy trumpeting of Satch, an unemployed friend who has been sharing the apartment. Pearl paces the floor, then suddenly stops and addresses her husband.
Listen, stupid.
Yeah, honey?
I want you to go across the hall and stuff that bugle down that guy's throat.
I will when I get tired of it.
He's been blowing his brains out for an hour now.
I like it.
I don't.
Oh, quit beefing, will you?
I'll stop beeping when you get out and get us some money.
Look, don't start that again.
Well, what are you waiting for? Woods are full of suckers with dough, and everybody's getting their share. Everybody but you.
I am not interested in nickels and dimes.
Oh, pardon me.
When I make a score, it's going to be a big one.
Well, you're not going to make it laying around there.
Shut up,
I
will
won't
ya?
shut up.
Okay.
Where are you going?
Going in to see Stiach, where it's peaceful.
Who's there?
It's me, Broadway.
Come on in.
Satch.
Yeah?
Play some more, will you? Play loud.
You been rubing again?
Yeah.
What was it this time?
Well, for one thing, Pearl don't appreciate your efforts on the trumpet, Satch.
No kidding. Well, look, down at the casino, they're paying Hot Lips Hanover $7,500 a week for the same kind of efforts.
Paying them how much?
7,500 pieces of that beautiful green stuff.
It's a lot of money every week.
It's a lot of money, never mind the time limit.
Hey, Satch.
Yeah?
I guess this Hanover character would hate to stop working right now, wouldn't he? While he can make that kind of dough?
Hey, look, if I was making that kind of money, What do you mean?
You come up with any idea yet how we can make a big touch?
Ah.
I think I have. Get Pearl in here.
What for?
I'm going to show her how lucky we are that you've been playing that trumpet. Oh, will you get a load of those Bobby Soxers out there?
Broadway, you're taking a chance parking right in front of the stage door.
Quit beefing, will you? Satch.
Yeah?
You sure you're right about Hot Lips Hanover playing that benefit tonight?
Yeah, as soon as he finishes his last show here, he's going right over to the Lakeside Hotel.
If he can get through those kids around the door.
Here he comes, Hot Lips down.
All right, take the wheel, Satch. Make room in the back seat, Pearl. I'll go get him. Mr. Hanover! Mr. Hanover!
Yeah?
I'll see if I can get you away all in one piece.
I beg your pardon?
The car's waiting right over here.
The car?
Did they tell you they were sending somebody over from the benefit to pick you up?
No, they didn't tell me.
Mr. Hanover, can I have your autograph, please?
No, not right now, honey, not right now.
That's
please.
what we're here for. Come on.
Hold on to me. Let's see if we can make it to the car.
All right, let's go.
All right.
Come on. All right,
Yeah.
let's through it. Will you, kids? Come on.
Excuse me, kids. Excuse me. Please.
All right, get in, Mr. Hanover.
Yeah.
Take it away, Satch.
Oh, brother.
I guess you get pretty tired of that kind of stuff. Huh, Mr. Hanover?
Yeah, I said... Well, I'm sorry. I was in such a hurry to get in the car, I'm afraid I didn't see its very attractive occupant.
This is Miss Mason, Mr. Hanover.
Hello.
Pleased to meet you.
Are you playing the benefit tonight, too, Miss Mason?
Well,
She's part of the show tonight, Mr. Hanover, but not the one at the hotel.
Oh, what do you mean?
I mean, she has to do with this gun in your side.
What is this?
You know, Wisconsin is lovely this time of year, Hanover. You might get to enjoy a little of it if everything goes all right. That's up to you.
It was shortly before noon the next morning when a little man with a big cigar dashed into the Chicago office of the FBI, where he was ushered into the presence of Agent in Charge Dixon and told his story excitedly.
And here's a ransom note, Mr. Dixon. It just arrived in the mail about 20 minutes ago, and I came over with it right away.
I'm glad you did.
They want $25,000. What are we going to do?
Well, our first concern is the safety of the victim. Now, you say Hanover got in a car with someone outside the casino club last night.
Yes, but he didn't show up at the hotel for the benefit, and that's the last anyone saw of him.
Have any idea who he drove away with?
Well, the man on the stage door heard somebody say that he had come over to pick Hanover up.
Any description?
No.
See what kind of car it was?
No. He didn't suspect anybody of anything.
I'll get the ransom note off to Washington by airmail right away to have it checked for clues.
Well, how about the $25,000?
You're instructed in the note to put an ad in the local paper, letting them know you're willing to meet their terms.
You mean I'm willing?
Aren't you?
Yeah, sure,
Well, then,
but...
for the sake of Mr. Hanover's safety, and to make it possible for us to go directly to work on the case, our advice is to meet the ransom terms as quickly as you can.
Miss,
Yeah?
that guy inside there playing the trumpet. Does he have to do that?
Why, Mr. Hanover, he's a fan of yours.
He's got a strange way of showing it.
That's how the snatch happened in the first place.
What do you mean?
He told us how good you were, how much dough you were making. That's what gave us the idea.
Oh, now I really feel bad. Look, how much longer are you going to hold me here?
That depends.
On what?
A car just stopped outside. I think you'll get your answer real soon.
Hi, honey.
What's the word?
Hanover, it looks like you'll be out of the woods by tomorrow night.
Oh?
What do you mean, Broadway?
The ad in the paper says they'll pay off. Here's where you come in, baby.
How?
You're going to pick up the dough.
Are you kidding?
Why?
This is your party, sweetheart. If you think I'm going to be...
Shut up and listen. Satch keeps Hanover here. You and I drive into Chicago tomorrow morning. At 11 o'clock, a woman in a blue dress wearing a gardenia will be standing at the perfume counter in Gordon's department store.
I don't get it.
You'll be standing next to her. When she leaves, she'll accidentally drop her bag. You pick it up and start after her, but instead of catching up with her, you go out the other way and bring the bag to me in the car.
And there'd be 25 grand in the bag?
That's right. What's that?
Are you deaf? Just follow the sound of those musical notes.
Oh. Satch.
Yeah?
Satch, you sure you can trust that brother of yours in Des Moines?
Sure, he's 100%. Been running a hideout for 3 years. Never lost a customer.
Okay, then go back inside and write him a letter. Tell him company's coming.
Okay.
I'll mail it in the morning in Chicago.
Can I come in, Mr. Dixon?
Come ahead, Webb. How'd you make out?
I located a couple of the kids who were standing outside the casino stage door that night. But all they remembered was a big black sedan.
I see.
Did you hear from Washington?
Yes, I just received a teletype. The ransom note was written on cheap stationery that you can get at any store for a nickel.
Mm-hmm.
The handwriting doesn't check with any on file, and there were no fingerprints.
What next?
The ransom money is being picked up in the department store at 11 o'clock.
Yes?
At least we'll have a picture of whoever comes for the money.
Well, how's that?
I planted Jackson with a camera on a stepladder a couple of counters away, as though he's making pictures for display ads.
And he'll get a shot of whoever picks up the bag.
Right. And as soon as Hanover is safe, the hunt begins.
Satch!
Yeah, Mr. Hanover.
How about letting that thing cool off for a while?
Don't stop me now. I just got her warmed up.
All right, cut it out, Satch.
Oh, hiya, Broadway. You got the money?
Yep. Come on, we got to be moving.
Okay, but look what I got. Mr. Hot Lips gave me his own trumpet.
Hey, that was real generous of you, Hanover.
Generous? Well, what else could I do?
Satch, you didn't threaten
I
to...
never threatened nothing. I just asked the man to give me his horn for a sort of parting gift, and he said no, so I started doing a little whittling with my knife.
Yeah, I get it. Hanover, I'll have to blindfold you again.
I'm used to it by now.
Okay, here you go. That's got it. That too tight?
No, let's get started.
Come on, Sedge.
Okay. Broadway,
Yeah?
tell me about the dough.
What about it?
You get the whole 25,000?
Sure.
Hey, that ain't bad. 25,000 divided by 3. That's a nice hunk for me. Over 8 G's.
Uh-huh.
Where's Pearl?
Over there in the car.
Is she gonna beef?
About what?
About cutting me in for a third.
She ain't gonna beef about nothing.
It don't sound like Pearl.
Get behind the wheel, Satch. You drive.
Okay. Should we head right in for... Hey,
What's the matter?
look at Pearl.
Well?
No wonder she can't beef. She's dead.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's case, which shows how your FBI helps provide national security. Now, let's listen in on a conversation about social security between a man named Fred Cameron and his friend, the Equitable Society representative.
Listen, Milton, you've been holding out on me. Last night, that brother-in-law of mine was bragging how he was going to retire on a nice, comfortable income when he got to be 65.
That's right, Fred, he is.
Yes, and he said you worked the whole thing out for him. You showed him how to make Social Security and life insurance dovetail. He said it was amazing how little it costs to build Social Security into full security.
That's what we Equitable Society representatives are always saying.
Well, why not say it to me? You're supposed to be my friend, too.
All right, Fred. With your 2 children, ages 5 and 3, your Social Security is equivalent to about $13,210 worth of life insurance. And that makes a mighty good foundation on which to build full security.
I'll say it does. Let's hear some more.
Yes, Fred, most Americans are amazed when they find out what a valuable asset they have in Social Security, when they discover how easy it is to build Social Security into full security through life insurance. For instance, if you already own some life insurance, your Equitable Society representative may be able to show you how only a few dollars extra per month will give your family complete protection and assure you a comfortable retirement income through the Equitable Extended Income Plan. Remember, your Social Security benefits vary according to your age, salary, and family situation. So why not get the facts? Find out exactly what you are entitled to under Social Security. The government has prepared a special card that will help you secure this information. To obtain one of these cards, get in touch with your Equitable Society representative or send your name and address on a postcard to the Equitable Society, care of this station. That's EQUITABLE, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now, back to the FBI file, The Careless Kidnappers.
Through its policy of waiting until the victim is released, your FBI severely handicaps itself in the task of apprehending the kidnappers. But the safety of the victim comes first, and strict adherence to its rule of waiting has meant, in scores of cases, the difference between life and death for the victim. As for the kidnapper, no matter how much of a start this rule of waiting gives him, the advantage is inevitably lost. For like any other criminal, he always leaves one or more traces of his crime, which, in turn, lead always to his capture. Released by his kidnappers shortly after dark in a suburb of Chicago, the victim, Hanover, identified himself to a passing police patrol and was driven swiftly to the city to FBI headquarters, where he gave an account of events up to the time of his release.
I was still blindfolded when they put me out, so I was unable to get a good description of the car.
They've probably gotten rid of it by now, anyway.
But the body of that woman was still in the car.
You've probably gotten rid of that, too, Mr. Hanover. Mr. Hanover, we have a picture here of the woman who picked up the ransom money. One of our agents snapped it in the department store. Here it is.
Uh-huh, that's her, all right. They call her Pearl.
We haven't been able to identify it yet with anybody in our files or at police headquarters.
I see.
Webb,
Yes?
get a teletype off to Washington right away on those nicknames.
Broadway and Satch?
Yeah, that's right.
Washington may be able to find something on them in the nickname file.
Right.
Mr. Hanover, you said we might be able to find the cabin where they held you.
Yeah. They blindfolded me, of course, before we got out of Chicago that night.
Uh-huh.
But after a while, the blindfold slipped a bit. And I remember seeing that we went north after passing through Kenosha.
Yes?
Then they discovered the blindfold had slipped and fixed it back.
Oh?
But about 15 minutes later, we passed over a wooden bridge. I could hear the planking rattle.
Uh-huh.
I got a sudden idea. As soon as we were off the bridge, I snapped on the second hand on my wristwatch here. It's a stopwatch model, you see.
Oh, yes.
We turned right. And when we stopped at the cabin, I stopped the watch.
Good.
When they took the blindfold off, I noticed that we had traveled 4 minutes and 28 seconds from the bridge.
Good for you. I wish all kidnapped victims would be that alert. Now, how fast was the car traveling, would you say?
Well, Broadway kept warning Satch to hold the speed to 35 miles an hour because of the highway police.
Uh-huh. Hanover, this may be the lead that helps crack the case, if we can find that cabin.
This is the cabin, all right, Mr. Dixon.
Flash on your light, Webb.
Right.
Let's look around. Somebody's bound to have left a fingerprint or two somewhere around here.
Would they likely be on a drinking glass?
Definitely. Why?
Well, there's the glass Broadway used to drink whiskey out of last night.
This one here?
Yeah.
Hold that light closer.
Okay. Look at them.
Yes, 3 clear prints. We'll get those all right. Webb, put your hand inside the glass and hold it steady, will you?
Right.
Now, just get this powder and this tape out.
Now, how do you take the prints?
Well, we'll cover them with dusting powder. Take a strip of this lifting tape, stick it on over the dusted prints, and peel the tape off.
Oh, the impression of the prints is on the tape.
Yes.
Mr. Dixon.
Yes?
This writing tablet here on the table. Look at the paper.
Yes. It looks like the same kind the ransom note was written on.
And the inside of the cover is a blotter, too. Look, it's been used.
Yeah, the one called Satch wrote a letter on the tablet last night. Broadway was going to mail it in Chicago this morning.
Hey, give me that mirror, Webb.
Okay. Here you are.
Now, see if we can make out those blotted letters. Have to hideout with you for a... I guess he means for a while.
That looks like part of an address down a little farther.
Uh-huh. Des Moines, Iowa. I can't make out the rest.
Well, that's enough to start us on our way to Des Moines, though.
Right. But let's get back to Chicago first and see if we can identify these prints.
Hey, Broadway,
Yeah?
you see my trumpet?
It's under the couch.
What's it doing there?
I put it there.
Why?
I couldn't take any more of that playing.
You just don't like music.
Not that kind of music.
You're unhappy because you got lots of money and you can't get outside to spend it.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
How long do you think we ought to stay here with my brother?
Till the heat's off.
How long will that take?
Another 10 days or so.
Oh, that's a long time. Wish I had my Hanover records out here so I'd have something to play against.
That's all we need.
Wait a minute.
Hmm?
I just thought of something.
What?
The radio. They should be playing them on one of the stations out here. Hey, give me my trumpet.
Teletype just in from Washington, Mr. Dixon.
Thanks. Well, here's the works, Webb. The prints on the glass belong to Joseph Bedford, extortionist, swindler.
Yes?
And the nickname report says Bedford's nickname is Broadway.
Good.
As for the nickname Satch, the only one on record belongs to a man named Johnson who works with Broadway Joe Bedford.
Mm-hmm. Well, what's our next move?
First, let's take a look around in Bedford's Chicago apartment. Here's his last known address.
Maybe Satch lived there, too.
Right. And then we'll head for Des Moines. What luck, Webb?
Well, I've combed all the record stores here in Des Moines, Dixon, and nobody answering Satch's description has bought any Hanover recordings.
I don't understand that. There must have been at least 100 Hanover records in his Chicago room.
It's a cinch they have gone under here somewhere. If only the rest of that address had come off on the blotter.
Well, anyway, the photos of Broadway and Satch arrived here by air a little while ago. We won't have any trouble identifying them when we
Wait
do
a
find
minute.
Got an idea?
Hanover said wherever we found Satch, we'd find him playing that trumpet.
Yes, but...
And he's got to have a recording to play against. And for Satch, it's got to be a Hanover recording.
He hasn't bought any here.
Maybe he wouldn't have to buy any.
What?
It's a long chance, but it's one worth trying, and it just might pay off for us, too.
Well, so much for Swoonlight Sinatra, folks. And now all of you bugle bugs get set for some blazing blasts from a Tara trumpet. Because here's a request recording by Hot Lips Hanover.
That's my boy, Broadway. Drop the needle and give us a downbeat, son.
Satch, could I throw a little bribe money at you? Satch, listen to me, will you? Satch.
Did you say something, Broadway?
I'll give you $50 for that trumpet.
Hey, look, this horn is a Hot Lips Hanover original, remember?
Okay, hijacker, I'll give you $50 to stop playing just for 5...
Cut off that radio.
The idea.
Sorry to break up the party, boys, but we're special agents at the FBI.
What?
You're both under arrest for kidnapping. And there's an extra charge of murder for you, Bedford. A car with your wife's body in it was just found a while ago.
Okay.
How did you find us?
Well, we figured since you didn't bring any Hanover recordings with you, and since you didn't buy any in Des Moines, you might be requesting some to be played in the recording broadcast.
Huh?
Well, when your call came in, we had it traced here to your brother's house.
Give me that horn, Satch.
Hey, look out, Broadway. What are you going to do? Broadway!
Never mind. You won't be needing it anyway.
For their crime of kidnapping, Joseph Bedford and Robin Johnson are serving life terms in a federal penitentiary. Bedford was not tried for the murder of his wife, inasmuch as she was her husband's accomplice in crime, and he has received a life sentence anyway for kidnapping. Although fewer kidnappings are committed than any other major crime, their number has increased proportionately with the alarming upsurge of crime in America. According to Mr. J. Edgar Hoover, director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, crime has increased 13% in the last 6 months, as compared with the corresponding period last year. In a crime survey just compiled by your FBI, we find larceny up 9.8%, aggravated assault 10%, auto theft 15.5%, burglary 17%, negligent manslaughter 19.2%, murder 28.5%, and robberies have increased 31.8%. These are startling figures, figures that call for a doubling of effort on the part of all of us, so that this present crime wave shall not become a tidal wave, engulfing you, the American people.
In just a moment, we'll tell you about next week's colorful story from the files of your FBI. And now, once again, friends, let me remind you that no matter how much you earn, You have a valuable asset in Social Security, and your Equitable Society representative will gladly show you how easy it is to build your Social Security into full security. He will explain to you how Social Security and life insurance can work together for your complete protection, and will help you determine exactly where you stand under Social Security. No obligation, of course. Phone him tomorrow. Your Equitable Society representative is listed in your local phone book under the name Equitable, E-Q-U-I-T-A-B-L-E, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Return of the Mob.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Milton Cross speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Return of the Mob, on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Fathers and mothers of America, attention, please. Upon the training you give your children today depends the future of America. Our system of free enterprise, personal liberty, and democracy cannot exist without educated and enlightened citizens. In about 14 minutes, our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, will have some helpful suggestions for parents. If you wish to equip your children so that they will be able to take advantage of all the opportunities the future offers, don't miss this important message. Tonight's FBI file, The Return of the Mob.
Last year, America celebrated victories over two powerful external foes. Victory is made possible only by the perfect coordination, the perfect teamwork of every unit of every branch of the armed forces and civilian production. Today, America is at war against a mighty internal foe, a powerful army of criminals sweeping the nation with the biggest crime wave in her entire history. And victory in this war will depend likewise on perfect teamwork, the perfect teamwork of all branches of law enforcement, local, state, and federal, plus the cooperation of you, the American citizen. Teamwork of the kind that smashed a criminal kingdom in tonight's case from the files of your FBI. 20 years ago, the White Horse Tavern in the city of Riverdale was a popular speakeasy and the throne room of one of the most powerful mobs of that era. Today, this tavern is only a second-rate bar and grill, looking as worn and grimy as the middle-aged man who has just entered the front door and crossed to the bar.
What'll you have, mister?
Huh?
I said, what'll you have?
Oh, not a thing, thanks. I just come in to look around.
Well, the 50-cent tour don't start for an hour, so breeze, will you?
Wait a minute, Bud. Wait a minute.
Yeah?
I used to come in here years ago. A lot of years ago.
Uh-huh.
I was wondering if any of the old customers were still here.
Look, Mac, I just came on this job a month ago. Take your business down the street.
Wait. You ever hear of Curly Silvers? Sleepy Young?
No.
How about George Hamilton?
Hamilton?
Yeah.
He's sitting right back there.
No kidding.
Hey, Eddie, let's have a couple of beers, will you?
Okay.
Hey, that's wonderful, really wonderful.
Come on, drink up, baby. We gotta be moving.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Yeah?
I was told there was a friend of mine back here.
Well?
George Hamilton, do you know him?
I'm George Hamilton.
Oh, you can't be. You're too young.
Look, Pop, what is this, a touch?
No. I'm looking for a fellow who used to hang out here 20 years ago.
Hey, George, maybe he means your old man.
My old man worked for this bum. Stop, will you? 20 years ago, his boss was King Brown.
I'm King Brown.
What?
I said I'm King Brown. This used to be my headquarters.
George, is he leveling?
Here's a picture, miss. Me and George Hamilton 20 years ago.
Let me see that.
Sure, here.
That's Pop, all right.
Yeah, and that's me.
Yeah, it is. Well, what do you know? I thought you were sent away for life.
I was paroled. Got out 2 days ago.
You know something, honey?
What?
This character used to be the biggest operator in town. King, what brought you back here?
I'm on my way to my brother's farm in Minnesota.
Did you get the shorts? Need some car fare?
Well, Yes.
Got the hungries going, too?
I could stand the meal, yeah.
Sit down.
Hey, I thought we were leaving.
I want to talk to the guy.
Yeah, but we got to
All
get
right,
down
sit down now, both of you.
Okay.
Thanks.
King, my old man used to say you were the best organizer he ever saw.
Well, that was a long time ago.
That happens to be the business I'm interested in right now. Maybe I can pick up a few tips. How about a nice big steak? Go on. Keep talking, King. I just want to fill up your glass again.
Thanks.
I guess this stuff ain't as fancy as you used to drink in the old days, huh, King?
Well, honey, at least the label's on the level. Speaking of the old days, you know something?
What?
I used to own this town and everybody in it. All I had to do was snap my fingers and they jumped through a hoop. They couldn't even lay a water main or pave a street without my say-so.
You mean unless you got your cut?
That's what I said, ain't it?
Well.
I guess those days are gone forever, huh, King?
Yeah, but only because the guys with any enterprise have either gone up or pushing daisies.
What do you mean?
If I was 20 or 25 years younger, honey, I could get together a mob and organize this town over the weekend.
I'm glad to hear you say that, King.
Huh?
Because I am 20 years younger.
I don't get you.
I got the enterprise and I got the guts. All I need is the know-how about organizing the mob and the town. That's where you could help, King.
Huh?
Look, why don't you forget about your brother's farm? What do you want to do? Finish out your ticket milking cows or stacking wheat?
Oh, no, but
I see. Maybe those 20 cycles in the can have softened you up too much.
Wait a minute.
Maybe you wouldn't know how to get started anymore.
Give me another drink.
Sure. Here.
Wouldn't know how to get started, huh?
Would you?
Look, first thing I'd do is get a mob together and sell protection to all the stores and shops in town.
How?
It's a very simple recipe, kid. You just give them the acid treatment.
What's that?
If the guy says he doesn't want to buy protection, you toss a little acid at him. And you never have to do it more than once, because by the time the acid has burned through his clothes and his skin, he's yelling to do business.
King?
Huh?
Lift your glass. You too, baby.
Huh?
This town is going to be incorporated again.
Things began to move fast behind the scenes in Riverdale, for it was barely a month later that Agent in Charge Collins of the local office of the FBI received a caller on an urgent mission. The caller was Riverdale's Chief of Police, Claude Monroe, and his mission?
It's not news to either of us, Mr. Collins, that the old gang system of organized crime is coming to life again in this country.
That's right.
But it gave me a pretty stiff jolt last week to find out that it's happening right under my nose in Riverdale.
Really? What'd you uncover?
Well, I haven't got positive proof, but I'm pretty familiar with all the signs of a gang at work.
Yes.
You see, I was a rookie cop in Riverdale back in the 20s when the mobs were first getting started in this country.
Then you must have had a hand in cleaning up King Brown's old mob here.
Yes. That's why I can tell what's happening now. Not with the same mob, of course.
They were wiped out when King Brown went up, weren't they?
That's right. This is a new gang, but it's getting started along the same old pattern.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know who's running it or who the hirelings are. But this much we do know.
Yes?
Nearly every store and shop in Riverdale is paying protection.
When did this start?
Well, couldn't have been more than a week or so ago. We've been trying to turn the light on it ever since. But, of course, as you might know...
Nobody will talk.
Exactly.
The same old intimidation curse.
It's hard to blame the store and shop owners much.
I know. Not when their property, their work, and even their own lives are at stake.
But blast it, Collins, the longer they keep silent, the longer they'll be slaves.
I know.
Something's got to be done fast, or things will be as bad as they were back in the 20s.
Yes.
No telling what price the people of Riverdale will have to pay before we can break it up.
What's your plan of action?
Well, that's why I'm here. I need the FBI's help. The job is already too big for my small force.
But, Chief, I can't...
I know the FBI can't step into a local situation unless some federal law is being violated. But all I'm asking now is, couldn't you at least give us a hand in finding out who's behind this thing?
Mr. Monroe, we'll start to look around right now.
Okay. Even though anybody, I make another strike.
That's for suckers, the way you're bowling, George.
Oh, watch this.
Oh, pretty lucky. Nice going, honey.
Huh? Oh. Hey, where have you been, baby? I've been waiting to show you the new office.
Well, let's see it.
Okay, amateurs, the alley's yours. Come on, sugar.
Look, George, why did you have to pick a bowling alley?
Because it gives us a legal front. I'm playing it smart, sweetheart. Here we are. Now be careful when you step on the rug. You'll sink up to your ankles.
George, this is beautiful.
Like it?
Boy, I love it. And that desk. I never saw such a production.
How do I look behind it, sweetheart?
All you need is the secretary on your knees.
Wow, what are we waiting on?
Is this the right position, Mr. Hamilton?
Well, let's try it and see.
Mr. Hamilton.
Proud of me now, baby?
I don't know. How much money are we making?
It's coming in by the crateful.
I'm very proud of you.
Hello, George.
King, from now on, you might try knocking first.
Sorry. Well, how are the payments coming in?
Why?
Just wondering how we're doing.
We're doing all right.
Any new members for the Southside Protective Association?
The boys are out doing a little selling now.
How about that drugstore down on Front Street?
That's out.
What do you mean, sir?
It's a chain store. The manager can't spend any dough without an okay from the home office.
And you're going to leave it like that?
Well, what can we do about it?
Look, kid.
I told you to stop calling me kid.
Whatever I call you, you better get out of the business right now if you're going to take alibis instead of dough.
Listen, King.
Are you going to run this outfit like a bush leaguer, or are you going to run it like I told you? Because if you're not, you better toss in the towel right now and get yourself a job jerking soda.
Now, just a minute.
I got to go up the street. Give me 20.
Okay. Here.
Thanks. Oh, and by the way, when I come back, I'm going to write a letter to that drugstore's home office and show you how to get that dough coming in.
I thought this was your desk, George.
Oh, don't worry, sweetheart. I need his brains now. When I finish picking him clean, I'll buy him that ticket to his brother's farm.
Collins speaking.
Hello, Collins. This is Chief of Police Monroe.
Hello, Chief. Any news?
Yeah, those investigative tips you gave us yesterday have already paid off.
Oh?
The boss of the mob is George Hamilton, Jr., the son of King Brown's former lieutenant.
No wonder the pattern of operation was familiar.
Everything's the same, even down to throwing acid.
Hmm.
And here's where the FBI can come into the case.
What do you mean?
Well, we found out Hamilton sent a threatening letter to the head office in St. Louis of a chain drugstore here.
Uh-oh.
But we can't get that letter.
Why not?
Well, it's a small one-man organization, only 4 stores, and the owner, just like the other store owners here, is afraid to talk or cooperate.
But you've got proof that there is such a letter.
Definitely.
And that's enough for us, Chief. We're moving in.
Phil,
Yeah, King?
where's George?
He's back in his office.
Thanks.
Ellen's in there with him. You forgot to knock again, King.
Ellen, I'd like to talk to George alone.
Okay.
You don't have to go, baby. What's on your mind, King?
I'd like to have a sort of conference.
About what?
Well, I've just been checking up. Since that drugstore kicked in, Front Street is 100% organized.
So?
So I thought it was time we were talking about my cut.
George, I told you
Keep
he'd
out
start
of this,
yapping.
baby. King, just out of curiosity, how much cut do you want?
50%?
Oh.
Wow.
What's so funny?
The difference between what you're asking and what you're going to get.
And what's that?
I bought it for you this morning.
Huh?
This railroad ticket to your brother's farm in Minnesota. And $100 besides. I'm through picking your brains, King. Here. Now get going.
I'll give you a chance to say you're just kidding, son.
Does this gun look like I'm kidding?
No, George.
Shut up.
Look, you better put that down while you can get off with 50%.
What do you mean?
If I have to take that gun away from you, I'll take everything.
Stop, will you?
I mean it, kid. You ain't got guts enough to use it, so put it away.
Ah,
Okay. You asked for it.
George. George, stop him.
He ain't got nerve enough, have you, kid?
keep away from me.
Well, why don't you shoot?
No. No.
Okay.
Let go of her. Let go. Ah!
George.
Kids should carry cap pistols.
We will return to the FBI file in just a moment. Now, 3 questions and answers on education.
First question. Of our 32 presidents of the United States, how many attended a college or university? 10? 15?
The right answer is even higher. 25 of our 32 presidents have had college or university training. Yes, education does help equip men and women for leadership. It helps to build up the character, judgment, and integrity which identify the well-rounded American citizen. Think that over, mothers and dads, and decide now to investigate an equitable educational fund, a life insurance plan that has solved the problem of education costs for thousands of parents who are members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Second question. What is an equitable educational fund?
It is a plan offered to far-sighted parents by the Equitable Life Assurance Society, and it includes these important features. 1, the Equitable plan makes sure that money for education will be ready when your child is ready. 2, if you die, the educational fund becomes fully established. If you are totally and permanently disabled, it continues to build up without any further payment. 3, educational costs are spread out over many years instead of being concentrated in a few.
Last question. How much will it cost to send your son or daughter to college?
That question is answered in a memorandum recently prepared for Equitable Society representatives. It tells the cost of tuition, board, and lodging in 192 leading American colleges. In addition, it summarizes the long-range opportunities open to educated men and women in 29 industries and professions, such as architecture, dentistry, engineering, chemistry, life insurance, social service. The memorandum is crammed with information that every parent should have. Your nearest Equitable Society representative has a copy and will be glad to show it to any sincerely interested parent. Call him tomorrow. You'll find him in the phone book under Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now, back to the FBI file, The Return of the Mob.
Long years behind prison bars may wither the body and humble the pride of the gangster type of criminal, but seldom do they erase the inborn instinct for crime, the contempt for law and for the rights and property and lives of others. Freed from prison, as was King Brown after 20 years, they need only an opportunity and a taste of their former life to send their criminal blood pounding through their veins again, even though they know the inevitable end. On the floor of the bowling alley office in Riverdale lay the body of George Hamilton, his career as a mob leader cut short by the bullet fired by King Brown. A few miles away in the office of the FBI, Agent in Charge Collins was making his first move in his drive against the gang.
Send for me, Mr. Collins?
Yes, Terrell. I just spoke to that druggist in St. Louis, the one who received the threatening letter.
Oh?
As you know, he didn't want to cooperate with Police Chief Monroe.
Yes.
But after reflecting on the matter, he decided it was his duty to help the FBI. He's going to fly here this afternoon on business. He'll bring the letter with him.
I see.
I want you to arrange to meet him at the airport.
Well, don't look like anybody heard the shot. That is, nobody but you, sweetheart.
What happens now?
I don't know yet.
We're just going to sit around here with that body?
Maybe.
King.
Yeah?
You said something to George when you were having that argument with him.
What?
You said if you were going to take his gun away from him, you were going to take everything. Remember?
Yeah.
What did that mean?
It didn't include you, sweetheart.
I was just asking.
Look, Ellen, the only reason you're not down there on the floor, too, is because I never killed a woman. It's bad luck.
So what does happen to me?
I don't know yet. Got more important things to think about.
Like what?
Like getting rid of the stiff.
What are you going to do with him?
When I can't stuff him and hang him on the wall.
Very funny.
So, I guess we wait around here until the night, and then you and I'll put him in a car and run it off the pier into the river.
Just like old times for you, I guess.
Not exactly, no. Then I use cement.
I met the druggist at the airport, all right, Mr. Collins. Here's the letter.
Good.
It's signed by George Hamilton, all right.
Yes, but the body of the letter's in a different handwriting, Terrell.
Oh?
Look at this sample of Hamilton's handwriting Chief Monroe furnished us.
Yeah. They're different, all right.
Now we'll compare the handwriting in the body of the letter with this other sample of handwriting I dug out of our files.
Whose is it?
A gentleman by the name of King Brown.
King Brown?
Mm-hmm. Monroe said the new gang's operation followed the old King Brown pattern, remember?
Yes.
I found out a while ago that Brown was released from prison about a month ago.
Uh-oh.
How would you say these two handwritings compare?
It looks like King Brown has returned to Riverdale. Huh?
Yes. Let's go. When did they move into the bowling alley, Chief?
About a week ago, Mr. Collins.
That must be the office there. Let's have a look.
Right.
Try the door.
It's open.
Probably a light switch just inside the
I
door.
found it here.
Well, I'd say we're a little late.
Yeah, looks like they've cleaned out. Look at that open safe and those desk drawers. What do you make of this, Collins?
Well, offhand, I'd
Mr. Collins, look.
What?
That's blood on the carpet over there.
Well,
Brown must have done a little liquidating.
And whoever was here last hasn't been gone long either.
What have you found, Terrell?
Cigarette, still smoking in this ashtray. A woman's cigarette, lipstick on it.
That must have been Hamilton's girl.
Yes.
But who's liquidated?
My guess is that it was Hamilton. And inasmuch as they've just cleaned out, Brown will have to get rid of the body before he does anything else.
Then I've got a hunch where we can catch Brown if we hurry. Come on.
King, where are you going to dump the body?
Well, just for the sake of old times, I'd like to use a pier a little ways ahead.
What about the car?
George stays right in it. They both go in the river.
Oh. King,
Yeah?
have you made up your mind about me yet?
Yeah.
Well,
Here's the pier.
what's the story?
The story is, baby, you know too much.
What do you mean?
You know I killed Hamilton, and you know who's the boss of the mob.
Look, King, you don't think I'd ever double-cross you, do you?
I'm going to guarantee that right now.
King, what are you going to... King!
So long, sweetheart. You're staying in there for the ride.
No, no. Let me out of here. King, let me out. Let me out.
Here we are, Brown.
Who are you?
Special agent for the FBI.
Okay, G-Man, but if you think you're going to take me...
Now get up.
The girl seems to have fainted, Mr. Collins.
That's not what's wrong with Hamilton, though, on the floor of the car.
How'd you know I'd be here?
Chief Monroe remembered this pier. According to him, this is where you used to dump all your victims. Come on, Chief. We're going to get the rest of his boys.
King Brown is now back in the state penitentiary serving a life sentence, and Riverdale has once more been freed from mob rule. Tonight's case from the files of your FBI was a demonstration of the kind of teamwork it's going to take to prevent the return of gangsterism to America. The teamwork of local and federal law enforcement officers, plus the cooperation of you, the American citizen. Your local law enforcement officers are doing their part faithfully. And 24 hours around the clock, your FBI is doing its part. But are you doing yours? It is your fight, too. And the security of your home and your rights and privileges as an American depend on its outcome.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting story from the files of your FBI. And now, again, let me remind you to check with your Equitable Society representative about the safest and wisest investment a parent can make for his children's future, an Equitable Educational Fund. Without obligation, he will also show you the Equitable Society's memorandum on the costs of higher education and some of the opportunities it opens. you'll find your Equitable Society representative in the phone book under the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Murder on the Range.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Milton Cross speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Murder on the Range, on This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Fathers and mothers of America, attention, please. Upon the training you give your children today depends the future of America. Our system of free enterprise, personal liberty, and democracy cannot exist without educated and enlightened citizens. In about 14 minutes, our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, will have some helpful suggestions for parents. If you wish to equip your children to take advantage of all the opportunities the future offers, don't miss this important message. Tonight's FBI file, Murder on the Range.
Since the time of Eve, there have been nagging wives who drove their mates to commit crimes for the gratification of their own selfish desires. A few of these crimes have made history. The rest, like that in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, have seldom caused more than a ripple on the day-to-day flow of news. But they're important, for each contributes its unit of force to the wave of crime constantly beating against the underpillings of law and order on which society rests. In a roadside lunchroom located on a seldom-used Montana highway, Betty Adams, wife of the proprietor, is just handing a check to her lone customer.
Here you are. Comes to 40 cents.
Here's $1 Mrs. Adams. Keep the change.
Thanks.
Good night, ma'am.
Night.
Betty. Oh, Betty.
Yeah.
That fellow leave?
Mm-hmm.
Think maybe we should close up?
I think we never should have opened.
Oh, Oh, now, Betty, please don't start nagging
I
again.
ain't nagging. I mean business.
What are you talking about?
I'm fed up with this place. Fed right up to here.
Betty.
I mean it. Either you take me back east or I'm going by myself.
We can't leave here now.
Why not?
All we've got in the world is tied up in this place.
Then sell it.
Sell it?
Yeah.
You could hardly give it away since the new road bypassed it.
Then let's walk out on it.
Are you kidding?
We'll find out if I'm kidding if you don't
Wait
do
a minute.
so- Jack, I've already
I
told
said wait a minute.
Well,
You seem to have forgotten the main reason why we came out here.
I know. You done a stretch and you wanted to start all over again on the square. Don't wave that flag again.
But, honey...
You could have started all over back east.
Then why'd you come out here with me?
Because I fell for that picture folder talk of yours. And from now on, when I get the bite to see a little scenery, I'll stick a quarter in the Translux and get 10 minutes worth of travel off.
Betty, you've got...
Yes, sir?
Hello, Jack.
Huh? Marty.
That's right.
Where'd you come from?
Just passing by. I thought I'd drop in. Is this the bride, kid?
Yeah. Betty, I want you to meet a guy I used to know back east. This is Marty Williams.
How are you?
How do you do?
Marty, how'd you know I was here?
I forget who gave me the office. I'm glad I remembered it, though.
What do you mean?
Well, I pulled a little job in Seattle to get myself a steak and was heading back east.
Uh-huh.
I got in a game over in Idaho this afternoon and lost my role. There was an argument, and I had to wing a guy.
You mean you shot him?
That's right, sweetheart. That's why I headed here.
Oh.
I gotta go under for a few days till they stop beating the brush for me.
Marty, maybe you haven't heard.
What?
I'm square now.
Is that a turn-down, kid?
No.
Huh?
If you're in trouble, Mr. Williams, you can stay here as long as you like.
Now, look, Betty...
I said he stays.
Good morning.
Well, when did you get up, Mr. Williams?
About an hour ago.
Can I fix you something? Some eggs, maybe?
I already had them. Came in here and cooked my own.
Huh?
Where's Jack?
He'll be down in a minute.
Tell me something, will you?
What?
Is Jack really leveling with that Honest John pitch?
Yeah,
Sucker.
I've been trying to tell him that.
This trap looks like it's starving to death.
It is.
And why don't he get off this kick, step out and steal a few?
Talk to him about it, will you?
I think I will.
Got any ideas?
Yeah. I took a walk around outside a while ago. I saw what might be a real good touch.
Save it for Jack. Here he comes now.
Oh. Morning, Jack.
Morning, Marty. What got you up so early?
Sunshine, fresh air. I've been out for a walk already. Seems to be a pretty big ranch around here.
Yeah, it's the T-Bar H. They only got a couple of 100,000 acres.
Where do they sell their cattle?
They drive them to the loading pens in Canyon City, about 10 miles from here, ship them to Omaha.
Oh, suppose a man wanted to sell only 4 or 5 head at a time. Still have to ship them to Omaha?
No, he could get rid of them in town.
For how much?
Well, good beef steers are bringing $25 a hundred.
How much is that?
They'll run 800 to 1,000 pounds apiece off the range.
Somewhere around $200 apiece, huh?
Thinking of going into the cattle business?
How many could you get in that truck of yours?
Oh, 4 or 5 head, I guess. But hey, wait a minute. What are you getting at?
$1,000 a load and 5 or 6 loads. That'd net us about $3,000 apiece, Jack.
I said, what are you getting at?
I need cash so I can move out of here. That ought to be a good way to get it. Betty, what do you think?
Sounds swell.
I'm not getting mixed up in any cattle rustling.
Remember what I said last night, Jack?
Now listen, Betty,
Marty's come up with an idea that'll give us a stake to get out of here.
But...
Take it or leave it, Jack. But if you leave it, I'm leaving you.
Some 25 or 30 miles away in the Butte, Montana office of the FBI, Agent in Charge Kearney is standing over the teletype machine as it finishes tapping off a message from Washington headquarters.
Rankin?
Yes, sir?
Rankin, remember the bullet that sheriff over in Idaho sent us the other day? The one they dug out of the fellow wounded in that scrap at the jukebox place?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Washington checked it against the unidentified ammunition file and found a mate.
Oh?
It was fired from a gun known to be owned by a Marty Williams, ex-mobster in the East.
How did it get way out in Idaho?
A description of Williams checks with the description the sheriff got of the man who did the shooting.
Oh, I see.
According to Washington, Williams was last seen around Seattle.
Well, then he must have been headed back east.
Yeah. And since he's bound to be out of Idaho by now, that makes him a fugitive. And our man.
But he's probably out of Montana by now, too.
Unless he decided to go under for a while.
That's pretty hard to do in strange country.
Yes, I know. Anyway, we can tell the sheriff who he was after, and then start the ball rolling on Williams ourselves.
Betty.
I'm in here, Marty.
Oh. Look, when did Jack leave for Canyon City?
Hours ago.
I wonder what's keeping the guy.
I don't know. You know something?
Huh?
I don't care.
Oh, that's how it is, huh?
Uh-huh.
He don't know that, though, does he?
He should.
But he don't. Otherwise, you never could have conned the guy into this cattle swindle.
Guess you're right.
Yeah. Well, it's too bad. Jack's a nice guy.
Sure. If you like nice guys.
You don't?
Uh-uh.
What do you like?
Heels?
Like me?
Yeah, like you.
You don't have to sound so unhappy.
Well, you'd be unhappy, too, if you made a career of it.
Going for heels?
Yeah.
Come here.
Hmm?
I said come here.
Well?
Look, sweetheart. I feel the same way.
Hi, Betty.
Hi.
Marty.
Oh, hi.
I'm sorry I took so long.
What happened?
4 trips, and the guy don't ask any questions. This time he wants to know something.
What?
He wants to know why a big outfit like T-Bar H is selling stuff local. And only 4 or 5 headed a crack.
What did you tell him?
Well, it was lucky I remembered something I heard one of the T-Bar H hands say in here one night. About how the old man was letting him run a few head of his own on the side.
With the T-Bar H brand on him?
I don't know.
You tell the guy in town the steers are yours and the old man's letting you run them on the side, and all the time they got the T-Bar H brand on them?
Okay, but
what
I had...
big brains you got! You boys better go out of business fast.
He swallowed what I told him.
That's what you think.
Okay, I'll prove it.
How?
Well, we were getting our last load tonight anyway. So I'll drive him in and sell him just like the rest. How's that, Marty?
Come on. It'll be dark by the time we get over to the range.
Come on up there. Up. Come on. Get up. Get up. Okay, that's it. That's 4.
And room for one more.
I guess so.
This part of the job is a cinch.
What do you mean?
All the Western movies I ever saw had a bunch of cowboys sitting around a fire singing and playing the guitar with a couple of more out riding around the herd.
They don't ride herd except in the spring for Brandon and the fall for Roundup.
And the rest of the time, all these stakes run loose like this, begging to be picked off?
Well, every few days, one of the hands rides out to check the herd scattered over the range.
You must have timed things just right, between checks.
We've been lucky, Marty.
Now, let's get number 5 and get out of here.
Okay. Swing that lantern over here.
Okay. How about Toots there with a white face?
Okay, let's... Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Shh, listen.
What's cooking?
I'd have sworn I heard a horse whinny.
Yeah?
If I did, we're not by ourselves out here. Give me that lantern. Let's douse the light in case.
Hold on there, you fellas.
Give me that lantern.
Never mind putting out that lantern. Whoa, boy, easy, easy. Just stand where you are. Well, you ain't just helping yourselves. Hey, don't I know you?
What?
Sure I do. You're Jack Adams, the fella that runs that eating joint over at the
That's
old...
enough for me. No, Marty, wait.
Hey, look here, I wouldn't make no more trouble if I were... Oh!
Lock the back end of the truck, Jack. We're getting out of here.
Look, will one of you tell me what happened?
We ain't got time for that.
Yeah, but
All
I got
you
it.
need to know is they shot a guy and we got to lamb out of here. Jack. Yeah? Get moving, will you? I'm not leaving here, Marty.
Huh?
I said I'm not leaving.
Don't be a fool, Jack.
It's too late for that. I was a fool when I let you nag me into stealing the cattle in the first place.
So you're going to stay here and let them come and get you?
I'm not going to wait for that. I'm going to give myself up.
You don't expect me to stay here, do you?
No. You can beat it right now with my share of the dough. You worked hard enough for it.
Okay, Jack. If you want to play noble and take the rap.
I'm not that noble, Marty.
What do you mean?
This was your job, too.
But nobody knows it was me.
I know it was you.
What?
And I'm not taking the rap for both of us. So you might as well let Betty have your car and stick around with me.
I said nobody knows it was me. And nobody's going to know it, Jack.
Why not?
Because you're not going to be able to tell them. Sweetheart, that should make me your favorite heel.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's FBI file. Now it's time for our weekly series of questions and answers on education.
First question. Who is the most enthusiastic believer in college education? A college president? A high school principal?
Neither one. Surprisingly, the answer is the man who succeeded in spite of not having gone to college. He knows that leadership demands a background of knowledge which, if it is not developed in college, can only be acquired by years of laborious effort.
How do we know self-made men feel this way about college?
Well, the Equitable Society has a plan called the Equitable Educational Fund, whereby far-sighted parents make sure, through life insurance, that their children will be well educated no matter what happens. And a very high proportion of equitable educational funds are taken out by parents who did not go to college themselves.
Second question. What is an equitable educational fund?
It is a plan that includes these important features. One, the Equitable Educational Fund makes sure that money for education will be ready when your child is ready. Two, if you die, the Educational Fund becomes fully established. If you are totally and permanently disabled, the Educational Fund continues to build up without any further payment. Three, educational costs are spread out over many years instead of being concentrated in a few.
Last question. How much will it cost to send your son or daughter to college?
That question is answered in a memorandum that tells the cost of tuition, board, and lodging in 192 leading American colleges. In addition, it summarizes the long-range opportunities open to educated men and women in 29 industries and professions, such as architecture, dentistry, engineering, chemistry, life insurance, social service. The memorandum is crammed with information that every parent should have. Your nearest Equitable Society representative has a copy and will be glad to show it to any sincerely interested parent. Call him tomorrow. You'll find him in the phone book under Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now, back to the FBI file, Murder on the Range.
The average law-abiding citizen attributes great strength to every criminal. But criminals are not strong. They're weaklings. They become criminals because they cannot resist temptation. The temptation to take something for nothing. And therein lies their fatal mistake. The mistake that ultimately proves their undoing. Because one of the laws by which human beings live is called the law of compensation. And that law says that the only thing you get for nothing is nothing. About the time that Marty Williams sent a bullet crashing into the unprotected body of Jack Adams, a horse was pounding along a moonlit trail heading for the home corral.
Hey, what's going on here? Well, hand.
Give me a hand. Help me off.
Sure, but what's wrong?
I caught two fellas. Dry Creek Canyon stealing cows.
What?
One of them threw lead at me before I could...
Come on now. I'll help you to the old man's house. Jim, it's Hank. He's hurt. Take care of his horse, will you? Come on. Easy now.
Yeah.
See? Who was that?
One of them runs that eating joint over on the old road.
What, Jack Adams?
Yeah. Never seen the other before.
What'd he look like?
Didn't get a good look at him. Why?
Well, all the outfits around got a warning from them FBI men in Butte today to keep an eye peeled for a man that done a little shooting crossing Idaho a few days ago.
Yeah?
Maybe it ain't the same one, but as soon as we get the slug out of you, I'm going to call the FBI like they said and get him over here.
Got your stuff packed, baby?
Yeah, all set. Let's get started.
Okay, you get into my car and head on for Butte.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
What's the idea?
There's a truck outside with nearly $1,000 worth of moo cows in it, sweetheart.
Marty, you're not going to try
Don't worry. News of what happened tonight won't get around before tomorrow.
Yeah, but
I'll
suppose
drive on into Canyon City with them tonight, sell them first thing in the morning, head for Butte, ditch the truck, pick you up, and we're gone.
Where'll I wait for you?
Register at the Black Hotel. Use the name of Madison. Mrs. John Madison.
Okay.
Now get started.
Be careful, Marty.
Get started.
I certainly wouldn't think Adams would still be sticking around the road stand, Connie.
Probably not, Rankin, but we might pick up a lead there as to where they've gone.
You think the other fellow could be the man Williams we're after?
Didn't get enough description of him from the cow waddy to tell for sure, but if this Jack Adams is the one I'm thinking about, and I'm pretty sure Marty Williams is the one who did the shooting.
Oh, how do you get that?
Well, from Williams' record I got from Washington, he and a Jack Adams were mixed up in a gang back east, and they served a term together.
Oh.
Anyway, the slug from the cowboy's chest will tell us for sure when we get it in the lab.
But in the meantime...
Yes, I know time's a-wasting unless we get quicker evidence. Here's the road stand now. Go ahead, Rankin.
Thanks. Lights are out.
Just the same, be careful. Come on. You try the door.
It's open.
Okay, give me your flashlight.
Right here.
Thanks. Let's go in. Don't turn on the lights. This is far enough.
What?
Look. On the floor there.
Well.
I think that's the body of Jack Adams. Yeah. Let me have a look.
Is it the same Jack Adams you were talking about?
Yes. I'd say that description checks.
Well, then that means that...
Marty Williams.
Well, where's Adams' wife?
Williams can probably answer that, too. Boys at the ranch seem to think she was pretty fickle.
What did you find?
Papers. Adams' pocket here. Look like cattle receipts. 5 of them.
Well, then they must have been working before tonight.
Looks like they've already sold about 25 head.
Where?
Canyon City.
That's about 10 miles from here.
Yeah. And Williams must have taken the load they got tonight to Canyon City. Let's go.
Oh, who is it?
Marty.
Just a sec. Come on in, honey.
Okay. We got trouble.
What?
The guy at the stock pen gave me a funny look and went off somewhere, so I dumped the cows and beat it for here.
Think you went for the cops?
I wasn't taking any chances.
Anybody could tell you're not a ranch hand. You shouldn't have gone in the first place. I
Skip
told
that now. Let's get going.
Tonight?
The sooner the safer, baby.
What'd you do with the truck?
I left it there. Come on, get your stuff and let's roll.
Yes, sir. The man you're talking about drove in here at the stock pen several hours ago.
Where is he now?
Well, he looked suspicious to me, so I slipped off to get a deputy. When I came back with him, the fellow had gone.
Cows and all?
No, sir. They're right over there in his truck.
Rankin.
Yes, sir.
Look that truck over, will you?
Right.
Look, this man that drove the truck, was there a woman with him?
No, sir.
Now, where's the deputy now?
He lit out for Butte.
What for?
Well, he found out that this fellow who came here with the cows hired a car.
To take him to Butte?
He thought so, yes.
Mr. Coney.
Yes, Rankin?
I found this road map in the truck.
Oh, good. Let me see it.
It's marked.
Yeah. Let's get back to Butte. But first, we'll call ahead and charter a plane.
Well, baby, there's the lights of Sioux City firing up the sky just ahead.
I won't know how to act back in civilization again, Marty.
Pretty soon, good old Chicago.
And then?
Then we'll take this stake we got back in Montana and run it up into plenty of living for both of us.
If Montana don't catch up with it.
Forget it, sweetheart. Forget it.
Marty, look.
Huh?
Those red lights strung across the road ahead. You better slow down.
Yeah, I guess they're fixing the road.
Somebody waving a flashlight.
Maybe it's an accident. Hey, what's cooking, pal? I say, what? Hey, what's the idea of flashing that light in my face?
Welcome to Sioux City, Williams.
What?
And you too, Mrs. Adams.
Who are you?
What is this?
We're special agents of the FBI from Butte, Montana.
How'd you know we'd be here?
You left a blueprint for us.
Huh?
That map we found in your truck, it had your route all marked out.
Marty, you left a map so they could follow us?
I forgot it.
Why, you stupid fool!
I suggest that you save your arguments for the courtroom when you're tried for murder.
Marty Williams was sentenced to be executed for the murder of Jack Adams. Mrs. Adams, implicated in both the murder and the cattle rustling by Williams' testimony at his trial, is now serving a long prison term. The fate of these two petty criminals was, on the whole, unimportant. But it points out what your FBI has constantly attempted to prove to every citizen who might be tempted to make that first fateful step toward a career of crime. That no one makes crime a profitable profession for very long. It is possible to maintain a temporary advantage over the law, but sooner or later, the law must win. Whether the law be represented by your FBI, your local law enforcement agency, or both. Remember that the criminal is not strong. The real strength of the nation is in the solemn dignity of the law.
In just a moment, we'll tell you about next week's exciting story from the files of your FBI. And now again, let me remind you to check with your Equitable Society representative about the safest and wisest investment a parent can make for his children's future, an Equitable Educational Fund. Without obligation, he will also show you the Equitable Society's memorandum on the costs of higher education and some of the opportunities it opens. You'll find your Equitable Society representative in the phone book under the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Death for a Draft Dodger.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Milton Cross speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Death for a Draft Dodger on This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Fathers and mothers of America, attention, please. Upon the training you give your children today depends the future of America. Our system of free enterprise, personal liberty, and democracy cannot exist without educated and enlightened citizens. In about 14 minutes, our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, will have some helpful suggestions for parents. If you wish to equip your children to take advantage of all the opportunities the future offers, don't miss this important message. Tonight's FBI file, Death for a Draft Dodger.
No other soldier in the world is prouder of the uniform that he wears than the American soldier, nor grumbles as much because he is in it. That is an American boast because we are proud of the fact that we are not traditionally a nation of goose-stepping professional soldiers. That we are instead a nation of peace-loving people who cherish the handshake far more than the hand salute. Therefore, none of us censors the young man who answers the call to uniform with a good, healthy American grumble, nor do we censure the parent who joins him in it. But we do condemn the young man and the parent who, as in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, who conspire to evade that call. We condemn them in the name of those millions of Americans down through the 170 years from Bunker Hill to the Bulge, who likewise grumbled at the call to duty, but who gave or stood ready to give the last full measure of their devotion to it. In the Davenport home at Great Bay, Long Island, Richard Davenport III, a member of what the society pages of the New York papers call the Long Island set, is sitting despondently in the library. He hears footsteps in the hall and calls out.
Is that you, Mother?
Yes, Richard.
Have you got a moment?
Why, of course, darling. Oh, I thought you'd gone sailing with Lanny Hartford.
Well, I'd planned to, but there was some rather distressing news in the morning mail.
What do you mean?
Look at this.
Hmm?
Greetings from the president.
What?
The draft board has ordered me to report for my physical.
Oh, Richard, but there must be some mistake.
No, I'm afraid there isn't. I'm to appear 2 weeks from today.
Well, I never heard anything so outrageous in my life. What do they want with you? The war is over.
I know.
You've already made your sacrifice, working in that defense plant, buying bonds.
They don't consider that essential any longer. That's why I'm being called.
Well, I won't stand for it. You're 26 years old. You've done your bit. Let them call in some of the riffraff, young men with no future. Put them in the army.
No, Mother. There's nothing we can do. You run along.
Oh, you poor darling. You're being so brave.
No, I'm not really. Honest, I don't want to go.
And I'm going to see to it that you don't.
But, Mother, what can we do?
I don't know. But there must be some way to keep you out, and I am going to find it.
On a morning several days later at the Davenport home, Mrs. Davenport brings a breakfast tray to her son's bedroom.
Richard? Richard, dear.
Huh?
Wake up, darling.
Well, what is it?
I have your breakfast tray here.
Oh, bring it back later, Mother, please.
Wait a minute, son. I have some very exciting news.
Hmm?
It's about your going into the army. I found a way to keep you out.
What did you say?
The army isn't going to accept you. Now, come on, wake up and listen to me.
What is this?
Well, I went to a dinner party last night at Helen Brockton's.
Mm-hmm.
Her son is just about your age.
Yes?
Well, during the war, he did a magnificent job in a defense plant, just as you did.
Uh-huh.
And a few weeks ago, he also received a call from the army. He went down for his physical, and they wouldn't accept him.
Oh, Mother, that doesn't say...
Let me finish, please, dear. There was a special reason why he wasn't accepted. There's a doctor that Helen met a few weeks ago.
Huh?
He gave her son some sort of treatment, so he couldn't pass the physical examination.
Oh.
And, darling, we have an appointment to see him the first thing in the morning.
Mrs. Davenport was not the only one who had developed a personal interest in the doctor. Earlier that morning, in the New York field office of the FBI, Special Agent Gregg was summoned to the office of Assistant to the Agent in Charge, Barnes.
You sent for me, Mr. Barnes?
Oh, yes. Come in, Greg. Just received a general bulletin from Washington you can start working on.
Yeah? What is it?
Man and his wife posing as a doctor and a nurse assistant.
Huh?
Yes, the case just came to light out in San Francisco. Several months ago, the fake doctor helped a couple of young men to flunk their Army physicals.
I thought that went out when the war ended.
Well, there's evidently a market for it still. Now, here's a full description of the couple, and photos are on the way.
How do they operate?
Well, the familiar pattern. They administer increasing doses of a drug until the so-called patient has a simulated heart condition. Then after he flunks the exam, they bring the heart back to normal with a counteragent.
Well, what I meant was, how does he manage to operate as a doctor?
Oh, well, in California, he used a forged diploma from Golden Gate Medical and a forged state license.
I see. Did they skip out of California?
Yes, and so far there's no lead on where they've gone.
What's our move?
Well, just in case they're headed east, how about checking with the Army here for any recent rejections because of bad hearts?
Okay.
Particularly young men from well-to-do families.
Right.
Get it right away, Greg.
Hello, my dear.
Well, where have you been?
Why?
Mrs. Brockton's sending a patient over to you.
Oh?
Mrs. Richard Davenport II. She'll be here any minute with her son, Richard III.
That calls for a Shakespearean couplet, my dear.
Oh.
But I've more important words for you.
What are you talking about?
I have this day concluded negotiations for the purchase of a 23-room house.
What?
A house nestling high among the pines in the glorious Adirondacks.
How many drinks have you had?
Mildred, my love, we've planned right along the establishment of a private sanatorium.
Yes, but...
Of course, the purchase of the property has rather done in the exchequer, so we shall spare one or two more lads the inconvenience of going into the army. And then, as the saying goes, blow. And that should be Richard III now.
Then cut out the Avon accent and start making like a doctor. Yes? I'm Mrs. Davenport. Oh, yes, of course. Mrs. Brockton just telephoned. Won't you and your son come in? Thank you. Come along, Richard.
Very well, Mother.
This is Dr. Boone.
Good morning, madam.
Hello, Doctor. I hope you don't mind Mrs. Brockton telling me about everything.
I'm sure I can rely on your discretion, Mrs. Davenport.
Of course you can.
I place my reputation and my personal fortune at stake each time I perform such a service.
I'm sure of that.
And I'm willing to do it only because I believe that the sons of our better family should remain in the position to which they are born. It's for the good of our society.
How right you are, Doctor.
But because the risk is so great to me, I feel that I should be properly compensated.
Yes, of course.
My fee is $7,500.
Oh. Well, you require it all in advance?
You may arrange with my assistant to pay half of it now and the other half the next time you come in.
Very well.
It will be necessary for your son to remain here, of course, for perhaps a week to allow time.
Dr. Boone.
Yes?
Is there any possible danger in the treatment, I mean?
Well, if it were administered by a charlatan, yes. But by me, a physician, none whatsoever.
May I come in, Mr. Barnes?
Oh, come ahead, Greg.
I've checked on 3 hard cases so far that the Army rejected, but they're all legitimate. I'm getting a couple of more this afternoon.
Received a bulletin early this morning from Washington, relayed from the San Francisco office.
Oh, have they got a lead?
Yes, the fake doctor bought a used car from a dealer there about the time he disappeared.
He must have bought it for traveling.
He did. He went to St. Paul.
How do you know?
Well, Mason in the St. Paul office just called.
Oh.
The doctor sold the car to a dealer there 4 weeks ago and booked space on Northwestern Airlines for New York the same day.
Well, how does Mason know?
He checked transportation offices there. The airline's ticket agent recognized the photos.
I see. What names did they use?
Dr. Randolph Boone and Miss Mildred Taunton.
Then I'd better start checking the airline here for a lead.
Right.
Well, Mr. Davenport, how are you feeling today?
Not so good, Doctor. I'm having trouble getting my breath.
Well, that's a natural reaction. Have you been taking your pills regularly?
Yes, sir. Every 3 hours.
That's splendid.
Excuse me, Dr. Boone.
Yes?
May I see you a minute, please?
Surely. Excuse me, Mr. Davenport.
Of course.
What do you want?
Mrs. Davenport's in your office. She insists upon seeing you.
What about?
I don't know.
Well, I'd better find out. You stay in there with him.
Okay.
I'll be back in a minute. Well, good morning, Mrs. Davenport.
Good morning, Dr. Boone.
What can I do for you?
Well, it's been 3 days, Doctor. I thought I'd come over and see how my son is doing.
He's doing splendidly.
Could I possibly see him?
Well, he's sleeping right now. I'd rather you didn't disturb him.
And you're quite sure he's all right?
Certainly.
Very well, then. I'll come back when he's awake.
Oh, by the way, Mrs. Davenport.
Yes?
I believe you were to take care of the other half of the fee when you came in.
Oh, yes, of course. I can make you out a check right now.
No checks, please.
Oh?
That's why my assistant had you go to your bank for the cash the other day, Mrs. Davenport. I can't afford to run the risk of any written record of such transactions as this.
Oh, I'm sorry. I quite forgot.
So if you don't mind making another trip to your bank now.
Oh, no, not at all, Doctor. I'll be glad to.
Doctor.
Yes?
One of the patients. It's time for his next treatment.
Oh, very well. You'll have to excuse me, Mrs. Davenport.
Of course. I'll be back from the bank as soon as I can, Doctor.
And the balance, you recall, is...
$3,750.
That is correct.
I'll see you later, Doctor.
Now, what's the matter, Mildred?
You better think of something quick.
What?
Something's wrong with young Davenport. Come on, hurry.
But what is it?
He's passed out, breathing heavily.
Good heavens.
I think he's in a coma.
You never saw one.
But just the same, you better do something and do it quick.
Richard.
It's not going to do any good.
Maybe you know what to do then.
Might be a good idea to call a real doctor.
Are you kidding? Richard.
What good do you think slapping him's going to do?
Well, sometimes it brings people out of a faint.
This is more than a faint, and I'm scared.
Oh, shut up. Richard. Wake up.
do something, will you?
I'm trying to.
You ought to remember something. You're reading those medical
for the
books.
love of
now.
heaven, shut up.
Look. Listen, he's...
Quiet. That's that.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's FBI file. Now, time for our 3 questions and answers on education.
First question. How much more does the average man with a college education earn during the course of his life than the average citizen of this country? Would you say $10,000 more? $25,000 more?
In actual fact, college men earn a total of $72,000 more during their working years than the average American. Nevertheless, the greatest advantage of education is not measured in dollars. In every community, a high proportion of the civic and social leaders are men and women whose native abilities have been developed by college training. That's why thousands of far-sighted parents make sure of their children's education by means of an equitable educational fund.
Second question. What is an equitable educational fund?
It is a plan that includes these important features. The Equitable Educational Fund makes sure that money for education will be ready when your child is ready. If you die, the Educational Fund becomes fully established. If you are totally and permanently disabled, the Educational Fund continues to build up without any further payment. Educational costs are spread out over many years instead of being concentrated in a few.
Last question. How much will it cost to send your son or daughter to college?
That question is answered in a memorandum recently prepared for Equitable Society representatives. It tells the cost of tuition, board, and lodging in 192 leading American colleges. In addition, it summarizes the long-range opportunities open to educated men and women in 29 industries and professions, such as architecture, dentistry, engineering, chemistry, life insurance, social service. Information that every parent should have. Your nearest Equitable Society representative has a copy and will be glad to show it to any sincerely interested parent. Call him tomorrow. You'll find him in the phone book under Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now, back to the FBI file, Death for a Draft Dodger.
The criminal fraud has been found practicing deception for profit in almost every vein of business and professional life in America. And it is inescapable that from time to time he should make his appearance even in the medical profession. And no one is more eager to expose him than are the members of the profession themselves. For of all the professions, theirs is founded on perhaps the most sacred of all trusts, the safeguarding of human life. It was a doctor whose identity shall remain a secret in the files of your FBI. It was a doctor who first exposed the criminal quackery of the impostor in tonight's case and set the FBI on his trail. It was shortly before the pseudo-Dr. Boone's drug administrations produced their fatal result in his improvised clinic on Long Island that Special Agent Gregg stepped up to the counter of the baggage check room in New York City Airline Terminal.
Are you in charge here?
Yes, sir.
I'm a special agent of the FBI. My credentials.
Mm-hmm. Well, what can I do for you, sir?
About 4 weeks ago, a middle-aged man and woman came to the terminal by limousine from LaGuardia Field. They reached here about 10 a.m. They had 6 pieces of luggage, and they went first to the northwestern counter to make an adjustment about excess baggage charges.
I see.
Now, the clerk over there seems to remember the man asking where he could check the bags for the time being. and the clerk directed him to your counter.
Oh.
Would you still have a record of the bags being checked here, even if they were picked up later?
Not if he picked them up himself.
But if he had somebody else pick them up or had them delivered somewhere...
We'd have a record of that.
I see. Now, tell me, do you recognize the persons in these photographs?
Oh, I don't recognize her, but... Yes, sir, that's him, all right.
How do you know?
Well, that goatee and those glasses on that ribbon. Yes, he had 6 bags like you say, but he only checked 4. Then a few days later, an expressman came for them. I got it all down in my book here. What date was that day?
The 10th of last month.
Then I'll find it sure. Let's see now. 6, 8, 9. Here it is. 10th. Dr. Randolph Boone. Yes, we sent the bags to Great Bay, Long Island.
Good. Let me have the street and house number.
Well, just don't stand there looking at the body. We've got to do something.
I was just thinking, Mildred, human beings cling so frantically to life.
Uh-huh.
Yet only death offers that which they most desire, complete and everlasting freedom.
Your philosophy's as phony as your doctor's license.
They both served me rather well,
Look,
Mildred.
do you realize that boy's mother's going to be back here any minute?
Now, let's go into the office.
Well?
I think this is a propitious time for us to retire to our sanatorium in the Adirondacks. Did you pick up the sanatorium stationery at the printer's this morning?
It's on the desk there.
What name did you give me?
Dr. Beaumont.
Well, that's very nice.
Look, we're never going to get out of here before his mother arrives.
I don't intend to, my dear.
Well, what do you expect to tell her? Here she is now. Just come in.
She'll wait a moment.
What are you doing?
Preparing for our interview?
But that's ether.
That's right.
Well, what are you...
Hand me that sterile face mask, quickly.
Here.
Now ask Mrs. Davenport to come in, Mildred.
Okay. Come in, Mrs. Davenport.
Thank you, Miss Morgan. I got back from the bank as quickly as I could, Dr. Boone. Here's the rest of your fee.
Oh, thank you. You needn't have been in such a hurry.
I thought my son might have wakened while I was gone, and I am so anxious to see him. You know how mothers are.
Yes, of course.
Then I may see him now?
Well, the boy he's still asleep. But I see no harm in your having a look at him.
Oh, thank you so much.
But, Mrs. Davenport...
Yes?
It's quite important that the air he breathes be as germ-free as possible. So I must ask you to wear this sterile face mask. You won't mind, I'm sure.
Oh, certainly not.
If you'll face the other way, I'll tie it on you.
Oh, thank you.
There we are.
Good heavens, it smells so strong.
That's right. Ether. No, now just breathe deeply, Mrs. Davenport. That's it. Breathe deeply. There. And now, Mildred, you see why I did not intend to leave without seeing Mrs. Davenport.
This must be the reception room, Barnes.
But we're not waiting, Greg. We'll knock once on this private door here and then go in. Let's go.
Looks like a hasty exit. They must have cleaned up.
Hey, Greg.
Huh?
Do you smell ether?
Yes. And no wonder. Look.
What?
That woman on the floor.
See what's in the back rooms while I look after her. I'm afraid, Mrs. Davenport, that there's not much that anyone could offer right now in the way of comfort.
Oh, Richard, my son, oh, my son.
We've already put out an alarm for the man and woman, but, well, as far as you're concerned, that's rather a futile gesture.
Oh, it's I who am really guilty, not they. I killed him just as surely as if I'd given him the drug myself.
It would have been my duty to say that, Mrs. Davenport. I'm glad you've made it unnecessary for me, too. But there is one more thing I must say, no matter how ungracious it may sound. This is America, Mrs. Davenport. Her rights and privileges belong to all of us in equal measure, and so do her obligations. Your son has paid a great price for shirking his duty, but at that he's more fortunate than you. He doesn't have to think about it anymore.
Mr. Barnes.
You want me, Greg?
Please.
Excuse me.
I found this in the desk drawer.
What is it?
A receipted bill for some printing. Dated this morning.
Oh? Well, what about it?
Look at the name on it.
Dr. Beaumont.
I'm going over to see the printer.
Right.
Ah, Mildred, my dear, we couldn't have chosen a more dramatically appropriate moment for our arrival here.
I'm tired.
Look across to the east. Yon rising sun already rose tinting the waters of the lake spread below marks the beginning of a new day.
And I'm hungry.
Woman, have you no poetry in your soul?
Are we going to sit out here all day?
Very well, let's get out, my dear.
You needn't bother to
What?
get out.
And who might you be?
We're special agents of the FBI, and you're both under arrest.
Now, look here, whoever you are.
This is who we are, and unlike yours, our credentials are not forged.
Yes, but...
The printer in Great Bay, Long Island, had a poor memory. But fortunately, printers always keep a sample of whatever they print. This letterhead told us where to find you, and a plane helped us beat you here.
A new day, huh? Why, you stupid fool!
For the death of young Richard Davenport through the criminal administration of drugs, the pseudo-doctor was sentenced to life imprisonment. For her complicity in his illegal practice of medicine and for consenting to violate the draft laws, the wife is now serving a long term in a penitentiary. Now I'd like to read you an important message prepared especially for this program by Mr. J. Edgar Hoover, Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Uniform Crimes Report Bulletin containing tabulations from police departments all over the country has just been published. It reflects the greatest increase in crime since we first began compiling figures in 1930. During the war years, more persons aged 17 were arrested and fingerprinted than in any other age group. In the past 6 months, however, a shift has occurred. The 21-year-olds now lead in arrests. They are the juvenile delinquents who have grown up during the war years. This emphasizes that now, as never before, parents must do everything in their power to make their homes a place of learning as well as a place of living. We of the FBI have been happy to lend our assistance to this program, as it is one way of enlisting your aid and assistance in our never-ending fight for a more secure America.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. But now, again, let me remind you to check with your Equitable Society representative about the safest and wisest investment a parent can make for his children's future, an Equitable Educational Fund. Without obligation, he will also show you the Equitable Society's memorandum on the costs of higher education and some of the opportunities it opens. You'll find your Equitable Society representative in the phone book under the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the diamond-studded Double Cross.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Frank Faries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Milton Cross speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will bring you another exciting story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the diamond-studded Double Cross, on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.